Okay,
Mine
mic
is
check.
less sensitive, right?
Mic check. 1 2 1 2. I don't know if our audio is plugged in yet, but if it is, I'm gonna pretend we are live. So, welcome back to the beginning of the afternoon racing for ACRA National Championship. We are here in the beautiful Oak Ridge, Tennessee, Melton Lake, hosted by Oak Ridge Rowing Association, getting ready for the first race of the afternoon, which is the Men's Varsity 4 ABC Semifinal. I'm Eddie Moog.
And I'm Christian Yu.
We'll be joined by Charlie Sullivan soon. We just wrapped up the ACRA's first ever Hall of Fame induction. I'll let him come back and talk about it. 4 members of the of ACRA's history were given some blue jackets today to commemorate everything that they've done for the league, one of which in memorial John Bancari. So we'll hear a little bit more about that, hopefully get some interviews from Olympians or some other great names in the world of rowing. But to start, because they're on the course, what we have is the ABC semifinal for the men's varsity 4. These guys time trialed yesterday. They have yet to race side by side, and they are hungry. They are ready to go out on some flat opening 1K water to put down the fastest time they can and assert themselves. So the top 2 will go to the A final. The next 2 will go to the B final, and the following crews will go to the C final. So from the left to the right of your screen, it's going to be Illinois, Michigan, UMass, Bowdoin, Western Washington, and Florida State. What I think I see is the number 1 team from the time trial, UMass out of Amherst, Massachusetts, is leading the way. This crew is started the year with, I think, a bunch of guys who wrapped up their eligibility with fall racing with a great head of the Charles finish. Sam Sturdy and Jonathan Shee are back. That is, I believe, 2-seat in the Cox. And otherwise, another crew of guys developed first year with Coach Bigelow, who's been thrilled to put out with her team a lot of great crews in the 4s, pair, double, and quad. Bowdoin is the next closest crew. This is a great shot here right down the lane from our drone. Bowdoin is the next closest crew to them, looking for that 2 spot, but it is not decided yet. Michigan, as we know, is going to make a great push in the later half of this race. So we are just racing to the 1K to see who is establishing speed early and who has to make up that ground late.
Yeah, it must be great for you to see UMass up there in the lead at the moment. Like you said, Bowdoin is battling for that second spot. Again, only 2 because of such a large entry pool here at ACRA Nationals here in this men's varsity 4 category. We have 3 different semifinals, and only 2 will progress to the A final. So Bowdoin looking to secure their spot to have a chance to compete for the national championship and for a medal as well, as we get a good look at the Bowdoin coxswain there. Beautiful shell with a little bit of a bucket rig there, and I think that's a USP Hudson as well. So
yeah,
very sleek shell.
Bowdoin in the bucket, pushing it down the course. I've had the pleasure of coaching some Bowdoin athletes before in rowing, with many of them postgraduate, and there's just such a deep culture of good rowing there. Guys who just want to work hard, go to the well, push themselves up against the erg and wherever place they need to be, and drive. So the Polar Bears are holding on to second with UMass. They have open water, pair of buoys between them and the next closest crew. Next closest crews being Michigan and Illinois. Love seeing this Illinois crew. The Illini. I got it wrong. Pushing up on that Michigan MRA crew. Western Washington, Florida State, not to be forgotten on that far side in those outside lanes.
It's going to be tight between Western Washington and Illinois for that final spot in the B final.
Yes.
Again, it's really interesting to see because of this large entry pool. 18 of these crews that have a chance to progress to a medal final may find themselves in the C final. So pretty something of a shock to the system to see that as well.
Afternoon. I know these guys didn't just have a lunch break, but the afternoon. This is a big make or break moment for them. A lot of them probably did show up. Maybe these are the top 4 guys. Like, we want to be in medal contention. I love the length out of the stroke of these guys. And now remember, now that we're looking at the stern end shot, that Bowden 4 came through late in the time trial, just a lower bound number. And as soon as we saw him, we turned heads. Wow, what a stroke, what length. But I love the length and the send that the UMass hull and the Bowden hull are getting out of these strokes. Just a lot of gap between their puddle. The water's settled down a lot since that late morning push, and you can just see there's so much space between stroke for stroke.
Yeah, absolutely. It's pretty remarkable length, like you said, from both of these crews. And it looks like Bowden might have just won the middle of this piece as UMass the early fast starters, but Bowden has slowly crept up
to
try and challenge UMass. UMass still in control, but Bowden with the momentum.
Right. And Michigan is asserting themselves a little bit ahead of the I got that wrong again, Illinois crew. And they are known to make a late lift, a late shift in their race, not one where they hit it with a 10, where they do a very serious pickup in speed, whether that is rate or just in wattage, and they sustain that on and on and on. They lift a little bit earlier than other crews who are waiting for the 500, the 250 mark, those nice clean spots.
It looks like the Bowden 4 might have just been caught out by the wind a little bit, pushed over in their lane towards those buoys. So we'll see if the steering might have just let the momentum get gifted back to UMass.
A little bit.
UMass starting to push out, looking for an open water lead now.
If you were with us in the morning, like I know so many of you were, what you were looking at is that sometimes when the wind picks up around that spot, just before the red buoys, there's this gap because there's the lagoon where all the crews launch out of and land into, and that's the first spot where you might get exposed. But UMass is picking it up at a little bit higher of a clip to pick it up, and try and establish open water to finish out their semifinal, using every second of this piece to establish themselves in the best lane going in to the grand final. Great work. There he goes. 3-seat with Sam Sturdy as the returning member of that crew from the head of the Charles IV this fall. Jonathan Shee coxing the crew to a nice straight line. I'm sure very aware of everything happening around him to make sure the guys are locked in. Great work following through, just under 7 minutes. Bowden knocking in that second spot in the A final. I believe Michigan is going to sustain that speed to...
Ooh.
Yes, hold on to the B final. Illinois joining them in the B final, and that will be
Western Washington going to
the
C final.
Headed to the C final with Florida State.
Yep.
Great work by all
Great finish
crews.
there by Illinois. I think Western Washington was the one that had the initial advantage for the majority of the race, but Illinois able to overcome that gap in the sprint to take away the B final spot from Western Washington. So great racing all throughout the field there. And again, as we progress through to these finals, the racing is just going to get more and more tight and more competitive. So really great to see out of these Varsity 4s.
Yep. What we're going to see is 2 more semifinals for the Varsity 4 before we hit up a bunch of the 8s, the second Varsity 8s, the Varsity 1V men and the 1V women. Charlie Sullivan is joining us, just wrapping up the Hall of Fame induction. Charlie, is there anything you want to say right now about who was honored and what that came about with that?
Yeah, sure. We'll be talking to some of these people later. We already heard from Brian Voltenheim, who was one of them. This was the first year that we had established a Hall of Fame. It's an idea that had been in the pool there to do a little bit, and then we found out that John Bancari, longtime coach at Grand Valley, was probably not going to be around very long, and so they moved it to this year with the hope that he would, as one of the first honorees, be able to come join us, and that was the plan until he died about last week. So glad that he still got us to do things ahead of schedule, which was his way of doing things anyway. Also honored was Sarah Zelenka. I don't know her married name that she goes by now. I apologize. And she's going to come and talk to us a little bit later this afternoon. She was a rower of John's and made the U.S. national team, rode the pair at the 2012 London Olympics after winning the pairs trial, and one of the first club women to represent the U.S. internationally. A number of world championships on her list as well. So she was here. And then finally, Sam Dempsey, who's our chief referee and has been the chief referee since I think the second ACRA, who is, very often when you go to regattas, you sort of like wonder who the chief referee is going to be, and you look up, and unfortunately, a significant amount of the time you cringe a little bit, just sort of knowing what adjustments you're going to have to make for that referee and their way of running things, even if they're doing a good job. Sam is absolutely not that guy, and he has allowed us to work really in great partnership with the coaches every year. We have, in a very busy racing weekend, one of absolutely the best referee corps here in the country, because they also want to come and work with Sam. So those are our four to start: Ben Carey, Volpenheim, Zelenka, and Sam Dempsey. And we'll talk a little bit more with them later. But it looks like you have another race coming down.
We
do.
Yeah, thank you to all of those wonderful service men to our ACRA organization and representing Club Rowing on the global stage. So we thank them for their service, and they're well-deserved honors for sure. As we have the second semifinal, the men's varsity 4 in lane 1, Bucknell, lane 2, Lafayette, lane 3, Southern Cal, lane 4, Texas, lane 5, Vanderbilt, and lane 6, George Mason.
Texas out with a strong lead early. Love the bend we're seeing from these guys in the oar. They are just locking in, letting it go. I know Coach Sean McKenna sent them off. He was at that. He organized the Hall of Fame induction, and I'm sure he gave them some really wise words and confidence, because these guys just row like they own the place. Southern Cal in second right now. Half of a deck. Bow ball's on their coxswain. And who's that next to them?
Lafayette.
That is Lafayette. Tall guys. I saw them walking through the boatyard here. I maybe could have walked under that boat without having to crouch under them. So that's going to be a fight. I know they're going to uncork something to try and squeeze their way into the A final. I know that crew knows that they're A final quality. And in years past, maybe the time they put down on the course, maybe that is easy A final. But with every event, every year, the crews that we draw here, it's getting faster in the 8s and the 4s and the pairs and everything else. So, really good look so far. That's Bucknell, Vanderbilt, and George Mason a little bit off the pace for that, but there's going to be a fight here between, that will be Vanderbilt and George Mason for that 4th spot, that last B final spot. Vanderbilt slightly ahead as they pass my eye line. Great bend and send here from those Texas guys. Bowman is compressing, letting that body tilt forward really far, but not falling onto the torso. Not falling onto the legs, not losing any of that useful compression. Everything is sitting up, bending. Looks like a really tall 2 and 3 man in the middle of that shell. Traditional rig. Good work there. But Southern Cal is trying to close that open water, and that push from Lafayette is really making them try and get through the real estate as quick as possible. What are you seeing, Christian?
Yeah, you're seeing some of the best collegiate 4s in the country here. Texas, the champions out of ACRA in the men's varsity 4. Lafayette on the left side of your screen, the Dadville champions in the men's club 4. And Southern California got 3rd place in the men's varsity 4 at WIRA. So some of the best club competition, obviously, here being displayed at the ACRA National Championships. And looks like the battle between Lafayette and Southern Cal is starting to reel them close to Texas.
Yeah, to Texas. Yeah, a little bit of choice steering by the Southern Cal coxswain, hugging the buoy line a little bit too close. Hopefully that doesn't get in the way of their guys getting the most effective strokes in, and they're ever so slightly ahead of Lafayette.
But
this is going to come down
there
to a photo finish if these margins stand. And look at those space on those puddles. These boats are ripping past Texas. Looks like a motor is on their boat. Looks like a Hemi the way they're just sending it away.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's going to give UMass and Bowdoin a lot of run for their money in the A final if these margins stand.
Texas looks like to be the winner of this heat, but it's going to come down to the line between the final qualifying spot between Southern Cal and Lafayette. Here's the finish line camera. Texas takes the win, and coming down to the line, Lafayette was able to overtake Southern Cal.
Wow.
They're going to take the final spot in the A final. Southern California, a valiant effort, but they're headed to the B final.
Last spot in the B final coming up here. It was a fight between Vanderbilt and George Mason, and George Mason held off Vandy. Well done by those crews. Bucknell will be rounding us out to make their way to the C final following this. Good work by the Bison there.
Very, very strong race, and they're all another race with very close margins between finals being determined. So just goes to show the high level of this large spread.
What are you seeing in the times compared from Heat 1 to 2? We know it's a caveat. It's not exactly the same. We can't just take them one the same as the other, but something really interesting is popping up on the Here Now results. What are you seeing?
Yeah, 6:51 for both UMass and Texas, the two winners of the heats, of the semifinals, I should say, so far. So, but again, with something unique about Oak Ridge, the course here, the wind is extremely variable. It can change very dramatically between races. So, the times the ability to compare times is not quite as
it's not quite
simple as you would think.
If I was lucky enough to be a coach of one of these crews, I would say, hey, just assume they're the same speed as you. Don't take anything for granted. But it's also it's less than half a second between them, and they also both beat the crews around them by about 4.5 seconds. So good to see where they are on the margins. UMass opening up a little bit later, Texas establishing a little bit earlier. So now last semifinal of the men's varsity 4. Again, top 2 will go to the A final. The next 2 will go to the B final, and the last crew will go to the C. From left to right, we're going to have Texas Christian, TCU, Chicago, another group of big guys, UC Santa Barbara, Oregon, Long Beach State, and Michigan State. And I believe that is Long Beach State just ever so slightly ahead of the crew from UC Santa Barbara, and then fighting for that third place spot was Oregon and Chicago.
Great shot from this camera angle, just of the aesthetic view around the course. This is one of the most pristine courses situated in the valleys of the Tennessee mountains, and yeah, picturesque views with Calhoun's
it's picturesque. It's
out
like
by the start.
And the cruise looks so smooth. It looks like it's just an easy paddle for everything. Everyone's out in the water for a beautiful weekend in May. No, they're sweating. They're grinding. They're huffing and puffing. This is, if we had mics in the boat, it would just be, not on the coxswains, who are obviously giving commands and shouting and leading the crew. You would just see huffing, puffing, oarlocks turning. It's quite the loud affair.
Yeah, absolutely. And 4 boats in your shot in the lead pack here. Only 2 of them will be headed to the A final. The other 2 boats will be headed to the B final. It looks like the C final crews, which on the outside, TCU and Michigan State, looks like those are the only crews that are definitively in a certain position. As they just passed the 1K, you can see the 1,000 meter sign in the distance there. That's the halfway point of this race. It is Long Beach State and UC Santa Barbara, 2 California-based crews out in front.
UC Santa Barbara I think it's the angle a little bit, but they might be edging up closer. I don't think they're ahead of Long Beach State yet, but it is getting close. But we're going to get this drone to help us pan over. They might be overtaking them. Oregon is not out of the picture yet. That bow ball is hungry to catch up. And wow, a lot of West Coast, a lot of Pacific side crews here, but these are big guys from Chicago holding down the Midwest spot in this race. I think they're going to have to uncork a really serious sprint, and I think they have it based on the time trial we've seen and some of the other work they've been putting out in their other crews.
Yeah, these top 2 crews currently in your view right now, very familiar with each other. Long Beach State, which is in the white shell on the right side, got 4th at Weiras, while UC Santa Barbara, now currently your leader in the dark blue hull, earned 2nd, and they were also the top club crew finishers at the Weiras Championship. So these crews very familiar with each other. We'll see if those results kind of translate to this
and look
race here.
Look at the size of the bow pair here. There's so much length that they're putting on the handle, really following through well, knees going down with good emphasis to the deck. I think they're going to keep taking these inches here to establish themselves above Long Beach, and whoever they are, they're just going to establish themselves above the head of the field because every single second matters.
And I also have to shout out Oregon out of lane 3, currently in 3rd place and starting to challenge now Long Beach State for that 2nd place spot. They got 2nd in the B final at the Weiras Championship.
So they've really grown as a crew.
Off the pace at that race, but now well in the mix and maybe trying to upset Long Beach State for the final A final spot. So shout out to Oregon. They're doing a really good job, but less than 500 meters left to go now. They're starting to run out of room.
They're moving. They're picking it up, and they're walking up on it. I think we're looking at that bow. Yeah, that bow ball is surging a seat just about every 3 strokes or so. We'll see how long this lasts. Is this sustained speed? Is this a move? Is this something that Long Beach State can wait out and react to? We are still in the yellow buoys here, but we are through the 1,500-meter mark, so there's only about 300 meters to go left in the race.
And it looks like Long Beach State is also starting to move on UC
There they
Santa
go.
Barbara.
They're picking up.
So the two crews on the left side currently
Yep.
not completely in your screen. The two fastest moving boats on the course right now is UC Santa Barbara is starting to get tracked down. A few ragged strokes as they enter the buoys, and here comes Oregon.
Good, still great length on that UC Santa Barbara crew. The Gauchos putting the hurt into their lane, walking as far away from the rest of the field as possible. Long Beach State, so it's a really big attack on the catch, right? They're getting up there. They're kicking off of it, right? They're really putting as much force on it, but I don't know how much it's sending through the finish because Oregon is still taking seats on them. They're running out of seats to take, so then they're going to take the bow ball. And they're trying to surge up on UCSB at this point.
Oregon trying to play spoiler here. Second in the B final compared to the other two boats. They're trying to play spoiler as here they come on UC Santa Barbara. It's going to come down to the line. Santa Barbara has led this race wire to wire, but Oregon trying to play spoiler. They've already spoiled
running out of real estate.
They've already spoiled Long Beach State, and it's over.
Through the line,
Santa Barbara holds on. Oregon takes second. And Long Beach State is the loser, the one on the outside looking in. So very, very strong sprint there from
Chicago
Oregon.
through the line. Texas Christian University through the line. I'm sorry, I said LB. I should have said
Texas Christian.
Thank you. I should have said UC. Great work by the Gauchos. So this is a 656.3, a 656.9, 658.2. Wow, great separation. So yeah, like you said, that Oregon crew, second in the B final at Weira's, which attracts a good amount of crews, but it's just the West Coast, right? So they now came to full, every region here represented, and they must have had a lot of growth as a crew. Or if they want to come by and talk to us about it, maybe they just were like, yeah, that wasn't our race. This didn't work, and we had to pull it together. Great work by that Oregon crew. If any Ducks want to come by the announcer's tent, we'd love to hear more about your squad this year. I've only been announcing ACRAs for 2 years now. I was out of the picture for a while. I'd love to say it's one of the best Oregon crews I've seen row down the course, so congrats to you all for making your way to the A final. That is our last semifinal of the afternoon, and we are getting into position. Treat this like it's the NFL red zone. It's time for the eights.
It is time for the eights, the big boys, the big girls.
You're looking at an hour of commercial-free announcing.
Absolutely. You know, this is this 2V, you know, just gotta tell you, I think we sort of mentioned this before, but in the 1V, you can have a stud or two and have it push you into where you want to be in the Varsity 8. In the 2V, it's everybody sort of that you know, right? And everyone's level. There's not some super athlete in there necessarily. This is the measure of the depth and the strength of the program, actually. And we have 7 crews here. Lane 1, Orange Coast, who looks to actually be up in the mix right now. 2, Minnesota. 3, Notre Dame. 4, Virginia out in front. 5, Bucknell. 6, UC Davis. And 7, Delaware. And, you know, these are starting again to sort of see the big names in our league, the programs that are going to be racing off for the Varsity 8s later. And the progression here is 3 to the grand final and everyone else to the B final. Looks like as we're coming in to about 2 minutes and 30 seconds in, Virginia having sort of opened up a nice little lead there on Bucknell. And I'm sorry, I had things backwards. In 3rd, we have Delaware in lane 7, pretty even with
Minnesota, who's a little bit out of their lane. Those oars are all the way over the buoy line, so they're not slapping. It looks like the coxswain is getting back in.
I was going to say
interesting.
They're even with Notre Dame.
That's Notre Dame. That's Notre Dame getting into Minnesota's lane. Sorry for that, Notre Dame.
Minnesota in 3 and 2, but so it looks like this 3rd spot again is going to come under under pressure, which is what should happen. Looks to me here like Bucknell is
They're charging up.
Trying to put a move with Virginia. Virginia responding, but that's pulling them apart. There's still overlap though, right? So close by here, you can see Delaware with their blue oars coming from a little bit of outside speed.
They're bringing the outside heat right now, so they are charging up. There's a really long press, squeeze, send. A little bit too far away to tell just how many seats they're trying to take per stroke. You know, the perspective really changes a lot, but I think as we zoom and narrow in here, I think they're passing through those buoy lines just ahead of Notre Dame, fighting their way.
They're about even.
Into
they
the
were
third
behind
place.
Notre Dame just even 10 strokes ago, and so now they're moving, right?
And it's
as they come into our view, you can just hear an enormous amount of noise from these coxswains. 7 coxswains and a great tight race. Again, Virginia looking good, looking solid, but you don't count the Bison out, the Bucknell Bison. They are moving right now back into Virginia. That was almost bow to stern. Now it's 5 seats. Delaware coming up on the outside and moving up into being contact still with Bucknell, and they have definitely put a move on Notre Dame at this point, staking out their third place. They're up 5 or 6 seats on Notre Dame. Then there's some open water back to the other 3 crews.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see that Bucknell 8 out in second place. You can see green hat there in the 2 seat. That's Jonas Sanchez, probably the fastest 140-pound lightweight I've ever seen. He's a former teammate of mine back in Sarasota Crew, so really proud to see him representing Sarasota Crew on the national stage here, as Bucknell still currently in second place. But interesting
Virginia
to see.
has lengthened back out here and taken their seats back up. Not surprising. They want to be in control. They want to be able to finish out this race here in base speed rather than having to try and sprint. They want to be enough up so that they can absorb what is sometimes a cruel and punishing sprint out of these Bucknell crews. You know, they know each other well. They've raced each other for many years.
And
it looks like Notre Dame is moving back up here into Delaware. It's going to be an awesome race between those 2 yellow boats for the third spot.
This Delaware crew was given a second chance here. They actually were one of the crews that fell to the log victim, so they had a very, very dramatic final sprint in their heat.
Which is why they're in lane 7.
Which is why they're in lane 7. So
their coxswain was steering the boat by putting her arm into the water. It was a great move, and they're moving now. I think they know what it feels like to lose a little bit of opportunity.
Yeah, and the coxswains did a fantastic job, and these guys are just wrenching through. The bowman of Bucknell is really surging that crew ahead, not letting Virginia get that open water that they want. Virginia making their way down the course.
Virginia, Bucknell.
Delaware
just over.
Notre Dame just over.
Notre Dame.
Wow, really impressive. The 6:15.1 is the first second Varsity 8 crew to come through. That is our Minnesota Golden Gophers coming through the line, followed by Orange Coast, and then followed by UC Davis. Round out the field, the UC Davis heading to the C final. Wow, what a race to start off the 8s this afternoon. Really impressive.
Shout out my guy Jonas there. Congratulations on making the A final, buddy. Well rode.
6:19.1 for the Delaware men, 6:19.8, 7/10 of a second, separating those crews. They'll be seeing each other again in the B final. Oh no, that's not true. That separates them from A to B final. Wow, what a remark!
But that is the type of effort that it takes to make the final, right? So Delaware, having seen what they did, Notre Dame, both really having to lay it out there.
Absolutely.
And Bucknell saying, you know, we're not as far ahead. They only ended up winning by about 1.5 seconds over Delaware. And Virginia, again, I think showing a very mature approach to, at 400 meters to go, saying we just need to take 5 seats here.
Yep, we just need a little bit
here. And then they didn't try and just kill it. They just stayed long.
No,
and
they're not going to expend anything they don't need to. They already have great opening base speed that can outperform a lot of the crews on the course that they'll line up next to, and they've shown that all season. So they get to play the strategy of it.
The difference here is that the eventual medalists are going to do this on base speed, and the people who get into the final are going to have to do it with all the bells and whistles right now in the
yeah, because some crews are showing up here. It's like, all right, is our good enough, or is our best good enough? I should say. You want to read out the crews?
So here's our next race. Again, heavy hitting programs. George Washington in 1, Rutgers in 2, Purdue in 3, Michigan in 4, UCLA in 5, and Washington State in 6. To anchor you, that Michigan boat is in the yellow hull, which you can see easily. And it looks like they're up on Purdue. These guys have raced each other a number of times already. Michigan has come out on top there as the winning crew both times, which made them the 2nd seed, and that is showing up. Again, it looks to me like we're going to have Purdue, who's going hard after Michigan, wanting to move back up a little bit of steering out of their coxswain, see if that has an effect. Probably that's an indication at about 2 minutes in, so about 750 meters or so, that they were trying to make a move. This is also about where Michigan likes to take a lift and go, and Michigan taking 2 and 3 seats. Again, you can see a bucket in that Michigan boat between 7 and 6, which puts the stroke and the bow on the same side. Michigan slowly taking a seat or 2 here on Purdue. And if there's a difference here, if you look at the Michigan blades going in, and I know we've been I do some consulting for them and watch their video and put comments.
You know a good amount about the Michigan crews.
And I know good about them, but this year, because I've been seeing their video 2 and 3 times a week, I know what they've been working on.
Right.
And that sort of soft, direct catch, pressing in the legs, no extra wasted energy in the blade going in, is what they've been working on in this part of the race. And it's doing that. I know that right now their coxswain is trying to focus them on the next move.
Next move of the race.
All they're trying to do here is get 4 seats or so over about 400 meters, and it's working.
But that Purdue crew's not going to go away.
They're not going
their
away.
new head coach, I mean, the Purdue won the Team Points Trophy last year. They were deep across all the 8s on the men's and women's side. New head coach Jack Kalmanson in his first year really brought a lot. It's one of those spots where it's like, it's not a down year with the new coach. It's not a rebuilding, not a resetting. He popped into an already strong program, and I think is one of those guys. He's going to prove it this weekend, or at least set the out there. Is he a ceiling raiser, right?
And that
it's
Purdue
not,
crew, you can see actually lengthening out nicely here. They sort of
absolutely.
When they were side to side a little bit, there was a lot of that extra energy, and now they've actually, their coxswain seems to have given them a really nice call to, hey, let's stay long, let's stay pushing. Those two crews have separated from themselves from what is an amazing race here.
For the third spot.
Rutgers, UCLA, and Washington State.
So the Washington State guys came by the announcer's tent. They are incredibly energized for the race this weekend in the 2V, in the 1V. Something special about their program. They always, at college game day football, their flag, Old Crimson, is at every single college game day. I think 317 iterations of it. And they forgot their team flag this weekend, and they reached out to the alum who had it. They happened to be in Atlanta and made a quick trip over to bring the Old Crimson here to represent. So they are honored and incredibly energized to have that here and put down cruise speeds that hopefully get them into the A final. I know the 1B is going to make a push for that.
We've had a big move here now from UCLA, who has separated themselves out of that into the 3rd place, looking with 500 meters to go, bow to stern on the other crews, Washington State and Rutgers, to try and claim that 3rd. Michigan is now broken some open water there, and is going to take this. They're lengthening out, I'm imagining. Purdue also lengthening out. They're still up high. They're still pushing.
Sure.
But a very nice move here by UCLA. And gorgeous blade work there, swinging together, good rhythm to get in there. Like we said, you have to row well, but those 2 crews, Purdue and Michigan, doing it on base speed.
Absolutely.
And it seems like UCLA able to make that move on base speed as well.
Yeah, and just a great stroke from UCLA, really defined. They've been bringing that for the last few years, especially their national championship year in the 1v8. Michigan doing the same thing, another very, very defined stroke, one that has moved through a couple other programs, through the ACRA and through collegiate level rowing.
I just love the hang that these guys have. This is a very technically adept boat.
Yes.
And you could see their arms just getting stretched out. Again, the skeletal rowing, as we're calling it. Only one guy we've been working on all spring. His shoulder is still popping up and rolling a little bit. That's just the way he is. And here's Purdue. You see very similar. The blades going in, and then the press in the hips and the core It's not throwing the back. It's
No.
not trying to be violent. It's just sort of doing that. Michigan comes across
Great
here
step and squeeze.
in about 6:15 or so, which would be about the same speed as Virginia. 6:16.3, followed by George Washington.
UCLA punches
UCLA
their ticket to the A
taking third.
final. That is Rutgers and Washington State, and that is our team from George Washington University rounding out. Just missing the B final from this event, but that's a really great statement from all these 2V8s that A finals going and B finals, but they're going to be fast.
And it
They're
looks
going to
like
be
it,
electric.
you know, if we're trying to handicap it without scripting it too much, it looks like the old school rivalry, the OG matchup of Michigan and Virginia coming into that
Coming into
2V,
play.
which has happened so many times. But you know, you don't count the other crews out because you don't know what their approach was. You know, Purdue could have just said, "That's fine. They can move. It's okay. We're in good spot to move forward, and that's our goal." You know, Michigan could have spent too much, but they looked fairly composed and under control to me.
Coming up next, we have the men's varsity 8 CDE semifinal. The top two from this event will go to the C final directly. The next two will go to the D final. The last crew will go to the E final. We'll have 5 crews in 3 semifinals for this event. They are locked in at the stake boats,
Yeah. You can watch
getting
the best
ready
in the house anyway.
to row.
Yeah, that's really good. So you don't go by Zelenka anymore. What's the married name, sir? McElduff. We can handle that. So
Crews
we
lined
s-
up
we
in beautiful
s-
water.
Yeah, we see they're getting poled. They're all sitting at the catch ready to go. It's the grand silence
Yes.
before the start.
Which is such a great difference from when they came down. We could hear all those coxswains shouting as we heard them at
This
like the
explosion.
13, and it's so funny. It's 7 people. It's 7 people, and it's so loud. I know we also have the oars and we have the oar locks clamping and all that stuff, but it's 7 people, and it sounds like a
Little
stampede coming
people,
through.
Big voices.
It's really they make a huge presence and they lead
we are,
their crews
are very
down the
happy
line.
to have with us someone who's experienced this at an Olympic level, and we will start speaking a little bit with her and one of our honorees for the ACRA Hall of Fame, Sarah McElduff Zelenka, and she is the first person that we know of. First woman we know of to have both an ACRA gold and an Olympic or a World Championship gold. Yeah, there you go. So that race is off. We're gonna let it run just a little bit. So Sarah, thank you for joining us and stuff like that. You did all of your rowing as a walk-on at a club program in Allendale, Michigan. So you know, sort of out on the frozen western tundra, the Grand River. What is it that you learned in club rowing that was most important for you to know when you went and lined up in the pair at the 2012 Olympics in that grand silence there?
Yep, I would just say that, the club rowing mentality is grit and determination and just hard work. That's it. And so knowing that I came from that level and being up against girls that maybe had a little bit of a higher level experience to start. To have like a higher level to start. It just, having that grit mindset really, helps you get that confidence to face those people and compete with them.
Yeah. So at the elite level, they hold the start a little longer before they go.
Oh, yeah.
So what's the longest you think you sat between the first and the second command?
Oh, 15 seconds
15
maybe,
seconds.
but it felt like eternity. And you're just like, when is it going to go?
And your bow is in the boot, so you can't move
Right.
if you wanted to.
Right.
We're gonna set up this race, and we'll come right back to you for another question or two. So this is the men's varsity 8 CDE semifinals. And what we have here are the top 2 go to the C final, 3 and 4 to the D final, and 5 and 6 or 5, 6, and 7 maybe go to the E final.
So
that is
right
an
now-
E final. That is 30 Varsity
30
Apes
crews.
Racing.
Right now, the battle, I believe, is between the Minnesota Golden Gophers and the University of Cal Irvine crew, who are neck and neck right now. Really close. I think Georgia Tech, Penn State, and UCSB fell off the pace a little bit more. UCSB is still up there, but really tight race up there to earn that C final spot.
Yeah,
as UCI.
Scott was saying that his crew just sort of fell off the last little edge that they wanted to be up in the AB semifinals that we'll see a little bit later.
Right.
So now they're coming back, as is Irvine, to say, actually, it's better to be 13th in the nation than it is. They could possibly
And
have 30th in the nation.
We've
as
talked
we
about
start.
the highlights of bringing eights and trying to turn your ACRA club into an eights program. It takes time and it takes a lot. And even that first time you do it, it's like, what did we do this for if we're just getting, D final, E final stuff that doesn't feel good. But it's something to champion.
UCSB clearly rowing a very prioritized 4 here.
Yeah, but it's very important to point out those years where it's like this is the highest program finish overall is 13th in the country, 14th in the country, and the teams, both the student leadership, which is what comes down to for all clubs, and the coaching leadership that they hire, the ones who want to point out the full program wins and not just the short term, this year, that year, what did I get, but what did we all get? That's where it goes a long way. So
Sarah said that she wasn't much of a public speaker, but I'm going to put her on the spot and ask her, she's sitting here watching this great video feed, what are you seeing in the rowing?
It looks like they're very close. They're all rowing out of their puddles, which, that was a big thing under John Bancari. You had to be out of your puddles. Looks like their cadence is starting to come up a bit, which is good. Very close race between the top two boats. It's anybody's race right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And now as they come by in real life here in front of us, you can also just pick up the energy that's going there. These guys are going after it.
Yeah,
Minnesota has
Minnesota
something to show
has
here.
established more of a lead than we saw in that first 750, that first 1K where UCI was neck and neck with them, leading. Georgia Tech crew in that 8 also pushing themselves up and above that UCSB crew in that outside lane. Really well done from them. A little bit heavy at the catch there, but I think they're still working their way out of their puddles with the bright yellow jacket, shell, and oars there. So really impressed to see that. We'll see how if they can hold on here to hold off UCSB and what's going to happen when they make it to the D final.
So, what we have here is 3 very clear classes of speed going on. The 2 that are going to go into the C final, separated from the 2 that are going to go to the D final, separated from the Penn State crew that's going to go to the E final here. And so, again, this is base speed rowing, as we talked about. This is not the bells and whistles. This is just what power do we have in our boat. And as we said, if you want to win at this level right now, you've got to be able to do it in base speed. And then it's in the final that you'll see a Virginia or a Michigan or a Notre Dame sort of throw something that you haven't seen, a gear that you haven't seen. As we're coming into this final, Sarah, how did you have to think about, so the Olympic program is over about 5 or 6 days, right?
Oh, yeah.
And you have day on, day off, day on, day off, day on, day off. What did you focus on from one race to the next? Like, say you were just making, your level final that you did in the semis or in the reps, I guess it would be semis. What are the types of things that you would focus on to try and move in the final?
So like you said, the semi or the rep that we did was more about the base speed and trying to stay up there with, the top boat to make the A final. And then once you're in the A final, it's really about fine-tuning, just throwing it all out there, gas to the wall, and giving it your all no matter what, like you're dead at the end. And that's a big difference between your first race versus your last race, because you're letting it all out there at the end.
And you're having to do it against people with completely elite physiologies, these sort of freaks of nature who show up at the Olympics, like yourself, who have the ability to do this at a level that even a really good rower, national champion, NC2A champion doesn't necessarily have. Anyone that you raced against that stood out particularly as someone that you were always aware of having to know that they were on the course with you?
Yeah, so just in our camp alone, we had like amazing rowers that we would train with day to day. But when I raced at the Olympics, the GB pair was, the top contender, and they were always top of the line, perfect technique, and just could go forever. And that was like our main people that we would focus on trying to emulate.
And were you able to hold with them as you lined up with them, and how? Tell us a little bit about that race on the water.
So our strategy was we never had a great start, but we had an awesome middle, and we could sprint really good at the end. And so their strategy was more to get out ahead and try to keep the lead the whole time. Probably makes more sense, but with our underdog mentality, we were like, we're going to go and we're going to race to the end and try to beat them in the end. And it didn't work in our favor, this time, but we were also brand new. We were newbies to the pair and to the Olympics.
The Olympics, yeah.
So, I mean, we definitely had a lot to learn after that, but it was a great experience.
Yeah, and every time you come to a new level, you have to figure it out and learn it. So where are we in this next
We
race?
are just over 500 meters into the CDE final, semifinal number 2 for the men's varsity 8. Northwestern out in the lead right now with UNC men, Tar Heels out of Chapel Hill, tightly contesting, trying to establish that. But Northwestern had a lot of really good speed off of the start. And we're going to see if that is speed that they sustain. I think UNC is going to try to chew into that lead. URI on the right side of your screen, and beside them, that is the crew from,
as we're looking at our lists here,
Oklahoma State. Thank you. Here we go. Virginia Tech on the left side of your screen there. Northwestern sustaining. They're through the 1K mark, and whatever UNC is doing to hold on to them, both of those crews have established that they are either open water on the rest of the field or stern, walking away from the bow of these other crews. Really long, strong swing from these Northwestern crews. Got to say, I also love the uni. Very nice touch of purple there, not overdoing it, and good
Colin
paint on
has a good sense of style.
and good paint on the blades. Very easy to tell from up above. And now this side-by-side shot that our
Yeah, so this is a big
doing.
thing for Northwestern to be racing 2.8s here. Varsity 8 also racing well.
Right, that seemed new to me. I'm really happy to see
and
them
Colin
up here in
has
the 8
been for many years.
This is another
Northwestern
Michigan.
was a let's go race a 4, maybe we'll race a pair
Yeah.
sort of program. And now he's been able to convince them that the 8 is the way to go. And it's great to see 2V again. I mean, their goal was to make the B final, and they just missed that. But now they're going to show and
it's
lay
on a
down
greater
something in the
path.
C final.
And it's all about what's the highest program finish. We got Northwestern parents and supporters on the side going crazy for their crew as it passes by and cruises in to the 1,500-meter mark. Chapel Hill still close on their tail. A little bit of missed water from the bowman, but otherwise the front 7 are
and
stepping
Virginia
on it.
Tech trying to move back up. There's separation.
Tech is walking back
Yep.
up on the field. I'm really surprised they can bring that outside heat.
It's not going to be enough. They've got to make up a full length, and I don't see that in them.
But they're going to
What I do
establish
see
themselves
is
way ahead.
Northwestern having a really nice move, and that sort of pulled UNC up with them to be just out of reach there. Then also URI and Oklahoma State. Again, depending on what your goal is, but it looks like it's going to probably be Virginia Tech.
Yeah,
and,
but
Rhode
this
Island going into the
looking at
D
this is a
final.
good punch from the URI guys. They've had a lot of success in the 8 in years past, so it looks great to see them back up and on it. Really great stroke that they're putting through. So let's not count them out until we see the last red buoy float by them. Northwestern is still going to push themselves up and ahead, and I think UNC is going to try and establish
There's
themselves
a
as
lot
the
of pride in in that boat. I think they want to go out today at Northwestern and just say, hey, we are a real program. We are there. And again, it makes such a big difference to end up 13th in the nation versus 18th or 20th
Absolutely.
in the nation, but it takes this type of effort all the way down the course.
So, as we are starting to see those red buoys, Northwestern is still holding on to their lead that they got early. But here we go. Here comes UNC. That is, let's see, bow ball is around 7 seat there. It's not going to be one that they walk through and
There's
overtake,
Northwestern out in
but
lane
they are
5.
not accepting any open water between them as they come through the finish. Northwestern in the first spot.
So it looks like
And
UNC put quite a little sprint back
in a
in
move. They had a
because there
move.
was some open water, and they managed to get back into it, which is impressive there at that point. Also, maybe as you know, Sarah was saying, you've got to stitch things together, sort of from race to race. What are you going to do now? And now that sprint is part of what they're going to have to bring to the C final.
Absolutely. Virginia Tech to the line, holding on to that third. URI in the fourth spot. Oklahoma State. Cowpokes coming through, holding on. They're going to meet. Who are they going to meet? They're going to meet. Who's Penn State in the E final.
Yep, and 2 crews out of this third semifinal. So it'll be a 4-boat E final.
There we go.
So 28 crews.
Last CDE semifinal coming up for the men's V8.
In lane 1, we'll have Central Florida. Lane 2, we'll have Middlebury with their famous Moo Cow Wars.
Mm-hmm.
Lane 3, Fordham. Lane 4, UC Davis. Lane 5, Ohio State. Lane 6, Villanova. Fordham yesterday, heartbreaker.
Gutsy row.
Gutsy,
I
but
think
a heartbreaker
when
for
we
them.
see them on the course, I think they're going to be trying to make a statement here. Those guys were cooking out of the Bronx, and just
we came across
hanging
them
on
at
the edge.
end of the regatta, and they were gutted, as the Brits would say. You know, just they came here with a goal of trying to be in the B final, in the top 12 in the nation as they rebuild their program, which is in some ways a ridiculously lofty goal to say, hey, we're just getting this going.
And they were
let's go
knocking
be
at
in
the
the
door.
top 12. And
They're
they were
knocking at the
right
door.
on the door. But I'm
And
interested to see what they do here, and it looks like they're just out. Or are they in second?
that is looking at the
That's
cheat
four.
sheet one.
That is UC
Davis up a little bit
front,
up on
and
them.
Fordham about 4 or 5 seats back, but they're laying their claim here, and Ohio State also up, sort of still in contact with Fordham. Again, we can see the road on the left side, so 2 minutes and 19 seconds in, they're about 7:50 into this race. A little
But
bit
that
more.
fight in the third spot to hold on to one of the two D final spots, that is Middlebury, that is Ohio State, that is Villanova. Nope, that is Central Florida, Middlebury, and Ohio State holding on. And they're in just a dead heat together. I
Yeah.
don't see any separation between them. You see Davis here holding together a really good row, but Fordham's trying to make just stroke after stroke, not make a move, but use the body of their race to hold even with this crew, because if they have the chance to strike, I think they're going to go for it in the red buoys.
So if you're home and watching this and you're wondering what should we do tomorrow, it's Sunday, maybe we'll go to church, maybe
Only one thing
we'll
to
go
do.
brunch, right? I just want you to imagine what's happening here and how close these races have been in going to the C final and going to the D final and going to the E final. Now you regroup all of those crews at about the same level, and it's going to be a heck of a regatta here.
Yeah. Fordham's chewing into UC Davis's lead. We can see that is Ohio State on the left side of the screen, holding on, and I think a little bit ahead of that Middlebury and Central Florida crew. Really great to see Central Florida here. I got to catch up with their coaches a little bit.
Fordham's
Fordham's closing.
been moving quite nicely here, and as I watch the racing, they're getting a more effective length through the water right now. They're not missing the water. Over in UC Davis, they're sort of not really getting locked on until about 6 inches into their drive right now. Maybe, again, trying too hard. As
Five-man of the
try to
Fordham
take
crew
a
doing a
10.
great job of really transferring that stroke length from the stern fore all the way back to bow. But, yeah, that is Ohio State Buckeyes looking at the third spot in this final, and that is the Middlebury crew just a little bit ahead of Central Florida. Really great to see them yesterday. It meant their coaches, and they're talking about getting access back to their lake and some of the things it takes to develop
so here we have
program.
a nice overhead shot here of this move that's coming as I wish we could see Fordham again on there, because I think they're moving, and you're just going to see what looks more like a Henley race from England of these two crews really right next to each other, continuing to move. Fordham is continuing to move. They're down to 2 seats, And you just can't see it in the thing, but there's a great race going on.
Yeah,
as
it's a
they're
great
pushing
race,
up.
and UC Davis is getting some love from their supporters, their
are.
teammates on the side, so they're getting a little bit of boost to energy. They are all through the 1,500-meter mark. Ohio State is through the 1,500-meter mark, as is Middlebury, soon to be UC F. The
This
Knights.
is so exciting. This is what we love. And
Villanova
these guys are
Wildcats.
putting it out.
Yep. Are now through the 1,500-meter mark, and they are not too far off the back of Central Florida. If they make a move now, and if they empty out the tank, they can be overlapping with some of those crews as they come through. Great to see Villanova here in the 8s. And now they're going stroke for stroke in that 1-2 spot up here. Fordham a little bit behind UC Davis. I think, what is that? That is...
They've been clearly taking a seat about every 4 or 5 strokes.
Yeah,
and
so
they
now
have
6-man
the time
lined
to
up
do
with
it.
the Cox there.
So
looking
now
to break
we're
the
gonna
bell
see,
ball.
because it's only the semifinal, what decisions those coxswains and those crews make.
Right.
But in this case, my guess is that they're going to go for it.
I remember
'cause why
seeing
not win?
Rutgers in a similar space like this last year. They came down and they were new. I think Lehigh as well had a lot to prove when they were here last year, and they put something out in the semifinal where it's like, I know where we put ourselves in the heats, but this is how fast we really are.
And I could just see on that sideways shot that UC Davis, their blades just started to clip the buoys, and the coxswain had to readjust, and that just gave the momentum back to Fordham, as Fordham now starting to put on their sprint. A little bit of steering from UC Davis just cost them a bit of momentum. We'll see if that's going to make a difference.
That said, UC Davis is moving now.
Yep,
they
they're
going to
hold on.
a whole
Great
other
work.
gear, and it still comes down to 2 seats here.
Great
at the
work.
finish. That is just a great race.
Great work by the UC Davis crew.
And the best part, they got to come back tomorrow
And do it again.
with all those other crews.
Great work by them. Challenged the whole way down, but not shaken, not
So,
stirred.
I mean, here's the
that is-
C-final. You'll be seeing Minnesota, UC Irvine, Northwestern, North Carolina, UC Davis, and Fordham. And it's going to fly. That CD semifinal was faster than the other two. But,
Yeah.
they were
I believe it.
definitely battling out there. Sarah, best battle you've ever had in racing?
Oh God, where we've won?
Doesn't have to be.
I actually lost the closest race I had to Harvard by a bow ball, but I beat them back at Eastern Sprints later, so it was fine.
Well, I'd have to say the Olympic final. I mean, we were neck and neck with GB, Australia, and New Zealand, and it came down to like 0.2 seconds between 3 of us, between second, third, and fourth. And we actually ended up on the off stroke as they were on the on stroke, and so we just missed medaling by 0.2 seconds.
Well, we'll give you an honorary medal here. We did. We inducted you into. They gave you a medal. Why?
Somebody gave some bookstore owner just gave all the 4th place winners that were very close like a homemade medal.
I love that.
That's actually pretty cool. A little DIY Olympic glory. So appropriate for the club rower in the Olympics.
And what we have now is we have the women's varsity 8A-B semifinal on the course, just under 500 meters in. This is going to be 3 to the grand final tomorrow,
And so,
and
Sarah,
the remaining
this
crews
was
to the
your
B
event.
final.
How many times did you row in the grand final for the women's 8 at ACRA? 3 probably.
2 times.
2.
Yeah, 2 times.
Cool.
And from the left side to the right side of your screen, from this beautiful drone shot, as it rotates around, is going to be Purdue, WashU, Vanderbilt, last year's champion, Bowdoin, who's going to be contesting that, UC Santa Barbara, and William and Mary forming our classic chevron. Vanderbilt, coached by John Miller, with 1 bucket in the crew, leading the pack. They had a pretty commanding lead in the heat yesterday. I imagine they have that planned today. But right now, overlap from the Bowdoin Polar Bears.
And they're at about 2 minutes in, 2.5 minutes in. This is about where they're going to start to lay some grit down on the other crews. Again, you can just see even in the last 10 strokes, they've just started to move out on these other 2 crews that are in a pretty tight race. And they want to get themselves out of that.
Yeah, it looks like Bowdoin is also starting to establish themselves as the second-place crew. Really excited to see this Bowdoin crew. One of the athletes in that boat, Abby Steinwachs, a former teammate of mine, the Steinwachs family, very supporter, a great supportive base out of Sarasota, Florida. So great to see them represented here. This is her last ACRA Nationals. This is her last time rowing in a race for Bowdoin in her career, so she's going to try and see it out by qualifying for the A final, potentially contesting for a medal. So great to see her out here.
And here we have that Vandy crew, Vanderbilt, with that sort of yellow V, stylized yellow V.
Stylized, very much
on
like the
their
rest of
oars,
their
absolutely, for sure.
other
They
gear.
are trying to do a hard thing, which is to repeat
Yes.
as the champion for the first time in their program's history. Last year was a big move for them, and now they're coming back with 2.8s.
2.8s.
And their 2v8 is also very good. They've been
Shockingly fast.
beating up on each other in practice. Some really nice, strong, power-based rowing,
Yeah.
which is coming really, I think, thanks to the national team actually coming to dominate the women's rowing style. It wasn't always that.
Yeah, stroke
There was
isn't
this
like
idea that women couldn't somehow be powerful through the water. They had to slip and go or something.
Yeah,
like
stroke
that.
isn't like jumping off the catch in a way where they're trying to zip away from the boat. They're stepping, squeezing, almost deadlifting it through. Wash U, great to see them up in the 8. They're now contesting Bowdoin, while all crews have been kind of left behind, a couple buoys worth of open water between them and Vandy. But Wash U excelled in the pair last year in the small boats, and I think some of the athletes back from that pair are in this 8 this year returning, so really great to see them stepping up into a really hard category to race. Bowdoin still with a couple seats up on Wash U St. Louis.
Absolutely. And here you get the top 3, right? It's only 2 semifinals, so there's a little more grace than we were seeing in the men's CDE semifinals, where it was only 2. So there's some space to do that. And now we
I don't know if there's enough space to really give it that grace, because now this crew on the outside of Wash U,
they don't have to get second.
you got Purdue on the outside trying to bring the heat. They are not here to settle for a B final. They are here
Absolutely.
to prove that they're back in the A final, making a shot for the first spot.
But we do just, before we talk about this race, Vanderbilt is just opening some multiple cans of whoop right now.
Right.
Still in their base, right? So still very much under control. But 3 boats across, as you see, as Purdue is moving back
That's
up.
the thing. They're
Wash
climbing.
U is there.
And then on the other side,
Bowdoin is there.
UCSB is not going away. They still have a little bit of overlap. Oh, this is a move by Purdue, who are trying to walk up and eat up a couple seats. Let's see if Wash U is aware.
They still have,
enough
with 500
to
meters to go, they still have 4 or 5 seats just right on the edge of, is it enough space that you can hold them off, or can you move? But if they're going to do it, they can't wait till the last 20 strokes. They've got to start going now. And yeah, Sarah's sitting here going, now. It never leaves you. The instinct just never leaves you.
Yeah, I'd be on the shore saying, fight for it, fight for it, fight for it. Bowdoin, Polar Bears, they're swinging, they're stepping through. That oar is swiveling through with maximum press out on the oar lock. Really good send and squeeze there from the crew out of Maine.
So, again, I think those 2 crews in second and third are doing enough to hold off Purdue, but
We'll
Purdue
see.
is pushing them to do that. No one's getting to sort of settle out and just sort of finish off their race, except for Vanderbilt, who looks right now like they've sort of shifted a little bit and are marking the race in front behind them, which is exactly what a potential gold medal crew should be able to do at this point.
Great work, long swing, good layback. Everything that they have loaded up to move the boat in the front end is being transferred back through really nice puddles here.
For those of you who want to shut down a race a little bit, it's always full pressure. You stay at full pressure. You just lengthen out the stroke. If you come off the pressure, it can mess up the feel of the boat, and then you come off, it didn't feel so good. You still want to make it feel good.
As they come down to the closing moments of this race, incredible performance by this Vanderbilt crew, and a historic year by this Vanderbilt crew contesting against some of the top NCAA teams in the country, and showing their class now as they dominate this first semifinal, the women's Varsity 8, with the win.
Purdue was just moving up there. I'm just going to say that in that tiny little bit of stuff that we saw. But
And
not enough.
So that was a move that Wash U was able to absorb and I think react from. So Polar Bears in the second place spot. Wash U no more than a second off of them, followed by Purdue, followed by the UC Santa Barbara crew, followed by William and Mary, who have yet to make it through the line. Yep. Whoa, 1/10 of a second
Wow.
separating Wash U and Bowdoin. Less than that.
1/10.
I'm not doing the math. Well, William and Mary through the line.
That would be 6/100ths of a second.
One more semifinal to follow for the women's Varsity 8 to seal the grand final draw and the B final draw, the petite final.
So we want to say thanks to Sarah. She's going off. She was kind enough to drop in for us and to drop in for the day. Congratulations again on being in the inaugural Hall of Fame class here for ACRA, and thank you for representing club rowing in the rowing world and showing just how excellent you can be.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Take care.
So a great race by Vanderbilt out there. We're going to try and see here Northwestern in the next one try and do the same thing, along with Middlebury in the middle. Northwestern definitely wanting to pick up on this same sort of approach. Again, both coaches having been coached by Greg Hartsoff and me at Michigan, they both have some fundamental things that they do in a relatively similar way. And what we have here is they're going off in lane 1, Vermont, lane 2, Rhode Island, lane 3, Middlebury, lane 4, Northwestern already out in front, lane 5, UC Irvine, and lane 6, Illinois. Illinois working hard to establish themselves on the women's side as an 8 school. Very strong novice boat this year is going to come in and infuse this boat for next year with a good thing. But very nice rowing here. Again, base speed work in the purple boat from Northwestern. Really sitting up and pushing. The blades could get buried all the way a little bit quicker. Just a little lift with the inboard hand would be helpful. Sort of scratching the surface right now. Maybe if they were to relax their shoulders a bit, but they still have the speed to move out, and we're still only talking at about being 2.5 minutes in, just when they want to start to take a big move here, which it looks like they're doing. Now the blades are dropping in and they're pushing the whole way. It's almost as if the coxswain could hear me.
Northwestern had a great heat yesterday. They were pushed up to the very last stroke by Bowdoin, who did the same thing in their last semifinal, but now Northwestern has a little bit more space to work here. Middlebury is nearby, and we have UC Irvine also pushing them along. Illinois, Vermont, URI on the outside lane. So really great work.
And so again, the same sort of base speed working, and it looks though like we have some very tight racing in there between UC Irvine on one side and Middlebury on the other, and not too far behind them is Rhode Island out.
Yeah,
in there
actually,
too.
let me set the scene. This is a really tight race for that top 3 spots. Northwestern is out and ahead, but nothing is decided for the second or the third spot. I believe that was the UC Irvine crew just barely. Let me make sure I'm looking at the lanes correctly. Yeah, lane
Irvine is in second right now.
4. Yeah, Irvine just barely making it through
Moving
the
up on
buoys
Middlebury.
ahead of Middlebury, who I don't know if there's the cow print or on it. Okay, I thought it was going crazy. URI still in the mix though. URI is
With
not
the
to be
light-
dropped,
the
not
light
to be
sky blue there.
Yep, not to be forgotten. That women's crew does a fantastic job. I remember watching them in
and
the
we
8th
still
last
have
year,
750
making a remark.
meters. We're starting to hear parental cowbells.
Yep.
And that means it's time to sort of go. We have Illinois trying to push up into that as well in lane 6. And they're still in contact. So sort of interesting to see who's gonna be where. And Rhode Island putting a nice little move there. Maybe they'll bring Illinois with them.
I think they will. And Irvine is holding off Middlebury right now, but I'd say Middlebury is just a little bit quicker off the catch with efficient power. But I don't know if it's enough because maybe I think the UC Irvine crew, although a little bit more patient, squeeze out the catch,
a little stronger.
they're sending it. Yeah, there's more press per stroke. Northwestern, pair of buoys between them and the rest of the field. UC Irvine holding on as they pass my line of sight. Yep, just a seat or two, maybe a deck ahead of the Middlebury crew. But Middlebury has to worry a little bit more about URI before they worry about if they're ahead or not.
Yep.
Of
Illinois and Vermont in a battle there too for 5th, but just off the back.
Man, look at this. These bows are going back and forth. Is it 3? Is it 5? Shaking a little bit. Is it going to be really great? 2 is on the screen.
Pointing
They're-
itself up there.
Yep. They're part of the conversation. They're only, right, it's only one pair of buoys separating those crews. That's so close all in all. It might look, from this fantastic drone shot that there's all this space, but really it's coming down to seconds and
there's
decimals.
URI, again, trying to move up. Now, URI has to do it now.
Right now, before the red buoys, before the 500.
Move, they've got to start to get up into those crews because 2 of these 3 get to go to the grand final.
Because Middlebury's doing it now, right? So if they go, you got to go. Doesn't matter what the game plan was. It has to be enacted right this second.
Every plan is a basis for change.
And I think Middlebury is just a little bit ahead of UCI now from what I'm looking at.
I agree.
And
Rhode Island coming, but I think they're going to run out of water.
They might run out of water, but they're going with URI, and no, they don't have decks close enough together to say that they're really going to take UCI's spot, but Irvine, because they're long and strong, they're in the red buoys. I think those finish lines are coming up. So Rhode Island, let's see if they go.
Having made a push, Rhode Island is not where they weren't able to sustain it and really get up.
But there goes Middlebury. They are walking away
in
the King from the Irvine crew that they've been neck and neck with.
Irvine Coxon clearly aware of where the other crew
Northwestern
is.
first through the line.
And about a 7-11 or so.
And Middlebury second through the line. Irvine holding on to third for the A final finish. Great work by the URI Rams out of Kingston, Rhode Island. Following through, leading their way to the B final. That is Vermont, just edging out Illinois, who is squeezing their way through. Wow, great racing from all the women's varsity eights. Love to see the depth in that event this weekend.
And so Vanderbilt at a 7:09 and change, and Northwestern at a 7:10 and change. So similar class of speed to win their two semifinals, and pretty clear that that's going to be a barn burner tomorrow.
That is. That's going to be seats planted, butts planted on seats. You gotta watch that. It is coming. It is now. It is the men's Varsity 8 AB semifinal number 1. The top 3 crews from this event will move on to the grand final. The next 4 crews will head to next 3 crews will head to the petite final for the weekend. So some of them will be looking for top 6 in the country. Some will be looking for spots 7 through 12 in the country. I need to see for a second.
So we have in lane 1.
They should be on the course.
Lane 1, Grand Valley. Lane 2, Bucknell. Lane 3, Rutgers. Lane 4, Virginia. Lane 5, UCLA. Lane 6, Michigan.
Man, what a draw!
That is a heck of a race.
Heck of a heat.
Saw that as a final.
Yeah,
that was there.
Absolutely. And look, and they're showing us the same thing. Nobody's open on anybody. There is so many boats and oars overlapping right now. They are
Virginia is putting itself out about 750 meters in there. That's their start. That's what they do.
That's their start, but that start earned them open water by this point yesterday, I think.
Yeah,
so.
But this is, again, we've recycled the crews into this. UCLA up in second spot, and then it looks like Rutgers and Michigan, who have been racing each other tight all year, and Bucknell, who's also been in that group. Those 3 crews have seen each other multiple places. They were all at the Kerr Cup in Philadelphia, and Michigan led Purdue to about I want to say about 1,500 meters. So it's going to be a tight race. UCLA showing some real classy speed to move back up into Virginia.
Yeah.
Which means that no one's going to sort of be out of that. And you have Grand Valley is the only one who's fallen off the pace.
No one's out of the mix entirely, though. So Virginia in the 1 spot right now. UCLA holding the 2 spot. Rutgers and that is Bucknell. They're not making a move early, but they're trying to establish themselves in 3rd as soon as possible so that other crews have to move through them.
I think Michigan is just barely up over Rutgers, but Bucknell, they have the dark hull and it's hard to see what's there. And Bucknell has beaten Michigan earlier in the season.
And that's what I think. I think they're up on Rutgers and Michigan right now.
Just a seat or 2, though. And we're still maybe coming into the 1,000. We don't have the clock showing anymore.
Sure, right.
The
ink hasn't dried on the paper, but really impressive seat from that Bucknell crew. Tyler Leong, Cox in that crew. He was in, I think, the 3v8 last year. Has moved up to the 1v8 this year.
Yeah.
Real
Bucknell moving
workhorse.
up on Rutgers. They have 2 and 3 seats, and it may be enough. I think Michigan within a seat of Bucknell.
Yes.
With another move to sort of make as they go up. So the question is going to be, and they're still in contact with UCLA, both of those crews. So there's a lot of input into those crews to go there. Again, racing to make the final. Michigan missed the final last year. There's a lot of pent-up desire in that.
Virginia starting to open it up on the rest of the field. No open water in anybody yet, but UCLA is holding on to that 2 spot. Bucknell, I'm going to say half a seat up on Michigan for that 3 spot right now, but Rutgers is charging back into it too. I'm going to look at my eyes now.
It's going to be a heck of a race.
Yeah.
Rutgers has a couple of good ergs in there, so they have
I'm
sprint
sure
in there. They have a sprint in them, and they're moving now even with Bucknell.
But Michigan's starting to pick up.
Rutgers, Michigan all within a seat and a half there.
There they go.
Still holding on to the UCLA stern
deck. And Michigan's already started their last lift of the race in that triple bucket. They always are picking up speed in that last 600 meters before everyone else thinks to do it, way before the red buoys. So we're going to see if they can enact that to earn their way into the A final.
Their challenge is that race between
Rutgers and Bucknell.
Rutgers and Bucknell on the other side of the course is just blistering.
Right, because they need to bring the outside heat.
They don't have contact to that. So their Cox and Hank is just having to tell them, we're right there, we got to go.
Right there. Don't over-focus on the other crews, but they do matter, right? They do impact our row right here. So the heads moving around.
When you look at that Bucknell crew, just such nice length and such great blade work in there. And
5-man of the Rutgers crew was looking out every couple of strokes. Hopefully that doesn't cost him a bow ball, because Bucknell is swinging past them like a little bit of a slingshot. They are so direct and precise to the water. Big guys in that 5-6-4
One of those
spot
crews
there.
goes through, one of them doesn't, unless Michigan's doing something on the outside that we can't see right now.
And now Rutgers has their bow ball back.
Rutgers taking a little surge there.
Those are those ergs you're talking about. That's that sprint. Wow, Bowman of the UCLA crew is holding on to the Virginia stern. He doesn't want to let them go. He does not want them to get open water here. Coming in pretty close to see what the final times are going to be on this course. Virginia is through the line, UCLA, and it is going to be Rutgers who is holding on to that 3 spot.
And
Bucknell,
then Michigan about a length back.
Incredible. What a tight race from all those crews. Really impressive, because Rutgers, I think last year, was that right? They were on the outside of the A final?
They were 5th.
They were in the A final.
Yeah.
Okay. It was a grind to get in there. So they were back in the A final. 6:01, 6:04, 6:06 on these times. 6:07.
So
0.6 of a second separating Rutgers and Bucknell.
Bucknell will go to the B final. Michigan pulls in a 6:09.
Well rode.
And then Grand Valley a little off the pace, but they put their race in to be in this group.
Absolutely.
So they'll finish in the top 12 in the nation.
Great work by the Grand Valley Lakers Navy to make it back to the AB semifinal and now to the B final, fighting for the petite spot. It is midway through the afternoon. We have one semifinal of the 8s coming up before we start some C finals for the afternoon. If you have not been tuned in or you don't know who we are, this is Eddie Moog, joined by
Charlie Sullivan
and
Christian Yu.
Here doing the live stream announcing for ACRA National Championship, hosted by Here Now, hosted by Wrong Mavens. Thank you for tuning in. If you've missed anything, you can rewind this live stream. You can go back to this morning's live stream. You can go back to yesterday's, or you can catch the recap from Uncle Freddie, who must be thrilled with the UCLA finish right there. So many ways to keep track of the great racing happening on Oak Ridge, Melton Lake. We have the
second
semifinals on the course.
This could also read like an ACRA final.
Absolutely.
Delaware
these draws are
in
just
lane
intense.
1, George Washington lane 2, Notre Dame in lane 3, Purdue in lane 4, Orange Coast lane 5, and Washington State in lane 6.
Orange Coast, that's going to be a crew to watch. But I got to catch up with George Washington's head coach during the break here, and I think this is their first year, maybe one guy overlapping, first year with all guys who are club rowers, club athletes, none of whom are left from that shift when the program got defunded in 2020. And he's as happy as ever with those guys. They work hard. They pull hard. He's had some alums who've gone on to become coaches at the junior level and the college level who just love the sport. So really impressive to see that they have sustained speed and retained a lot of speed in the program. So
and
left
what
to
we
right
see
on your
here
screen is
go ahead.
6-lane Washington State, then Orange Coast, and Purdue in the middle in that yellow hull, next to Notre Dame in the other yellow hull, the Empacher George Washington in the 2, and Delaware in the 1 lane. What are you thinking, Charlie?
We're seeing Purdue and Notre Dame going out a little bit, getting a length. They're going to be pushing each other the whole way down.
Absolutely.
There's no crew that was out in front like Virginia was. Some nice outside speed there from Washington State, who I think we saw some good stuff, as well as Delaware out in lane 1. Orange Coast and GW trailing. When I say trailing, they're 3 seats back. Right, so it's not really.
Yeah,
trailing.
You're not going to hear from us in this one. Oh, just a little bit off the pace is so and so. Nope, it's going to go to the 1K, and then we're going to see where the cards are on the table, and then we're going to flip them over, see who has the drive to push ahead into the A final in the last 500 meters. 2 seniors from the Wash State team, I believe that was Evan and Ezra, came by to tell us a story about that old Crimson flag that made it here, and the alum who, once they heard they were in need, drove all the way from Atlanta to come watch their guys row. So a lot of excitement in that crew. They really want to rep.
And it's working for them because they are moving actually up into second place now, I think.
Yeah, that's really
over
impressive.
Notre Dame.
We were talking about how some of the times they've been
maybe
laying
not.
down. No, maybe not yet.
Sorry.
But some of the times they're laying down.
It's hard to
yeah.
tell. It's
in
actually,
years,
yes, I reassert that comment. I think
Third.
they are in third right
Yeah.
now.
In years past, man, that time would have been this. It would have been A final. It would have been that. It's like, yeah, the whole league's getting faster. But you're one of those programs that's doing that too. Purdue,
And Washington State here putting just a real gorgeous move. They've broken out of that other group here.
Good zoom
really,
in on
really
the speed
exciting.
crew from Purdue. Head coach in his first year, Jack Kelmanson, UVA alum, seems to be bringing some of that Charlottesville speed with him, and these guys who were in contention for the A final last year, in contention for medals, getting even faster this year. And God, these guys are big. They are strong, not to be undone by the Notre Dame crew, who are saying, hey, it wasn't a fluke last year. We are not just a one-erg crew. We are strong. We're fighting Irish. They're going to fight down to the last little bit of this race, about 600 meters to go before we decide who's headed to the grand final.
So what we have is no open water.
Nothing.
From 1 to 6. There's always overlap of some crew here, which means everyone remains dangerous. We're seeing Delaware make a move on the outside there. And again,
outside heat.
Probably hard that Washington State can't see what Delaware is doing. I don't think it's going to be enough. That Washington State move.
That Washington State crew
gorgeous.
is moving up. But I'm seeing in those 4 crews that are fighting for that 3rd spot, stroke for stroke for stroke, these guys are all at the same rate. They're sending at just about the same amount of meters. It's hard to separate these margins out. That's a lot of West Coast heat in these lanes 1 and 2.
Showing some nice movement.
And we watched one of their other crews use a sprint to work their way back up, and I think they're going to try
Orange Coast is pushing right here on Western Washington.
Washington's bow ball. They're hoping to break that and maybe break their hearts. So let's see what happens from these OCC
They've
guys.
just taken 2 or 3 seats
yeah,
right
in
there.
just a few strokes.
With about 300 meters to go. They're not quite into the red buoys, but almost. And this Orange Coast sprint is
gorgeous.
Intense. They're right back in with Western Washington. Maybe they spent a little bit too
Washington
much
State,
to take that Washington State. Maybe took a little bit too much there, but you can see
God, the swing
far
is
side
sending
is
it along
still
with them,
there.
right? There's some move that everyone else is getting out, but they are moving it all the way through with the length after their legs from their trunk.
It's the hang in that arm, though, and they have now gone through Washington State.
Yep, I think they're going to use this sprint to hold on. I don't think it's a 10. I think it is to the line.
Get us to the line. Get us there, please. And there it goes.
Great look by the Cougs.
They just took it up a couple of beats and are popping, making sure they get into the A final. Remembering again that those guys are freshmen and sophomores.
Yeah, walking back up on Notre Dame, who are using that bucket, putting it to good use. They're just up at a higher clip here, using their strength and the endurance they have. Oh, man, all overlap. We got Purdue surging through the line in first with a little bit of overlap from the Fighting Irish out of Notre Dame and a healthy fight from the OCC crew out of Newport, Washington State, followed by, I think that is Delaware, and then George Washington rounding out the
I
AB
want to point this
semifinal.
out.
What a race.
Purdue, 6 minutes, 1 second, .619.
Talk about it.
Virginia, 6 minutes, 1 second, .618. That is 1/1000th of a second
Incredible
difference between the 2 heats. That's
I know.
crazy.
I think
That's
he
not
says
even,
it.
You don't even know who's faster.
You don't.
there.
I know. I read it somewhere. Coach Biller really proud of his alum Jack Helmanson at Purdue and young coach, and it's a big program. And I know there's some doubts, and he just said wait till next spring. And here, look at that.
There is nothing like the first time you beat your college coach.
Never had the chance to do that, but I can't imagine the satisfaction.
There was
I can only imagine the
a
satisfaction.
whole
I
set
should
of
say.
years of when Larry Gluckman was at Trinity, that I had the privilege and honor to race against him, and we were sort of trading years back and forth. But the first time that we managed to beat him, he came up and gave me a big hug and said, "Sully, that was a great race." So that it's all good. And why don't you tell us? It looks like we have a men's double final, but we don't have lineups online.
Yeah, maybe just a brief break in the racing right now. But going back to that point with the times, you look at the heat semifinal 1, 6:01, 04, 06 for the top 3 boats, and then semifinal 2, 6:01, 04, 06. So it's going to be a cracker of a race. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so we are flying up back to the start. Yeah, it looks like there's going to be a little bit of a break in the racing here. We do have the next scheduled race is at 2:36, so in about 8 minutes' time, and that's the men's double E final. And I'm Christian Yu, probably the youngest commentator out of the 3 of us that are here today. So I've been popping in and out, letting the 2 older guys, with the experience, with the partnership that they've already had, so kind of take control of things. So privileged to have the opportunity to be here supporting all of my peers at the ACRA National Championships. I am a coxswain for the University of Florida Gators, where I was elected the new treasurer of the executive board. So really proud to be contributing to a proud Gators rowing association. So yes, I am a student. I am a student athlete who would normally be competing at this ACRA National Championships, but fortunately the contingent not strong enough to put out a men's cox boat. So I'm here instead, trying to build my repertoire as an announcer, hopefully looking towards bigger events in the future, but for now, you'll just have to bear with me. I am doing my best to gain some experience and learn from my 2 fellow colleagues, Eddie and Charlie, alongside me as well. So we get a beautiful view of the course here at the start, hovering right above the Calhoun's restaurant, which is a picturesque venue. And yeah, you can see the sediment stirred up in the middle of the course there. We had some pretty bad storm last night that definitely stirred up the water a bit, and you can still see the sediment in the water there stirred up as a result of that. If you were here yesterday, you would have known that the logs definitely presented a quite the hazard. A lot of boats fell victim, and it caused quite the delay to yesterday's racing. But today, no incidences that we've heard of, so great to see that the course is clear and racing has been largely uninterrupted with the weather, so that's been fantastic. As you see, some of these doubles starting to align themselves, about to get racing back underway. We thank you for joining us for this live coverage of the ACRA National Championships. We've been doing this on YouTube for quite a long time now, and we plan to continue to do that and provide free coverage for you all online on YouTube. So we thank you for joining us. We'll be here all weekend long. Looking forward to seeing the best club rowing has to offer here in the United States and beautiful Oak Ridge, Tennessee. As we start to get these crews in line, again, lining up on the course is the men's double E final. In lane 1, we have Wash U. Lane 2, Kansas. Lane 3, Delaware. Lane 4, Nebraska Lincoln. Lane 5, Pittsburgh. And lane 6, Sewanee. So again, this is the E final for placement the men's double, one of the larger events on the docket here. 31 entries. We saw some of the semifinals earlier this morning, and now this is the lowest of the placement finals now. So it's like, I think it's placement 24 to 30, if I'm not mistaken. If my math is correct. I don't quite. 25 to 30? Yeah, 25 to 30. I think it's 25 to 30 in the country. Yes. 25 places 25 through 30 here at the ACRA National Championships. About to be settled. This is being the E-final. This is the last these crews on the line will have to race in the event for the weekend. So we're going to see the utmost effort being placed by these athletes on the line here. Again, left to right on your screen. On the left side is lane 1. That is Wash U. Lane 2, Kansas. Lane 3, Delaware. Lane 4, Nebraska Lincoln. Lane 5, Pittsburgh. And lane 6 in that purple shell on the right-hand side is Sewanee. About to get underway here. About 3 minutes to go till the scheduled race start. Since all the crews are on the line, seemingly ready to go, the referees will give these crews the option to go maybe a few minutes early. The decision has to be unanimous across all of the athletes. If even one athlete objects, then the referees will have to be obligated to let the race play out on schedule. But it looks like we're still getting our points, so still a little bit of room to be able to get this race underway early. Great to see such a large contingent of sculling boats in attendance here at this year's edition of the ACRA National Championships. Collegiate sculling as a whole has been a little bit on the down, a little bit less attention being given to collegiate sculling across the country, but glad to see that the club teams here are taking part in such a large contingent. As we have a start, there's your start list on your screen now of the E-final, places 25 through 30, about to be decided here in the men's double here at this year's ACRA National Championships. It's the fast starters out of Pittsburgh in lane 5. Haddad and Losner look to have the initial advantage, but still very, very early in this one. And we welcome back Charlie.
Yeah, thanks. And we have here lane 1, Wash U, lane 2, Kansas, lane 3, Delaware, lane 4, University of Nebraska at Lincoln, lane 5, Pittsburgh, and lane 6, Sewanee. Again, this sort of overhead shot shows you a little bit actually of the fluid dynamics of the river, which is not a big deal, but just there's a little bit of difference there between what you have on the left side and what you have on the right side in that sort of first minute, little bit more shallow as you come to the right side.
Oh, and a little bit of a crab there from the lane 2, but I think that's Stone and Clever out of Kansas, I believe, so unfortunate for them too. But still quite early in the race, so maybe they might have the opportunity to recover, but unfortunate to see that.
They're, again, outside that breakage zone. It's hard at this level right now when you're in a final to stop the boat with a crab and come back and be in contention there.
And it continues to be that Pittsburgh boat out in front, and it looks like Delaware out of lane 3 as well, starting to track them down. Pittsburgh had a wicked fast start compared to the rest of these crews, but
Sewanee making a little move against Nebraska, but again, sort of these doubles, you can make sudden change speeds and change things a little bit. But it looks like we're sort of settling into not nearly as tight and exciting a race as we were just seeing in those AB semifinals for the men's 8.
Yeah, that's the nature of the smaller boats. They're a lot more room for variation, but as we've seen as the rounds have progressed, the racing has gotten tighter and tighter. And if you're on the top end of these, lower placement files, you're gonna come out here with a point to prove, maybe to try and see how you stack up against some of the boats in the higher finals. So as we zoom in on this Pittsburgh double here, maybe they'll be trying to put out a competitive time to see if they could if they can maybe place against some of the boats in the D final. I think that would be my goal if I were in that Pittsburgh double. But they seem to be out in front by a comfortable margin at the moment.
That's some very nice controlled sculling. Not particularly high in their rating, but very technically good. Very nice sort of push off the blades at the end of the stroke, squeezing the elbows through the body, squeezing the handles into the ribs, and you can just see that the timing is pretty good. Every so often, the left hand of the bowman gets out a little bit, but most of the time, all the time, 3 of the 4 oars are matched, and most of the time, the 4th oar is matched too. That's sort of how many variables there are in the propulsion of the boat here, which makes this double a real challenge to row.
Yeah, absolutely. Double the oars, double the chaos.
Double the speed.
With these sculling, but yes, also maybe double the speed there. But yeah, with these sculling events, it's so important to stay connected to the water, right? If your boat is, if you're moving more water than the rest of than another boat, then you're probably going to be the one that's going faster. So
yeah,
it's so important to stay connected. It's very easy to get disconnected from the water with these smaller blades. We only have one hand controlling each blade, so very important to stay connected to the water.
And at the same time, though, because you have oars in both hands, you're able to get out there and balance on it and hang on it for yourself, not have to match. That's one thing you don't have to do. What you do in the pair, your balance comes from matching with a partner, somebody else. You have to really feel it. Here you feel it within your own body. And even with very novice-y scullers, when you're just teaching kids how to row, they can figure that out pretty quickly.
Here's a great shot of that Delaware boat on the left, Nebraska Lincoln on the right, and that bright red hull. A little bit of an adjustment steering for that Nebraska crew, but right back on the speed, still trying to hold connection with that Delaware crew. I believe that Nebraska crew was fighting for third with the Sewanee crew on the right-hand side, currently not on your screen. We'll have to see where they stand, but these might be your top 3 scullers, I believe.
And this is a final, right? So this is the last row of the year. It's the race that you've been aiming for. If you finish in the E final, that's going to make you 25th.
25th through 30, yep.
As I'm getting some thumbs up for my quick mental mathematical acuity. So it would be nice if we had 3 crews battling bow ball for bow ball here. I think what you see in the E finals and the last level finals is it's everyone of all the levels, of all the abilities at the lower end of the event ends up there, right? So there's some differential.
And I think, as you said that, Charlie, University of South Sewanee crew on the left-hand side is starting to make a push against that Nebraska Lincoln crew. So again, we've mentioned in the past before, these small boats, very easy to change speeds, very easy to put in some moves that can really threaten your position. So that's Sewanee crew demonstrating that now as we get a good shot. I believe this is the Kansas crew.
That is Kansas,
that caught the crab early on, still trying to fight their way back. They did gain a little bit, but still I think they're going to run out of room. So quite unfortunate to see them so far back early in the race. But
there's one crew that they might be able to close up on and catch. We'll see if that can happen. But yeah, Sewanee making a nice little move up there on the outside to try and get into the race, and I actually think they're doing it to maybe come in and take third. At least there's a little bit of a fun race for the end of their season, something to really sort of go after in the moment.
Yeah, really strong. Sewanee's going to have to watch their steering, though. They don't have a boat on their left-hand side, as if you're looking at it from this picture, but you can see that their oars are riding just on that buoy line. So trying to stay as efficient as possible. Part of it is staying directionally in the right position, right?
You've got to match up the first part of the drive. The first half of the drive before the pin is where the vast majority of the power is applied in the stroke. Once you're through the pin and going towards the release, through the pin, if you're new to rowing, in those oarlocks, they're set up on a vertical pin, about, I don't know what, 3/4, half of an inch thick, cast steel, and that is what creates the fulcrum that we are rowing against here. So it's what absorbs the entire force of the stroke, and so like any fulcrum, the vast majority of the power gets applied. The speed gets created in the first half until the blade is perpendicular to the boat, right? And then you're just trying to finish it off smoothly and send it away. There's not a whole lot of extra speed to be found in the finish. That is at least what the vast majority of coaches are coaching now these days. There have been some rowing styles that are very finish-oriented and finish-heavy. You still want to send the boat, but the power has to happen in the first half.
And as we come down to the line, it's going to be Pittsburgh to take first in the E-Final, 25th overall across the line there with open water over Delaware coming in second. Nebraska-Lincoln, I believe, is going to hold on for third place, followed by the Sewanee double. There they are across the line now. Rounding out the pack is going to be Wash U, followed by that
and
early
Kansas
crew.
that dropped off a little early with a stopping the boat crab. They were pushing back up. It'll be interesting to see at the finish. They haven't caught the other crew, but they've gotten closer. So it'll be interesting to see what they're doing. They're also rowing an Empacher, a very nice German boat.
Yeah, there's Wash U across the line now, holding off the charge from Kansas, who will be coming across the line there. So that's the E-Final.
Who's closed about 10 lengths in the last 1,000. I mean, they had a really nice race. It's good to see them get back on the horse and ride it all the way through to the finish for their last race of the year.
Absolutely. As we move on straight into the next race, it's the men's D final of the men's double. In lane 1, we have Central Florida. Lane 2, Northwestern State. Lane 3, UNC. Lane 4, Texas. Lane 5, Bucknell. And lane 6, Wichita State.
Yeah, absolutely. And what we're seeing here in this double and this sculling entries, particularly these small boats, is just a wide variety of programs. You have some programs like Bucknell, who we've just seen racing in the Varsity 8, second Varsity 8, freshman 8, and these are some guys down at the bottom. And then we have Northwestern State. This is like some guys they bring, etc. So there's a whole sort of mixture of what they can do.
I think this start has just been called back here. We can see, I can recognize a lot of these blades that belong to the crews that were scheduled to race. So I think this race was called back, unfortunately, due to an unknown issue that we will not speculate on.
We'll try and, no speculation, we'll try and figure out what it is. I'd note they're fairly far down the course.
Yes, there. You can see that yellow buoy about halfway from our drone to the start line. There's a yellow buoy on the right-hand side. That's 250.
Yeah.
So the breakage zone is even further towards the start than that.
So they could have been called and they just didn't hear it, and they went a little further until it's sort of brave to be the first crew to stop.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not in the nature of the rowers here, I'm sure.
What if I'm not really seeing that happen? So they will. The referees will figure that out. They will refigure where to go and get themselves in place. But we may very well move on to the next event, which would be the men's novice 4 E-final. What they will not do is try and move that E-final ahead. There are a lot of junior regattas where the referees sort of think that, okay, we'll make up some time here. It's almost as if they're expecting to always go late. And I've had quite a few arguments with some chief referees that it is outside their purview to move that forward, unless they know there's weather coming in, and they still have to let all the coaches know that they're going to have that, because you send a crew out with a 40-minute warm-up planned, and all of a sudden they get up close to the, and they still have some tens to do and a start to do, and they're being herded on to the course. So very proud one moment where I had a coxswain at Row New York look at the referee and say, no. And the referee said, what? Says, we still have 15 minutes. And did her thing. The referee was sort of shocked afterwards and sort of said, why are you teaching that? I said, because it's the rules, right? So what they won't do is try and sort of move that up and catch up. There's space in the, they clearly are going to have to redo that. You can see a crew just going up, and it looks like they're reloading the event.
Well, this is the finish camera actually.
Oh, the
That
finish
was the
camera. So
Solani
they're just
crew
done.
that was
Gotcha.
So they're just going back to
They're
the
just
recovery
doing
box
a
after
recovery after. Well, do you need to recover after the final or not?
Well, these guys are done for the weekend, so
They are.
Just heading back home probably. Maybe back to
Looking
bed.
around for tomorrow.
Yeah, getting
Lot
their
of
boats
bed.
de-rigged and loaded back onto their trailers and
Eat whatever you want.
yeah, for sure. Season's over. So yeah, great to see those guys heading back and gonna enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Absolutely. So we're gonna ask Christian to go find out what he can about what's
Yes.
happening there, and we'll sit here and chit chat.
I think Eddie will.
We will not
hop back on the
speculate.
mic.
We have been told not to speculate. So Bob Jogstetter, we are listening to you, and we're sending Christian to you to try and find out what we know.
I don't know. It's one of my favorite things to do.
And speculation. So Eddie, your thoughts on those semifinals that we saw?
Whew. I'm still sweating. They were so exciting. As a student of history, I bring that to everything, and I don't want to say too much about recent results, past results, because I've been doing this for a couple hours today. I don't want to get anything wrong, but it was really impressive to see Purdue push their way commandingly into the second seed of the A final. First time that I feel like I've seen that. Virginia holding on really well. Who was that other crew that moved through?
Just again, how hard it is to make the A final.
It's so hard.
That
Yeah.
you have to lay
OCC
some stuff out.
making that walkthrough. I think they are frequently in the A final. But really great to see Wash State contend. Not just because they came over and shared a story about it, but it's just a leap of faith, and it's a lot of work in the year to commit to racing in an event that you know is one of the fastest in the country.
It does look like they are loading the doubles
Yeah.
back into the start.
Not slow times, but what did we see? We saw all 550s leading the way, or was it just? It was just under 550, or I'm sorry, just under 6 leading the way in
Those
heats
varsity,
yesterday, and
yeah.
nothing was under 6 today. So maybe a little bit out of the course, maybe a little fatigue, maybe something. So interested to
I
see
think
what it
there's
actually
just
takes to
enough,
crack.
just enough of the headwind
Breeze,
that you
yeah.
can't really see. There's a breeze here, and just enough out there that it's not.
Yeah, the
not
good thing is
screaming
maybe it slows down the course, but it doesn't actually interfere with the course like that ripple that was happening earlier on. And honestly, with all the regattas that had to get canceled this weekend due to adverse conditions or flow, simply too fast to put crews out on, I can't complain whatsoever
the
about
other
the
thing
wind
about this course,
or the course.
as we've seen, is that first 500 is fairly shallow, so
Yes.
it's not fast. You're getting reverb
Yes.
off the boat,
Yeah,
off
with
the
all that
bottom and back
all
up
that
on the
debris
boat.
swirling around. Women's V8 was also great. I think it's a little too early to say, but I'm going to take a leap. I think it is Vanderbilt's race to prove, right? They have just been ahead in everything they've done, and I think they're going to bring that energy and a really solid confidence to that final. But Northwestern, Bowdoin,
Out to prove something.
Northwestern Bowdoin, I think, are really going to fight and contend, and they're not going to let Vanderbilt off the hook. So I'm really excited to see how those crews move into that A final.
Yeah, and all the way down those eights, freshman eights, 2v8s, just how hard you had to race to make the A final. So we have the men's double D
Yeah.
final here.
And we'll see
back
some more
in
of those
the-
8s this afternoon when we have grand finals in the novice second 8 and the 3v8, which has a grand final and a B final, which is fantastic. I'll say it at the end of it too. Really cool. I think I remember, was it 2019, the first year we ever had a 3v8 here, and everybody wanted to be the first crew to ever win the 3v8, and now there's a B final for it. So, like they were talking about in Field of Dreams, man, if you build it, they will come. If you have the events, if you have the depth available to race, crews and programs will adapt to that. We are off the blocks in the men's double D final. They're looking for
all 6 crews
spots.
reloaded, so nobody excluded, which is always good.
Spots 19 through 24 in the weekend in the college championship. So this should be from the left side of your screen to the right, Amador and Farmer from Central Florida. I'll say Sialaka and Garlington from Northwestern State. Pardon me, guys, if I hit the last name wrong. Duval and Bernheim from UNC. Ryan and Manjouth from Texas. Snyder and Catalanello from Bucknell. Bayana and Velasquez from Wichita State. Most of these
Diana
crews...
Velasquez and Bobbitt.
Thank you. Bayana Velasquez and Bobbitt from Wichita State. Most of these crews are teams that fielded 8s, or multiple 8s at that. Texas fielding multiple crews in the 4s ahead of this double. So these guys are in the middle of the roster for a lot of these crews. Northwestern State, this might be 2 of their top rowers. And what we're looking at right now, this is lane 1, 2, 3. That is UNC up and ahead of the pack. The Tar Heels charging out there with really good skulls. Second place, third place is being tightly contested between Texas and between between Central Florida. So very southern side lead in the skulls here.
Yeah, and again, this is a final, so there's nothing to hold back. Those Strokes blade on his right hand digging a little deep. You can see getting caught in the water a bit, but it's not stopping the boat from moving.
Yeah, certainly not. There's really good flow and swing here. Love to know how long these guys have spent in the double, if it's one of those seasons where we just hopped into this once we couldn't race the 8s, 4s anymore, or if we've been at it all year. Really good length and swing. Really clean up and out of the puddles. And actually had a pretty high clip too, so interested to see how long these guys can hold this race pace.
Yep, and here's that North Carolina crew. Again, a little bit tighter shot on them. The bright shocks of red hair for both of them, making a fun move there. Again, sort of looking at both sides, one of the jobs of the stroke is to make sure that everything is copacetic.
Yep.
And see.
Man, I spent a
where
lot of
they
time
are.
rowing doubles, if in the double, on bodies of water where you need to steer, you need to turn, you need to do all this stuff, and it's so nice to finally get on the race course, to be between the buoys. It's like, am I that far away from the buoy? Am I that far away from the buoy? I'm good. So all you have to do, you just have to look out either at the stern, where am I compared to my puddles, or the buoys. Am I evenly spaced between them? I'm good. Here comes Texas crew with the Lone Star on their blades. Nice pop off the front end, a little squeeze into squeeze into the finish, and actually it was zoom in on them as nice long squeeze through in the finish from the bow man. A little tilt in the stroke. I think he's a sweep rower. But oh, nice, got an eye shot up. He is one eye closed, biting that bottom lip. He's giving it everything he has, and that's actually what we've seen from the character of a lot of these Texas crews. I think that emanates down from their youth leadership and from not youth leadership, student leadership, and their coach. Just a really gritty crew that wants to, no matter where they are, in the piece, in the middle, when they come through the 1K, they want to push themselves up in front late in the piece. They're never going to say die.
Absolutely, and UNC sort of out there moving up in front very nicely, and setting themselves up to go wire to wire on this.
This is the Bucknell crew here. We've seen them deep in the 8s. So we know these are guys who did not make one of the top 3 8s. But I'm sure, just given the depth and the camaraderie the Bisons have, this is probably everybody on the shoreline over with the alumni cheering on this boat. Every crew matters in that Team Points trophy. They cracked the top 5 team points totals last year, which
Yep.
was their first time under Coach Dan Wallenben.
One of I think the things that Dan has some great top end speed. He comes from one of the smaller programs to send. If you look at all the programs that are contending up in that Varsity 8 and stuff like that,
small
they
school.
are just a small pool of athletes, so they can't get 8-8s, 9-8s of guys.
Small school, big
like
dreams.
some large. There you go. They do, though. Every kid who shows up here is going to race hard and have a place to go from them, which is great.
Again, I think that's the character of the student leadership of the team, the character that the alumni expect the athletes to instill, and character that the coaching staff provides. So this is still the same margins as the opening of this race. That UNC crew out in the lead, the Texas crew in that second place. But there is a little bit of pip and pop
Overlap there?
from that Bucknell crew. Catalanello trying to get his bow ball back in the conversation, or at least between the same pair of buoys that Texas is within.
You can just see that bow poking into the image now as they're coming up. But that's again enough space to be able to see and respond and move if they start to move in. So I think they made a push there in Bucknell, and it's just been handled by Texas. Again, the UNC boat here, the longer they've been rowing, the more they've just gotten into their rhythm. Very, very efficient. Most of the time hitting the same angles at the catch. Bowman could get his hands a little bit further apart, and I think it would match the rowing just
Yep,
a
it
little
would
bit better.
separate things out. In the second half of the race here, behind those lead 3 crews, we have the Wichita State crew holding on. We have out in the outside lane, that is the Northwestern State crew. It's a little bit back in the Central Florida crew, up and out here. Really good swing and pop. I can see all the way from there on the other shore of the lake, and they are really sitting up and sending it. That is my skeletal hang that I've been looking for, right? From
Right
all the way over here, I see those blades go in. I see that the spine is right between the wide shoulder blades, and it is involved as soon as they pick up on the legs. Not that he's opened up his back. It's just a really long hang forward, open grip. So as the knees push down, the hands don't automatically try to rip through, but they hang out there until the legs force them back through the center so they can swing open.
Yep, some nice hang in there. You wish the shoulders would be a little softer in this crew. A little bit more body angle forward from the stroke would help. But he is nice and tall.
Yeah, nice and light. That's the Northwestern State crew there out of Louisiana.
Yeah. So, this starts to look a little bit more like a head race in some ways.
A little
at this
bit.
point, just the separation it's going. Again, sort of in these D finals, you're going to have a wider spectrum.
Absolutely,
of
yeah.
speed. There again, North Carolina, the leading boat coming across, and we're getting quite a pickup of wind here.
Yeah,
on the
still not too
shore.
much to upset or create a ripple, but definitely enough it's going to hold on to the times there. 8:14 in the D final finish. That is the
Or what happens out there is you get some swirling
19th
of the winds go away.
in the country.
Yep.
Texas working their way through. 8:20. Bucknell through the line. Central Florida through the line.
So Duval and Bernheim from UNC winning. Ryan and
Wichita State
Manjanot
through the line.
from Texas. Snyder and Catalanello, from Bucknell, taking third in that race. And as you can see, the times spread out about 5 seconds between each crew. Then Viana Velasquez and Bobbitt from Wichita State. There's again, we saw that second group of boats that was back behind that. And
Right.
that was the split there.
So walking away from the sculling boats for a second, we have Novice 4 D and E finals coming up. We saw a bunch of Novice 4 semis this morning to start the day that I think were rescheduled from yesterday due to the fog, due to the debris, things that slowed down the schedule. I've been thrilled with all the Novice 4 races I've seen come through this event. Just a lot of hungry crews that want to attack and take what's there. So like actually out of this, the C final I think is going to happen tomorrow is going to be really intense. So these are athletes in their first year of rowing, first year in the sport at the collegiate level. So for the most part, given that these are all club programs, a lot of times this is people who started the sport in college. One of those people being myself. You don't. It's better now across the high school, scholastic, college world. But rowing isn't available everywhere. Not every school has it. Not every region has it. You can be so lucky. So, or sometimes people are like, hey, I have this other sport I do in college. I loved it. Didn't get recruited. Didn't want to. And I showed up and said, this is the right fit for me. And little do they know what they signed up for. This is a lifelong thing you're going to be obsessed with, and you're going to remember the memories and the blisters that never, ever healed.
And unless you marry another rower, live with another rower, your partner's going to sit there and say, why are you talking about
Why are
rowing
you talking
again?
about that? Every
God.
alumni event, you're going to talk about races, blues, and wins that you had in the past. Let's talk about the crews that are on the course right now. This is the E final of the Novice 4 in lane 5. So we're going to just look. It would be George Mason, Illinois. This is the UNC, another UNC crew out in the lead, and William and Mary on the other end of the other end of the course. And I think that is UNC out in the lead. Oh, it's going to be tight for that second spot coming through here. I'm going to guess that it is William and Mary in that second spot right now, but it's hard to tell. It
Being
is
pushed up
possibly
on
GMU, George Mason.
And Illinois still in contact there, trying to move up. Coxon looking forward, and you can still see Illinois going after it. So even in the bottom here, there's just a good solid race going on.
Yeah, great work. George Mason crew is not going to let this race get decided before the 1K, before the 1,500 meter mark. William and Mary still holding a long, strong pace out there. It's not going to catch UNC just given the amount of water between those crews, but it's just a group of buoys that is open between George Mason and William and Mary, two green and yellow crews. So we're looking, and now it's closing in. Good move by George Mason here. Let's see how much time it takes them to close in, if they can hold on and use this move to break the bow ball of that William and Mary crew.
Illinois was playing in that area, and then they caught a crab, a little mini crab, nothing terrible, but absolutely enough to sort of let the other crew. And it looked to me like at that point Mason said, "Oh, let's go. Let's get free of them."
UNC long, strong, good pull, really good rotation out and over the gunnels in this crew. And really efficient swing and send. You can see that hull picking up speed. Not like there's kind of a double clutch where you pick up speed a little bit, the boat gets stuck, and you swing it back through. One long extended stroke to push that boat along, and now they are angles a little bit off. About a set of buoys and a half ahead, I'm going to say, boat length and a half ahead of their competitors. But George Mason, they're using this move. They are trying to walk it open, and I think they're just ever so slightly ahead of that William and Mary crew. Let's see if W&M can respond.
It looks like it's a nice move there, and as we're seeing it from the other side, I agree with your call there that they're up. Looks a little bit panicky in the William and Mary crew there.
Yeah, while George Mason is swinging and stepping on it.
Sort of wondering what to do there. And again, fours are difficult to row, and for novices, it's it's like actually particularly a challenge.
Sure, for sure. And there is UNC through the line, number 1 in the E final. That is 30. Is that 25th in the country? 25th.
4 finals ahead of them, so that's 24, 4 times 6.
George Mason University at 5 seconds behind them, followed by William and Mary, followed by, we will see Illinois come through the line. Great finish by William and Mary. Great work. This is everyone's first ever final at the ACRA National Championship. Looking closely, we'll read through the lineups to see which shells they're in when they come back next year. Shout out to William and Mary. Seen a lot of crews here from them. Really great presence on the men's and women's side from this club. Also a small school program. I don't know too much about your club, but I know that in the past it's just had some people who are ardent, loyal former rowers, alums, and one of whom is one of the best coaches in the country, Craig White, who's over in Newark with St. Benedict's Prep and Brick City, just making a huge statement at the junior level, coaching young men and women in quads and doubles and small boats. It seems to dedicate all of his time to it. So the experience makes and molds people.
Absolutely. So now we have the D final of the men's novice 4 already underway. Lane 1, Ohio State. Lane 2, Middlebury. Lane 3, St. Thomas. Lane 4, Fordham. Lane 5, Wichita State. Lane 6, UC Santa Barbara. And definitely Fordham way out in front there.
Yeah,
pushing.
I was going to say, their semifinal, maybe we saw it this morning. We must have seen it this morning. One of those ones where it was so close to edging their way in to the next level final, which we've seen from their 8 as well. I can't remember exactly their Varsity 4. I think their Varsity 4 earned their way into a or B final. But great look. They are long. They are strong. There's a really good press here. I think they're going to make a move as they come up just to squeeze out the fastest time they can get on the course to wrap up their first ACRA trip, team's first ACRA trip in 2 years. Everyone else is neck and neck. I'm sure Northwestern is oh, no, not
Ohio
Northwestern.
State, Middlebury, St. Thomas.
Oh, it's the Wichita State crew that I'm hearing. Ardent fans on this shore cheering for
We
them.
are surrounded by parents here.
We love it. So yeah, the shockingly
That
coming
is,
up,
UC Santa Barbara in second.
trying to hold off that UC Santa Barbara move, who is eking their way out and up and ahead of them,
Of Wichita State.
of that Wichita State crew, all of whom ahead of that Middlebury crew. Between them, all St. Thomas. Great work in that.
Also moving up.
Novice
That's
4
crews across. This is what we start to think that we'll see often. You know, one outlier to the front, one outlier to the back, who just missed moving on to a higher level.
Yep.
Just made this level, but the other 4 solidly are, you know, the D final crews, and they're racing within 2 or 3 seats here.
Wow, what a great pick up and spend. Like pretty much every inch of body they have connected to that boat is being utilized to send that boat along. A beautiful shell they have there, I think with a lot of help from the alumni. Lengths ahead of the next few crews. UCSB trying to enhance their lead. St. Thomas not going anywhere. Middlebury trying to hang on to that St. Thomas crew. Everyone, it's about 300 meters to go in this race, so it is time to make or break. What do you want to do at your final race here at the ACRA National Championship?
As we said, you know, the 4s here are a challenge. UCSB rowing quite cleanly. St. Thomas trying to put a move on, but then a guy sort of whiffs his finish a little bit,
Yeah.
and they have to bobble and refine, and then adrenaline rush, so we go hard, we bobble again perhaps. But that St. Thomas crew putting a nice move here on Santa Barbara, the stroke from Santa Barbara looking over a little bit, and there's just a race going now on the other side with St. Thomas and Middlebury, and hard to see the line. It looks like UCSB still ahead, but not by much.
Not by much. I think they have a move to make, just given the depth of that program. They've had a lot of boats racing fast. But St. Thomas, this is probably their top novice guys here, and they are cruising a little bit close to the buoys, but that is Fordham coming through in the top spot. Great work, fellas.
Oh,
And UCSB.
bam, bam.
Middlebury
bam.
moved up on St. Thomas.
I
St.
think
Thomas through in the
Middlebury got
fourth.
second there. That's
Wow,
my
we'll find
call.
out in just a sec. Wichita State Shockers coming through the line.
But it's close. It's going to be a photo finish between
They're
Santa
going to be
Barbara
trailed
and
by
Middlebury.
Ohio State. 743.6. 743.8. 2 tenths.
0.2 of a second. St. Thomas 7:45.
Great work.
Another
Great work
second and a half
finishing off
back.
that race, guys. I hope that was a great way to end your first season of rowing with your program.
Absolutely, and these definitely look wind challenged.
Yeah,
Times that we're
yeah.
seeing
It's
now,
starting
even
to
for novice men's
it's starting to
fours,
slow down. The course
little
just
bit of a
getting
longer race, yeah.
light ripple, light marble to it. So you know what? It's something you got to deal with. It's a lot of coaches are going to talk about control that which you can control, right? You can control your training, your recovery, your shell, your mental state going into a race. You can't control where the buoys are. You can't control the wind. You can't
I'm
control
sure
who's
there
faster than you, who's not. So
There are
don't.
a couple of crews though in the 3v final that we'll see later who are either doing wind dances for or against the
Yeah,
wind
yeah.
to try and make sure that they get the conditions they want.
Yeah, I say
I
a
know
lot
that
of coaches.
Michigan 8 likes a little headwind.
Oh,
actually.
nice. Okay, I was going to say a lot of coaches say that. Hopefully, it gets all the way through to all the members of the crew. But hey, some people like the adverse conditions. I do.
I think
great.
you know, a little headwind, particularly if you're a strong crew with a little bit of technical issues, it sets you up.
And
So
also
it stabilizes you and just pull.
control that which you can control. But once the conditions are out there and they're not ideal, you can't just succumb to them. You have to understand, yeah, I'm still am here to row my absolute best race. And that's where it comes to control your mental state. So out in the lead of the pair, this is the C-level final for the pair for the women. This should be the UGA Georgia pair up in the lead. So from left to right on our screen, we are looking at Illinois, Tulane, Wichita State. That is
Georgia,
and Florida. Do I have it wrong? Florida is, yep, off the screen a little bit. And this is Georgia, zooming in. Thank you on the drone. I think I see the black and red of the Athens Bulldogs crew. I got to catch up with their coaches a little bit. I've loved all the rowing I've seen from their crews here this weekend at ACRA. Thanks for the quick chat. And the coaches, I know that you're really proud of your athletes in every race they put out in the course so far.
You can see really nicely here that the twist out that we sort
of good
about.
rotation.
Rotation in the front end. So instead of reaching forward, what they're doing is sitting up and letting their backs twist, and you can see equal to both sides. And so they're counterbalancing each other as they come into the catch, and it keeps the boat set.
And then Tulane and that would be Wichita State in a grind, fighting it out, trying to make the most of their final, seeing which of them can come out in second place in this level. And that one is just going to carry them all the way down through. And like we've talked about many times, it might be one of those pieces where they're going to climb their way a lot closer to Georgia just because they're racing each other, which is, again, you can't control how fast that lead crew is, but you can control you want to be ahead of the one that's directly next to you, and that might have a secondary consequence.
Neither of those crews is giving up. You can see them peeking out at each other.
Peeking out, yeah. But you know what?
Wow, we can see there, and it looks like we have a little bit of a tiny move here.
A coach and a coxswain might say don't look out of the boat, but you're trying to keep an eye on exactly who's next to you, where they are, so that if you need to make a move, you're calling it right. You don't have a coxswain calling it here for you. Although Tulane is slipping out of their lane a little bit, I do love the fact that I feel like every time I've seen a Tulane crew, they have been in lane 2 for Tulane. But they're losing a little bit of their edge to that Wichita State crew, who has a cleaner, straighter line.
And it's making a 1 seat difference maybe, but Tulane out there, they've got to figure out quickly and almost without talking what it is they need to do to go straight. They're allowed to be in the other crew's lane. Sure. They just can't impede them, and they can't be in their way. If that crew were closer to the lane line and were still in their own water and Tulane was getting in the way, then there's an action. But you don't really want to see a protest in a final like this, because there's never a great solution.
No. Wichita State looking out, trying to secure the spot they've charged their way into, see if they can hold on and own it. A lot of character in this crew.
Again, looking over her shoulder to see where the crew is. Often it's the bow rower who calls the race.
Yeah.
Sometimes in a pair they can talk back and forth. Would have been.
But they've opened it up
that.
on the Tulane crew that was neck and neck with them for a while. And this is I don't know what the year of these rowers, if they're seniors, juniors, but they have a year coming back next year. This is a race that really can define you and put you in love with the sport a lot more as you come out, because when you come through the line on this one,
and moving nicely. They took the victory, followed their
great work by the McHugh and Marblestone rowers out of UGA. Parker and Marion coming through at the 9:31 point. Plaisance and Todisco 9:39. just a couple seconds, but that is exaggerated in a pair. That's a couple seconds off of the pace from 2. Illinois will be coming through the line very soon. But first, not to be undone,
Sorry, we're having some wind-related
that
issues
is the
here
Florida
on,
pair out of Gainesville coming up to take 4th place in the C-level final of the women's pair. The Illinois crew is just about to approach the red buoys to indicate they're in the last 250 meters of the race.
Absolutely.
Coming up soon after that, we'll see the
2 finals out of the women's varsity 4.
Yes, the 2 finals. The E-level final first, the D-level final after that. This is one that started the weekend with the time trial because there's over 30 entries for it. So we had to do more than just heats because it would have taken a whole lot of time and we wouldn't be able to seed them also accurately. So they all raced this morning, had some lunch, hopefully took a nap, stayed out of the sun as it's gotten a lot warmer throughout the day, and are back for their last race at ACRA's. On your screen, on the left side, is Penn State in lane 5. UC Santa Barbara out with a very strong lead. Middlebury in the middle and Vermont across the way. And hard to say, I think it's a fight right now for Penn State and Middlebury to take second.
Penn State up 2 or 3 seats there.
2 or
I
3
think,
seats.
from just having to read the angle of the drone. And Vermont clearly back behind those 2. Not out of contact, but not up and racing with
Great step and swing from the UCSB crew, the Gauchos. They are on the stroke show, they're getting those blades in clean, can really lean and suspend off of it, where most of the stroke, they're powerful, but they're letting the boat do the work for them, right? They're putting that oar back. Those, I believe those are Euro riggers just bending, creaking maybe a little bit, and the boat zipping through that fulcrum point.
And so just a little bit of a move here, it seems like, from Penn State to try and move out a little bit short at the release there. The stern pair could swing through just a little further.
I think the
some
stern pair is
space.
muscling it. Bow pair is keeping some length into the stroke with everybody else to make up for some of the size that they might not have on the stern 3. But holding on, I think, yes, we're starting to see almost open water. Half the stern is clear. Only half the stern is covered up by the Middlebury bow ball.
Absolutely over the head shot there for UC Santa Barbara.
Nice length, good angle. You can see a great shot here. I think it's a little bit benefit for the angle, but I think it shadows Max as well. All those handles and those shafts of the oar are getting out in line with the elbow of the rigger. Really good length out and away. No one trying to overextend their body out of the shell. Instead, just lining up with the design, using that leverage to their advantage.
Now they're wearing a unisuit that is a new design. They just had their 40th anniversary, I think, and one of the standards for, or traditions for, UCSB is what they used to call the damn yellow tanks, which is a bright yellow tank with UCSB. It's a very famous rowing shirt, particularly for back in the day when you bet shirts on the men's side. They still do bet shirts.
Yes, they do.
And there is shirt betting at this regatta. Again, one of the nice things about that, which still happens. So I was looking for the damn yellow tanks, but they have these full unisuits on instead with that women's 4. But the oar is still the same. So bright yellow with the blue tip. So they're out nice and easily in front, just pushing away that E final. Still a little bit of a race here between Penn State and Middlebury. Penn State almost too much power. It needs to be brought into control a little bit. Middlebury could use a little bit more push on the legs. Vermont is further back, but there's still a little race going on there, and rowing such that I don't think there's going to be some some way of catching that other crew out in front, but you just never know.
Yeah, that Santa Barbara crew, great to see them. They finished at the top of the B final at the WERA Championships this past year, so great to see them carrying on that postseason run to the ACRA National Championships here, competing, looking to consolidate 25th in the country here in the women's varsity 4. Well out in front here, trying to make a statement, probably looking to prove that maybe they belong one final higher in the D final, looking to see if they would be competitive by laying down a good time here as they approach the finish line. It is UC Santa Barbara across the line now, taking the win and 25th overall in the women's varsity 4. I believe we had Penn State currently in second place. We'll see who comes across the line next.
And what I think we're seeing here is that the conditions are now, the wind is enough of a headwind that it's actually starting to really affect the times. You don't really see it out there on the water. In some ways this is protected, and it's only a 2,000 meter shot, so there's not a whole lot of real estate for the wind to roll down the whole river, but we can hear all of these tents
roaring.
And roaring.
If anyone is new to the sport, new to watching the sport, or parents, grandparents, your kid, grandkid came back and said, "Oh, I started rowing. What time's practice? 5:30 in the morning." Why would you do that to yourself? A lot of the reasons the water is just at its most perfect, pristine point in the morning. Of course, there's wind sometimes, but frequently afternoon winds pick up as the day goes on, and morning is the best time to get out there. Also, it works. Hey, you got to go to class. Hey, you got to go to work. If you kept doing this after you graduated college, so this is the only time to do it, right? You have work, everyone has a different job, maybe you have to do stuff afterwards, responsibilities, so this is the time to go and do it. So if you love it and you do it lifelong, we're used to many early mornings. We have the D final already on the course. They're around the 1,000 meter mark coming up in that D final. We're going to see Kansas State, Tulane again in lane 2, Bowdoin, George Mason, Illinois, and Northwestern on the course competing. You don't see it yet, but I get to see it because they're coming up on my line of sight. I believe that is it's hard to say. Very tight race. A lot more crews hanging together here. I see Bowdoin is up in the mix. I think you're right. That is George Mason in the lead right now, tightly contested by Illinois and Kansas State and Bowdoin. What are you seeing in the rowing, Christian?
Yeah, really strong fight here from George Mason.
Over near Northwestern with the cowbell.
Yeah, I could barely hear you talking there, Charlie. Really strong fight from George Mason out in front. Again, this is the D final, so battling for 19th through 24th in this women's varsity 4, and George Mason just trying to break open water over Bowdoin. Third place is Northwestern out in lane 6, so great result for them at the moment, trying to fend off charges from Illinois, and on the far side, I believe Kansas State.
So George Mason was hanging on their third 500. Not struggle, but a little bit of a plateau in speed that I think Bowdoin was trying to crawl up into. And I think they have a fresh perspective now that they see that the 1,500 meter mark is in the rear view, and they're up and they're on it. About
look
half
at that move.
a length open on Bowdoin, and I've seen a lot of Bowdoin crews creep up and steal this away. I don't know if they're going to make that happen today. I'm sorry, I'm not counting you out, but that George Mason crew has picked up, found their second gear, and their fresh spot of life. Off the camera a little bit, Illinois fighting for that third spot here, but they are just being boxed in by Northwestern and Kansas State, two purple clubs holding them in the middle here. Tulane just a little bit off and back.
And you can see from this shot here, all the crews in your picture there were kind of negotiating the wind a little bit, being pushed across the course and having to deal with that port side buoy line. So the coxswain's trying to deal with the wind. The crosswind can be very, very difficult to negotiate, especially in a smaller boat with a coxswain in charge of the steering. You would think it would be easier on the rowers to not be able to focus on the steering with the coxswain there, but the cox boat, it just makes it that much more difficult to maneuver, being a heavier boat.
And like I pointed out earlier, George Mason did open up that race on everybody else, but this race for third, Illinois, Kansas State on the top of your screen, Northwestern on the bottom of your screen there, are fighting their way back up to Bowdoin now. This is going to be tight. We got red buoy, so we are running out of real estate to really seal the deal with where you want to finish. George Mason, I think, has figured out exactly what they want, and they are going to swing their way into the top finish of the D final. Meanwhile, Illinois charging back up. I think they gained 3 seats since last time we saw them
Look at this.
on Bowdoin. We're going to, get a better shot, and that is George Mason to the line. Anybody's game here. Can the Polar Bears hang on?
It's going to be tight across the line.
Oh, man.
On the surge there. It's going to be down to the photo.
Oh, man. I'm going to
I
say
could not call
Bowdoin,
that
but I think
personally.
Illinois might
Wow.
have
They made
taken
the
it.
overtake.
851.617. Tulane coming through the line. Wow. 1/10 of a second. I'm not doing the hundredths math because it's late in the day. I've been up since way too early. But wow. What a charge back from Illinois. I'm
Great
sure Coach
comeback.
Peter is going to be thrilled with the fight from their crew.
Yeah, it looked set pretty early with 500 meters to go. Bowdoin had open water on that Illinois Northwestern pack, but I think Bowdoin had tried to claw back into George Mason's lead, and I think that cost them energy-wise, and they just didn't have enough to defend against the fight back that charge that Illinois put up in the sprint. So great fight from that Illinois crew, never backing down all the way across the line to steal away second place and 20th in the country away from the Bowdoin Polar Bears. As we have another start going right back up to the course. This is the men's varsity 4. I think this is the lowest of the finals that we've had all
This
day.
is the event with the most finals, I think is the best way to say it. So this is spots 31 through 33 in this event, and we are looking to see George Washington Rowing Club at Sacramento State and Emory, and I believe that's the Emory crew. Yep, up and ahead on the rest of the field. George Washington not off of them, right? Bow ball overlapping with stern deck, and then Sac State a little bit of open water behind George Washington.
Interesting to see Emory out here competing with some of the bigger teams in George Washington and Sac State. Emory, one of the smaller contingents out of Atlanta, Georgia, and there they are. Even rowing looks like some UGA equipment, maybe with that bow seat.
Yeah, with that oar, yeah.
Great to see the camaraderie amongst some of the Georgia programs. But yeah, Emory looking pretty strong here. You can see, I think that's George Washington's bow just in the picture here, but this is Emory's race to lose at the moment. Still early on, though. I think they just passed halfway into the third 500.
A lot of crews, a lot of athletes when they do this on the ergo, that third 500 is a dreaded mark. It's something where they've put so much out there to create the body of the race, and now they have to sustain it, or worse, get faster, or at least hold themselves accountable. Geese in George Washington's lane cleared their way out before they were hit by a bow ball. So you're seeing in some of the rowing here just the effect of that fatigue, mental and physical and otherwise. Bowman of the Emory crew putting in a really good stroke, but lunging a little bit into that catch. And you can see, even at highly disciplined, high-level crews, as it sets in, there's so much blood pumping through the heart to get all the air through that some things might just fall apart. Some things like, you know what, that's not as important so long as my blade's going in. I'm doing, checklist 1, 2, and 3 things down with my teammates. Whatever. My jaw is hanging wide open. Okay. One of my eyes is closed. Okay. My head's bobbling around. Hopefully not. That's a lot of weight. You guys have big brains. You're college students. So, George Washington, good pickup and swing on this crew. These guys are picking up their clip here. And Sacramento State's also closing up and in. They were down open water. They have a little bit of overlap on the decks here.
Yeah, a quarter of the race left to go here as they cross the 500-meter mark. It continues to be Emory out in front, but George Washington getting tracked down by Sac State. Sac State, the fastest movers in the third 500 there. We'll see if they're going to be able to complete the charge in the final quarter of this race. as we get closer to the opening of the lagoon, I think that's where the major
Yeah, wind's going to
gusts
pop out.
are going to come and affect these crews. So we'll see how this weather change, again, unpredictability here in this Oak Ridge course with the wind, with the swirling winds changing very, very quickly. So we'll see how these small boats are able to handle the wind. Hopefully the coxswains will be able to hold their line steady as the wind starts to gust. But it does look like Emory still continuing to control this race. Sac State continued in your picture now. There is Sac State, George Washington on the far side as well. Sac State continuing to inch up. We'll see if George Washington has anything left in the tank to try and defend their second place spot. But Sac State with the momentum right now, as there's the view from the finish tower. And yep, Sac State clawing back.
So again, that third 500, I know we're in the last one now. Oh my God, I got to sustain speed. Oh my God, I have to go faster now. Helps to have that coxswain here, can do that processing for you. And although they are working hard too, might not be quite as tired as the rowers, and at least clearer thinking, so they know when to make the moves. They know that we have to hold on to the race plan. You might hate that now, but once we pass through the finish line, you're going to remember, yeah, that's what we set out to do. So Sac State, seeing if they can make that push back through George Washington. I don't think they've raced each other all season. They are. Bowman is on the bow ball of GW, and they are getting about a seat every 2 strokes. Great work by Sac State. I don't think they have enough to get back on Emory, who's going to charge through the line in just a second here to round out the F final, taking 31st in the country.
Yeah, Sac State demonstrating some of the speed that helped them earn the top spot in the B final at the WERA Championships, as there's Emory across the line. Sac State able to complete the comeback over George Washington to secure 32nd and 33rd respectively in the men's varsity 4. So congratulations to all those 3 crews. They're done for the weekend, and they'll be heading home with 31st, 32nd, and 33rd in the bag. So congratulations to those athletes with the hard year's work put in for those programs, as we move straight along to the next final. This is the E final of the men's varsity 4. Georgia Tech in lane 1, Tulane in lane 2,
Tulane lane 2,
University of Connecticut in lane 3, UGA in lane 4, Central Florida in lane 5, and URI in lane 6.
And they're on the course. They're approaching or just around the 1K marker. I think just before there. Hard to see from the 1,500 meter mark who is exactly where. But we'll find out just a moment from our drone, who here we are. Looks like a pretty even spread. Perhaps Georgia Tech a little bit off the pace there, but the other 5 crews, I think at least those 4 in the middle, are up and on it, but I'd say lane 6. Yeah, URI is not to be underestimated.
25th through 30th in the country on the line here. Keep an eye on those middle crews to be your higher seeded boats, but never count out some of the outside crews, as we've learned to see throughout the day. As there's your start list again. This will be in reverse order from left to right. So lane 6 is on the left of your screen at the moment, and lane 1 is on the right of your screen at the moment. And it looks like that center crew, I believe that is lane 4, the University of Georgia Bulldogs out in front. Followed by the crews flanking UGA. Looks like
Connecticut and Central Florida.
Yes, and Central Florida look to be the next contenders. So, but we'll see as this race continues to develop into the second half of this race.
Good luck again. Very exciting to see just how loud 7 coxswains can be. I can hear them from a couple of 100 meters away, and absolutely outshining the clank and the jank of the oars and the oarlocks moving through. So as we come up, this high-flying drone who's up in the sky, rising up a little bit. I think we still see the UGA crew from Athens, Georgia, still holding on to the lead a little bit, and I would like to say that that is likely the Central Florida crew who is holding on to them. That is the Connecticut crew holding on to them. Central Florida around that 3rd spot. URI, once again, let me say, not to be underestimated. They're fighting their way back in to that 3rd place conversation. On the outside of that, Tulane in an epocher, working their way up also to be in the fight for the 3rd spot.
Yeah, glad to see in that Central Florida boat, strokeman Rithvik Hamara Jagata, former teammate of mine back at Sarasota Crew,
He's
and
picking up. He's swanging it.
he was able to pick up rowing at the collegiate level back at UCF. So glad to see him competing here at the ACRA Nationals. He's in a battle for that third place spot as they cross into the last 500, I should say. Georgia negotiating with the University of Connecticut Huskies. Those are their leading two ahead of battling Central Florida and Tulane.
Yeah, good move by the Connecticut guys, Huskies, to work their way back up and in to UGA's lead. Tulane is also working their way to stay a part of this race. Good shot here. Connecticut, just before the white buoys, they're about 400 meters to go. How many seats can they take per stroke, or really how many strokes can it take them to move a seat right now? I think it's about 3 to 4 strokes at a time to take a seat on Georgia. Can they last? Can they hold on to that push and work their way through the Bulldogs' early lead? Is Tulane going to come up with them? And where we see, it's so fun watching from the angle here. I know the drone is focused on the top 3 crews, but they can't catch everybody when we're also zoomed in for such high def. So every once in a while, it's like, oh, we have these people. Oh, that crew's already coming in from the other side. But I think that's a little bit because the Central Florida guys have dropped off the pace and are now trying to fight to hold off Tulane, keep it in them periphery.
UConn closing
They
down
charged.
a little bit.
They charged. Love to see that. Two
Yeah,
races, but Georgia is stepping back in a way not to be outdone. These guys have raced at Sierra. These guys have raced all over the region, and they know Oak Ridge a little bit better than the young guys from the Varsity 4 out of UConn.
Yeah, beautiful offense and defense kind of being played out by these top 2 crews in Georgia and UConn. But I think Georgia is just going to be able to hold on to the win and secure 25th in the country here as they come across the line first in the E-Final. Georgia Bulldogs win, followed by UConn, and UCF is going to hold off the charge from Tulane.
Take that.
Great battle.
7:32. Okay, times are starting to even back out as the wind comes down. URI holding it down, swinging through, and they'll be followed by Georgia Tech in just a second.
Great battles there from all of our crews in the E-Final there. As we move straight along, there is the Georgia Tech crew in the yellow boat across the line now, rounding out this E-Final, 25th through 30th in the country. So congratulations to those athletes for a job well done. As we move on to the D-Final of the men's Varsity 4.
Just 5 crews there within 5 seconds, too. I mean, what we're starting to see now that we're in these
tight spreads,
we've sorted these crews out into their class of speed. And so you're going to see a lot more tight racing through the middle. You may have a crew out in front, you may have a crew trailing, or both, but you're almost definitely going to have the tight racing like you did there between second and fourth.
Yeah, for sure. As we hoping to see that translated to D-Final, and here we go. Drone pictures on your screen now. Like you said, looks like there's one crew up front. Let's go through the lineups for this one. It is Vermont in lane 1 on the right-hand side of your screen, UNC in lane 2, Pittsburgh 3, New Hampshire in 4, Minnesota in 5, and Wichita State in 6.
And it looks like we have New Hampshire out in front, 3.5 minutes into the race, so just coming into the 1,000 here with this headwind, a little bit slower on the times. And they've gotten open water ahead, and I'm sure they're just sitting there. It's sort of nice to be ahead in your final race and be able to see the entire field behind you. I got to do that my senior year, win my last race, and it was particularly nice to see Harvard behind me and know that shirt was coming my way. You saw some great rowing there from I believe that was UNH this year. I think this is
New Hampshire.
New Hampshire, yeah.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, we took particular note of this crew out of New Hampshire with their very high quality of rowing and perhaps not being translated to the final, competing here in down in the D final. But we could tell that this is one of the crews that were pretty far and away faster than the rest of their
cohort
competition.
yeah.
So maybe something went wrong in the early rounds, but we can only speculate there as New Hampshire taking charge of some high-quality rowing.
Pittsburgh pushing up a little bit right off their tail. I think it's still bow to stern or a little bit of open water. We'll see as they come even to us. Yeah, a little bit more open water. And then Wichita State actually out here in lane 6, having push up, leading Minnesota just a little bit. So there's a nice healthy race going on this side of the course for 3rd and 4th, which might push them back up into Pittsburgh there if they get going. Again, this is the last race of the season. But UNH out there very nicely, nice and long, really good blade work,
really sharp.
pushing. And the Shockers coming through here in Wichita State, taking a seat or two over Minnesota, or holding on to that seat or two. Minnesota, though, not going away. And that's going to be humdinger, as they used to say back in the day of the race. For that, the more than just the coxswain is speaking in that boat, that's for sure. They're definitely a communicative crew. We'll see if that works for them or not. I'm so glad for them that they're able to share with each other so freely.
For sure. Minnesota, one of the deeper programs here. They have a third Varsity 8 out here competing later today. So maybe this is some of the guys beyond that third Varsity.
This is their 4V guys, yeah.
Yeah, so really great to see. You can see the coxswain of Minnesota actually with a little bit, with a few notes out.
Something that's up there.
Or maybe a bow card. I can't really tell. I think that's the bow card actually she's holding on to.
Huh.
So pretty interesting to see there. But yeah, this just goes to show the depth of that Minnesota program. To have over 3/8 still competing very, very well here, and up against some of these programs that are fielding top 4 guys in this men's varsity 4. We've talked about kind of the mix in competition throughout the entries here in the men's varsity 4. So great to see that Minnesota crew out here competing in the D finals. There's a great shot of your top 2 crews again. New Hampshire out in front, followed closely by Pittsburgh here in this men's varsity 4 D
final. New Hampshire
final.
hasn't been able to drop them. Those two have sort of really separated themselves away. Really nice here to be seeing that second place crew of Pittsburgh, pushing up and holding off and getting back into some overlap in those last few strokes.
Yeah,
there.
New Hampshire takes the win. Pittsburgh regaining overlap.
Wow.
Very tight there between Wichita and Minnesota. We're going to have to go to the photo for that one.
The Wichita coxswain gave a pump of the arm. I think she thinks she has it. She's in a pretty good space to see and to know. But we'll see.
Oh, it was
Minnesota 726.27.
Solid effort there from Minnesota.
And then 726.316. So we're talking about
4
100ths of a second. Yeah,
very,
absolutely.
very strong fight between those two crews to, again, 2,000 meters. Those two crews were nip and tuck the whole way down the track. And, to have 2,000 meters over a mile and settled by that slim of a margin just goes to show, how close this competition really
absolutely. And therefore, how important it is to have the alignment right, to have the finish line technology right, because it really, your whole season there comes down in some ways to not that the final placing is your value and your worth, but if you did beat them, you'd want to know, and you'd want it to know that it was fair. So that's one of the reasons we do come to Oak Ridge, is they are set up as that caliber and quality of race course. They're not the very highest level. That's your home course, is
yes, Nathan
the sort
Henderson.
of standard in the United States right now. A little bit too hot sometimes.
Oh yes.
And I think not a great course for training because of the.
Oh.
Or do they set up? You never really get more than 2,000 at a shot, right?
Well, a full lap of the lake is around 5,000 meters, maybe a little bit more. So it gets a little bit boring doing laps. I myself have trained at Nathan Benderson for an extended period of time, with being with part of Sarasota crew for a very long time. So we've gotten very used to that course. But if you're at the right time of day, it is glass all the way through.
No, absolutely, it's gorgeous. It's gorgeous that way. And
we have a
really
little bit of a joke that when we're training just on our own, it can be it's the perfect condition that you're looking for in a rowing lake. But
And
as soon as
someone
other
comes up,
teams,
you
as
get
soon
that
as
wind
another
off
team
the
comes, the
wind off
Benderson
the
gods
Gulf.
get upset. They blow winds, and it's chaos.
So I mean, one of the things that
reigns.
helps and your junior program is just enormous in terms of numbers of kids. But one of the advantages of some of these big programs is that, they have 5/8s and they go out and they can do their steady state against each other. But to get from one side, to get from the sort of basin into the race course, that's a one crew at a time
Yes.
deal, right?
Yes.
So it's not like you can just do this 10,000 meters of steady state and be competitive the whole time.
Right.
You got to wait for them to come through
Right.
and then go again, which is fine. But
So yeah, that's one of the great things about being a large program. If you have multiple boats, which we normally would have, going out and doing steady state and having to negotiate that, as a coxswain, that's something that a lot of colleges, obviously you being from Princeton and having those coxswains kind of negotiate practice on their own, having to figure out and learn to communicate amongst themselves. It's a very, very underrated skill and something that college coaches definitely work for. So
Harvard goes down there now to train, and they take 3 days and go off to one of the rivers not too far away so they can do the longer steady state training and loading, and then come back to Benderson for their speed work. What we're seeing here now is the men's single D final. And 3 crews were entered in this. I only see 2. And it looks to me like Jacob Seymour from Penn State hasn't gotten himself there. What I think we're seeing here is Benjamin Asmussen from Wichita State with yellow blades out in front, and then Evan Mack from Kansas State over on the other side. We didn't have images of the start of the race, so perhaps they all 3 were there and were there. Perhaps he just didn't make it to the final.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, Seymour out of Penn State was one of the. He was still getting used to the single. I can say it like that. So
gotcha.
Perhaps he's back there,
a youngster
just getting experience.
In single world.
Just getting experience, looking to build on his rowing career as his year progresses.
I mean, but here, Benjamin Asmussen from Wichita State, who's moved himself out to be in a pretty commanding position as they're coming just through the 1,000 right now. Rowing very nicely, and now we're switching over to see Evan from Kansas State, Evan Mack. And, again, both these guys rowing well, but still looking like, like they've just taken the training wheels off a little bit. Just how to actually, it's fine that you learn the motion. Learning to be able to really apply the power is a totally other deal,
Yeah, for sure. The single can be psychologically and physically definitely one of the most intense things that you can do in the sport of rowing. So to have these athletes out here, we have a large group of singles competing here at the ACRA National Championships. So to gain this is a very valuable experience for these rowers to gain experience in the single, because that can always translate to any of the bigger boats that you might find them competing in later. Or if this is their last hurrah, they can say they did it on, and it was them and them only them, right?
Sort of at the end of my junior year of college, Princeton got a whole series of wide blue plastic singles, as Larry Gluckman said, for the tip-worthy guys. And there are a few very nice singles in that boathouse, but most of us hadn't learned to scull because there just weren't the boats in the boathouse at that point. So we did, in fact, get to that, and we had a singles tournament and stuff like that. It was a lot of fun. And I did well enough that I got to go race in a small boat regatta up at Yale, that they put me in a real single for a week or two, and about three of us went up and had that, and it was actually a lot of fun. I did better than I expected. I ended up second to a guy who ended up as a national team sculler, so I'm okay with that. But sort of going off in a head race 5th or 6th and sort of moving my way through a couple of really was in some ways, having not really been up at the top of the lists at Princeton, The first time I sort of felt like, oh, I'm actually a pretty good rower. I actually can do this. Now, I'd won the Eastern Sprints as a freshman. I'd lost very few races, but in that sort of hierarchical way of seeing rowing, that still exists someplace much less than it was. It was the first time where my teammates were coming and say, that was a really great race. That was fun to watch. So the single gave me a sense as a rower that I belonged, which was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I had a bit of a singles experience myself my senior year of high school. As a coxswain, I didn't really have much experience, physically rowing. But, as my last hurrah for my last Florida State Championships, I was entered into the lightweight single.
Excellent.
And I finished 13th out of 13 entries. 13th out of 13. So
winner of the Semifinal.
I think I chose right in my position as a coxswain, but it was fun nevertheless. I got to row a super nice fluid. It was great.
That's when you just leave it at 13th and make them ask the question.
Yeah, no one here is going digging in the Florida State Scholastic records.
Charles records, I think they started digitizing right after I graduated, and there was
Lucky for you.
There was one athlete of mine who went to try and look at my head of Charles results and couldn't find them.
No, they're etched in stone, so they got to find them somewhere else. Shout out to Benjamin Asmussen and gentleman Evan Mack from Kansas State for this Kansas duel. Great that they came all the way to Tennessee just to duke it out for who's the best sculler out of Kansas. But Evan Mack holding a really strong pace there. It's a lot, man. It's really vulnerable to go out there and race a single like you just heard over here on the broadcast. You're out there putting your piece down. Hopefully you're ahead of a crew around you, but it's just you with your own thoughts. It's like it's being on a much nicer version of the erg, so you're really left to see how mentally strong you are and what kind of fortitude that lends you. So he's in the red buoys. He's going to pick it up to a sprint to cap off his single scull at ACRA National Championship.
Well, unlike an erg, you can't really afford a bad stroke here, though, either. It kills all the momentum. Oh, there we go. We do have a third sculler. We do have Jacob Seymour from Penn State.
Jacob, doing a great job, similar to his row.
His thing and coming up.
Yep.
And yes, I do remember him from yesterday and the rowing, and we have some Jacob fans here yelling for Jacob. Here, say it loud. We'll pick it up on the.
Let's go,
There they are. The person who had been yelling all of a sudden got shy, so the rest of her teammates picked it up and said, "We'll do it for you."
I think I heard from some other Penn State fans that Jacob's a recent convert to the single here, so great work putting it out here on the course right now. Evan and Benjamin are coming in on the last few strokes of their ACRA National Championship. Evan holding on to that lead to cap off the first spot in the D final, and he's through. Here comes Benjamin Asmussen from Kansas State.
I mean, that's the other thing here. Everyone gets a final at this regatta, even if it was part of a CD semifinal. The D final happened there earlier, and I think it's important for that to happen. That does happen at the NC2As. That does happen at the IRA. I shouldn't say it doesn't, but there are a lot of regattas on the junior level in particular where they have so many entries that
and some of the invitationals now.
Yeah, but people get they go to their last state championship or whatever, and they don't race all the way down. The other thing we do here, and it's total bias and favoritism for the Varsity 8s, but the Varsity 8s all get to race on the last day as the last event. So there's a recognition that they are all the way down through the list, the best athletes in their programs, or for almost all the cases, the best athletes in their programs. And they're going to be supported as such and recognized as such and valued as such within that. Again, there's this thing that happens, and I think we're seeing it happen here, which is that the shape of the championship starts to drive the look of the program. So in these varsity women's programs, Division I, they have 2 8s and a 4. On the lightweight women's side, they have an 8, a 4, and a double. The only national championship that we have at the varsity level with sculling. And it used to be at the IRA programs that you had a freshman 8. Well, that's gone. They don't have it anymore. And as I said, you could end up in the freshman 8 lining up against a 24-year-old Dutch Olympian rowing at Washington, and sort of he's wondering why he's in the freshman event because he's the best athlete on the water, and you're wondering why he's in the freshman event because he's the best athlete on the water. But there was a resistance, particularly from the Ivy League coaches, to getting rid of that. And of course, with time, everything works out. Part of it was just it's always been that way.
It's a lot of fully established college sports programs where it's a system and it's a program, and you can be an incredible athlete as a young person, as a freshman or as a transfer, and there's still a purpose to not putting you on the spot on the premier level of it, right? Starter at basketball team, quarterback for the football team, 1v8, because you need to develop and understand the program of the college you're at.
But one of the things that's happening much less now in those varsity programs, men and women, is the reliance on walk-ons. It was on the women's side to some extent, just because, let's be honest and let's be blunt, the whole role of women's rowing when it first went varsity was to be a counterbalance for football. Football with 105, 110 athletes, 85 scholarships, it was taking 5 or 6 women's programs with scholarships to balance that out. And none of the women's teams except for track and field were big enough. And there they were counting each season as a separate athlete. So the same athlete was getting counted 3 times, right? But so that's why for so long, rowing, Wisconsin was having to have 120 women, which is why they had a lightweight crew. Michigan having to hold 85, 90 women,
right,
et cetera, et cetera. And now this change has come. Well, it looks inevitable. Women's rowing is going to cut to 68 roster spots.
Right. On the course right now, they're through the 1K mark, coming up in our line of sight. A duel here from Taylortown from Purdue, Nathaniel Ward from William & Mary, and then another duel back in that third-place spot between, that would be Gene Nowlin from Nebraska-Lincoln, Josh Driscoll from the University of Connecticut, and Michael Petro from Washington. Avery Hayes a little bit off the pace back there. It's been, the water's been on and off. Is it windy? Is it not windy? But that overhead shot you saw on the drones, if you're watching a little bit earlier, just did a great job showing, there's some gusts that are blown across for a single, for a pair, for a double. That's actually going to be a lot for them to contend with, especially at the sea-level final. But now we have, this is Gene Nowlin from Nebraska edging his way up and ahead of the Yukon crew, ahead of the Washington State crew.
You're seeing the race here for 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
But they're all pulling up a little
final.
closer to Nathaniel in the second place spot too. So it's going to be really exciting coming down to the wire because Nathaniel's pushing up on Taylortown. I think Purdue's single sculler.
These are places 13 through 18,
and they mean
right?
a lot to the program. Whether it's
do you want to finish 14th or do you want to finish 17th here?
Whether you're one of 6 or you're one of 60 athletes who are here from your program, it's really great to see these guys really pressing out on it. And a couple different sculling styles here. You can see more differentiation in the single sculling stroke. Not, figure it out for yourself, but there's some things like, your upper back's a little bit more rounded, a little bit looser in the spine. You don't have to twist. That's fine. Does it move your shell? Do you get the suspension? Do what works for you.
Taylor and Nathan here having a pretty good race. Taylor putting a move on there to try and move up a little bit, but you could see there he's just gotten open. You can see the wind now playing from this overhead drone shot, what's happening, and you're just seeing Taylor deciding that he's gonna Nathan from William & Mary.
Yeah, Nathaniel Ward is really established. Taylor just had a tough stroke there, and it is some of the choppiest water they've seen so far in the last 250 meters of this race. And Nathaniel's sitting up and putting on it, is leveling out the playing field. We'll see if it happens in that race for 3rd right there. I think Nathaniel's also getting that extra emotional bump from I just walked through another crew. I'm going to keep going. It's happening at the right time of the race for him.
Yep, and Josh Driscoll from Connecticut
also getting hit.
Has now gotten a little bit of that, because of that wobble for Taylor, gotten a little bit of stuff. Now, here's the thing. I don't think that the single is worth a whole lot of points, but Purdue, the team points champion
matters
here, this could be a difference between Purdue and Virginia taking a championship.
Definitely.
Right here, and sort of, this is where it comes down. And those guys from those teams that are in the hunt for the team the team trophy, you're keenly aware of
I
that.
got a question for you when we wrap up this final. So we have Nathaniel Ward from William & Mary wrapping it up through the line, and it is probably still Taylor Town, just barely over.
Just barely.
Great sprint from Josh Driscoll. I'm actually not sure what happened. There's Gene from Nebraska Lincoln holding down the fourth. Josh, great sprint pickup, and that is our rower from Wash State, from Pullman, coming through and holding on
Comes
to
down
the
to
fifth
1/10
spot.
of a second. They're
Fifth
almost
spot.
2/10 of a second.
Avery Hayes coming through the line here. So I got a question for you. Team
Yes.
points trophy matters.
Yes.
I think I know the answer as I formulate this, but Virginia has a single sculler and a pair here that are women. Do they count for the overall club team points, or are they their own
So
women's
there
team
are
points?
there are actually more than 3 trophies, but there are 3 overall
Men's
trophies.
overall.
Men's overall, women's overall, and the overall team.
Okay, so
right?
they'll commit to the overall team for them.
So, I don't remember. I think there were 1 or 2 times that Michigan almost won the overall point trophy a little ways back in the day when, filling out every event and winning them over Purdue or UCSB or Grand Valley, but it was rare, right? And I do know that Grand Valley's first, they won on the women's side, but I do know that, remembering John Bancheri today, that when they won the overall point trophy for the first time was a big day for him, and he was that meant a lot to him because he was coaching both the men and the women. They were all his crews. He had assistants working on both sides, and they really had a view, as I know Purdue does, of them being one big program. That's DNA of their identity. Same in UCSB. Same at UCSB. There is an idea that they're one big program, but I think it's stronger at Grand Valley and stronger at Purdue. You can sort of see it in Vanderbilt, the women being really strong. That makes the men a little bit proud. So that overall one, there's an advantage if you have both men and women to doing that. If you have a big men's team and a lot more entries, and because there are more entries, they're worth more points. Although I got to tell you, I'm not up on the intricacies in the last 3 or 4 years that may have shifted in the points trophy calculations. And trust me, it's highly political and well argued for what there was a point where again, sort of points of pride. There's also a small boats trophy, right? Which you're telling me Texas won last year?
Texas won last year, yeah,
Texas
on the men's
won
side.
last
Lafayette
year.
won on the women's side.
Yeah, so it was a big deal to the 3V, 4V, 5V, and the sort of third novice guys at Michigan the first year that come out. They had a sense, correct or not correct, that was sort of an anti-Michigan trophy. Like, let's create a trophy for these programs that are not racing all these 8s so they can do something. And they just sort of took it on themselves to win that trophy, and they did. Mm-hmm. And, watching some of those 4 and 5V guys sort of having won their own national championship in their mind was sort of interesting. We weren't able to repeat that, I don't think, very much. And that's not its point. But so there are a bunch of different sort of point trophies, and again, tailored so that multiple programs, it's not all shall win and all shall have prizes, but it is not just having people come and feel like, oh, we can't do Virginia, oh, we can't do Purdue, we can't do, Notre Dame and what they're doing, and that's just crazy. Right.
So on the course right now, we have the I think one of the last single sculling events we have of the day. This is the mixed adaptive grand final. So adaptive athletes from both the men's side, the women's side of the league, and adaptive is our athletes with para classifications, physical disabilities, intellectual disabilities. The rowing, especially the U.S. rowing categories, have PR1, PR2, PR3 that designate athletes in mixed events, and then there are some time handicaps to account for differences in the capability to row, but a bunch of different technical changes you can make to the hull and to the category to make it the best event for people. So Cole Hundelt raced here last year. He put down a great time in his heat, in his race for lanes yesterday. Really excited to see if he can beat that score on the course today and from last year. He already beat his score from last year.
He looks so much more fluid than he did last year. There's clearly been some work here, and Virginia Commonwealth, his team is right next to us, just gave him a
big shout out as he passed by the lagoon.
And he's responding to that. It's racier this year.
PR3.
I mean, last year I think he again was sort of one of those new to sculling sort of types, and now he's spent more time in there and absolutely hanging on that blade better. A little bit more skeletal,
and he this whole piece has just been up at a rate that seems I would say but he's sustaining it. That's the thing. If it works for him, it works for him. He's crushing the course now. So I'm going to see. I think it's not going to be a faster time on the course than yesterday, just because the conditions are a little bit windier. But he's not going to let that stand in his way. Jess Quirk from Middlebury is also in this race. I believe she has pontoons on her shell, different classification of the hull, so she is working her way down the course as well, looking for a really good piece to cap off her ACRA National Championship.
Absolutely. So if you're watching this and you know an athlete or you know a college kid who would fit into these categories, feel free to reach out to U.S. Rowing, which has an entire adaptive sort of area. Also, if you're been an athlete in another sport and all of a sudden have an accident or something like that, where all of a sudden you have come into being one of these categories, the U.S. national team is absolutely, para team is absolutely looking for great athletes, and is always looking for to provide opportunities for people to discover whether that's there or not. And the Paralympics is not a joke. I mean, there's some serious competition.
It's some fast crews out of every country. The U.S. have been able to hold a lot of fast crews up there. I believe one of them brought home a silver medal this year, possibly gold, but I believe silver. That training center out of Boston for most of those athletes. Really great to have this up at the collegiate level. It's also down at the junior level as well. Pretty frequently.
Not in Paris, but in the Olympics. Before that, we had actually Paralympics. We had a Michigan athlete in the mixed four, and he probably would not make it anymore at all. We had another guy who rode in our 1V who technically qualified, who didn't want to go do it, and who would have been fast. And now he looks at it 8 to 10 years out and sort of saying, actually, now I probably would go do it. It's it's something that's there. So
and it's international racing, right? There's the U.S. There's the World Cup.
You go
there's
to
Gavarati in Italy. So there's a lot of opportunities for the sport to extend out and away from just Oak Ridge.
So if you know someone who might be interested in doing that, reach out to U.S. Rowing and ask for the para program, and they can help you find a program. They can help you find a place. There's a couple of great programs working with veterans in particular, one in Washington, D.C., one in a little bit sort of the Hudson Valley in New York that I know of, and others specifically doing some work with rehabilitative work with veterans in particular. So there's some Wounded Warrior Projects groups. So if this is something that would be that. Similarly, there are programs around the country for people recovering from various forms of cancer, some breast cancer in particular. Some of those are only for women. Some of those are more open. But
not to forget, Para Rowing Foundation also has a really deep connection to developing more para athletes
and more
rowing careers.
Yeah.
So Jess Quirk is making a really strong push down the course here. She is nearing the red buoys to mark that last 250. I think the wind it's troublesome, right? It's hard to get those blades out. It's funny to think that as those blades are in the water, the wind is still affecting them, right? But the handles are coming through.
Yeah.
The shell's reacting both to the pressure that you're putting on to send it down the river and the environment around it. But Jess looking really strong, similar to her piece in the race for lanes yesterday. Cole finished at a 9:13.69. I think he had an 8:45 yesterday, which was remarkably faster than either of his pieces last year. I think with the wind, a little difference in speed here. All in all, I believe a great piece down the course. I know he's proud of it because his teammates were there hooting and hollering all the way for him. So I know he's going to have a warm welcome
Absolutely.
back at the trailer
The
reception.
the new head coach at Auburn, Jason Martin Beagle, has started to work on an adaptive program there. It's actually the largest part of their club is adaptive rowers. So, Jason, if you're out there, you should bring your guys to race here at ACRA. We'd love to have you. If that fits, let us know and be glad to help.
That's great to hear. I
coordinate some
saw
of
that Auburn had one entry here. I know a couple people 10 years ago on the Auburn club. So it's great to hear. And like we've mentioned before, rowing has really expanded to so many more regions at the junior level, at the club level, expanded more at the Division I level. And it's not just Boston, Seattle, Philadelphia. It's not just Ivy League schools. So I know a lot of rowers.
Auburn, Alabama.
I know a lot of rowers out of Alabama. I mean, Alabama women's rowing is good. I don't think we have the club team from Alabama men here, but they're up on the move. Auburn, Huntsville, and a couple junior area crews. So Jess is in the red buoy. She's putting down the last long, strong strokes of her sprint, moving into the end of this race today to cap off her ACRA National Championship with a great piece.
And she is sitting there and learning to hang on those oars. I mean, you can actually see that happening, using the legs to the extent that she is able to, and hanging on. That's the technique is fundamentally there.
Fundamentally solid.
Doing, yeah.
Here we go, coming through, hitting that last pair of buoys through the line. There's Jess Quirk's final at the mixed adaptive single grand final at ACRA National Championship. So we are going to keep the sculling train rolling, going up from 2 oars to 8 oars. This
Jess
is
gives a little bit of a salute there. Jess, salute back to you.
Great work.
Great work there.
This is the men's quad B final that is coming through. So these guys had a day yesterday. So if you did not watch the stream yesterday, there's debris in the river early from some rain, some fall, and it took out a couple skegs. A few on the course that were able to re-race today, and a few, or actually half a dozen or more, on the warm-up down. So one of them was Michigan State on the way down to their heat for the quad. So it was something they couldn't race in. So they didn't go out on the course. Instead, they rode back down with everybody else, and had to wait till the end of the day to race. So they had this moment where they're ready to go, and then they have to give it a couple hours of will we, won't we, and then they had to give it the last race of the day well after 6 p.m. And I think 3 crews moved on to the A final, 3 crews moved on to the B, and so these guys in the B are going to be hungry to attack and make a better piece, and hopefully they're all at the starting line. Have we got this crew on the course yet?
But the reason they had to put that in was because the final was today, and it would not have been fair to have given
No, it wouldn't have been fair.
half
Actually,
of them something this morning when the other half.
That's the thing. It probably would have negatively affected the guys who had to race this morning and
Yeah.
again this afternoon, because all in all, it's been sunnier and a little bit warmer all day today than it was yesterday. So I think they're loading into the blocks now. This race might start a couple seconds or half a minute earlier than slated for that 4:15 mark, but right now I'll get a shot of the Smokies and of the stake boats as these crews are loading into the blocks. I think they're walking their way in now.
What we do have here is now a series of some of the first grand finals of
Grand
the
finals.
regatta. So we'll have a grand final in the men's quad. We will have one in the lightweight novice 4. We'll have a grand final in the women's lightweight varsity 4, in the men's varsity lightweight 4, and then later in the day, the men's 3rd varsity 8 has a grand final. The men's 2nd novice 8 has a grand final. So the first, we're sort of getting to tomorrow is all finals all the time. All the selection is done now. For who's racing where, and we've been seeing D and E finals. But this is the first races with some medals on the line, and ultimate points. Again, there are 5 lightweight novice 4s out there, but you have Michigan, Purdue, and Minnesota, large programs, all putting it out there to go with those finals. In the varsity quad in the final, you have Bucknell, Michigan State, Virginia among the crews, also sort of with major varsity 8s, and this is about points. This is about team points trophies and an opportunity to get everyone a
Yeah,
race.
and that's one of the big things we love about the programs that are big enough to field a bunch of 8s is they care that everybody races. If they can't get a race for everybody, I know some programs also have athletes here as spares or here volunteering, which I'm sure the officials love and appreciate the help to have.
A lot of those spares out there have been driving for the referees. A bunch were out clearing debris off the course. And by the way, kudos to that. We have not had a single problem come up with someone losing a skeg today.
Whoa, knock on wood, buddy.
It's
Do
time.
not tell Michigan State that you just said that.
Well, but they didn't lose one today, did they?
They have not, but they lost one yesterday. That's why the whole thing.
Yes, they did. Yes, indeed.
So
they did.
everyone's loading into the blocks now. Hope that
We'll
we are
take
good.
this little moment to say we recognize that today you've had multiple opportunities to fulfill your rowing live stream needs, and we are glad you have chosen the ACRA live
Thank
stream
you.
to come and meet that need for you. A whole lot of women's NC2A conference championships today, and the men's sprints for the Eastern sprints are tomorrow.
Junior rowing today, that which wasn't canceled. So
That
thanks
which
for
wasn't
tuning in
canceled.
to ACRA live stream for the national
Absolutely
championship.
glad you could join us. Eddie and I were sitting here up, and they're off in this quad in the B final. Lane 2, Illinois. Lane 3, UMass. Lane 4, Connecticut. Lane 5, Purdue. And Lane 6, Tennessee. Quads, fastest boats off the start.
Fastest boats off the blocks.
Faster than an 8.
Yes.
The 8 will be faster over 2,000 meters, but the quad will win up to about 400 meters out.
Right.
As long as they have to keep going beyond 400 meters.
They're looking for the dash. They're looking for the super sprints. It looks like UMass off the blocks early, strong lead. I know they were having a really strong fight to make it to the A final yesterday and really hoping to be an A final crew. So I think they're going to make this row a statement, use a little bit of spite to grind their way up and over. If we're looking, the Illinois crew is also looking solid as they come through. UConn in the middle, Purdue on the side, and Tennessee, the Vols home team crew over on the left side of your screen.
Yeah, and just the one crew out in front right now, that being UMass.
UMass Aggies.
And the other 4 still very nicely in contact. I'm sure that UMass boat wishes they were in the A final.
Wishes they were, and they're going to push their way through, see the time. I know there's one super senior in there who's also been helping to coach the program. He's getting his last rip down the course in ACRA, but I think he's setting the stage for the next generation of Aggies to come through strong and with a great ACRA showing. Because B finals matter. Petite finals are standard for the sport. No one's ever looked at the collegiate petite final and be like, oh, what's that? No, that's serious. This is crews 6 through 11 in this case, 6 through 12 in most cases in the country. And
you want to go out in your last race. I mean,
you always will.
I had the opportunity to win my last college race. And it always feels better.
And the only collegiate race, maybe Dad Vales, correct me if I'm wrong, Christian, only collegiate race with the quad. Hey, yeah, you're technically the 11th or 6th through the 11th quad in the country.
Final.
Or the
Hello,
6th through
Dad
11th
Vale. We have a
quad
B
in the
final
country
quad.
until national teams and U23s roll around. So really incredible lead that UMass has established early in the first 600, 700 of this race. They are lengths and lengths and lengths ahead of the next crews.
Yeah, a little bit of legacy here too of Jim Dietz, who was a long-time women's coach at UMass and really a big supporter of the men's club
yes.
there as well. And Jim always wanted us to change the structure. We were talking earlier about
yes.
the structure of the national championship driving the content of programs. He wanted us very much to match the Olympic program. So 8, a straight 4. Now they've added a varsity 4, a pair, a quad, a double, and a single. He was sort of like, this is what a team should look like when you go to a national championships. And one, it sort of meets the needs of a different variety of athletes and stuff like that. But I think as a result, there have always been good sculling boats in that boathouse.
Yeah, I mean that whole section of the Connecticut, after the initial
The
surge
Connecticut
of
River,
water
yeah.
and that initial thaw that can take out a
It
dock,
is wild. I
calm
coached on
down.
that for 1 year, and
Yeah.
I couldn't figure out the water at all.
It's a great place to learn how to scull, especially in college, because you row. You don't have to look behind you for a couple of minutes. And you look, and you're like, oh, I'm still in the middle of the river. No one coming. Plenty of water left. There's a few dogleg turns, hairpin turns. I
and
know.
turn around and go back to the boathouse in 3 minutes.
Yeah. I
time
have
for
a
dinner.
couple teammates who started sculling in on the Connecticut in summers or after the main part of the season was over. I was like, this is great. I love this. And they did it on the Charles out of like Community Rowing's boathouse or out of Union Boat Club. Like,
400
whoa,
scullers
this
on the
is
water.
or just the turns you have to
Yeah.
get to clear water that's not rocked by the wind. They're like, what is the point of this? So, but here we have the Purdue crew looking strong and long as they come out. A lot of great power on the leg drive here and a good upright swing into the finish there. They are fighting off the Illinois crew and the Tennessee crew, the home course crew out of Oak Ridge.
Absolutely. So we still have UMass
Aggies.
Up front, just easily out in front. Gorgeous loping rowing. I use that loping when it just looks like you have a middle distance runner who's just all legs
In
and
stride.
moving and in stride, and that's what we see here. So they're well out in front. The race here for second is Purdue out in front there in the black unis, with Connecticut sort of pushing up into them, trying to stay in place, and Tennessee and Illinois. Tennessee up on Illinois, 2 or 3 seats maybe. Check that. Illinois a seat up on Tennessee.
Look on that.
About there. So 3 races here, 1 out in front, which will put UMass in the winning seat. One of the things about quads is that you very rarely have like boat stopping ending events in quads.
Sure. No. Yeah. It picks up and it runs out in a really strong way. Stroke 3 of the UMass quad are really getting in and through. Bowman a little bit short on it, but I think he's going with the flow of everything, not getting in the way. I like the push from this Tennessee crew, a little bit of a difference. The bow pair long, extending that stroke out that the stroke man is getting to them, and really helping send that boat up and out. You got the bow loaded riggers for this UMass quad. So we're talked about that a little bit earlier, more of the force behind you, the way that you're sending the boat, in the direction that you're sending the boat, so that hopefully it helps increase the leverage that you're putting out there to maximize the power versus ones that are stern rigged. And the idea behind the people who just don't make it that way is that you're kind of pulling the force out and away from the mainstay. So these guys are cruising. Looks like not a single stroke to distract them from their goal of both winning the B final and hopefully setting the course speed for the quad before the A final starts. Tennessee back up after a bit of a crab moment. Here's UMass coming through just under 7 minutes. I believe we're going to see Purdue coming through next unless UConn made a serious move.
Nope, that's Purdue and a little bit of open water over UConn. But a good race for those two.
Fantastic,
they definitely
yeah.
knew that the other crew was there the whole time. It always makes it more fun.
Here's our spot. Tennessee really
and then Illinois.
made the most out of it after they pulled out of that crab, and Illinois through the line. Great roasting from all those crews. We're going to be followed soon by the A final of that event.
Well, actually, Charlie, the Skeg Gobbler has risen from his dormancy.
No.
I just received confirmation that the Texas quad has lost their Skeg, so
this race will be
yes.
postponed here.
Yes, the men's quad A final will be postponed for the time being.
So the only place that there was still junk on the water was up in the starting area above the bridge, and we told folks not to go above the bridge, and I'm wondering if they actually did that.
I suppose we can only not speculate.
So my
So
friend
we're
Kyle
going-
in New York City, who was only watching this because I'm down here announcing, he doesn't know rowing from anything, and he said yesterday, so it looks like a log attacked a boat or something like that, from what people are saying. So yes, we have predator logs here. So maybe it was the son of predator log saying, "You pulled my father and my mother out of the river, and what are we gonna do?"
So if we're skipping that A final of the men's quad, we're moving on to the first C final, the final of the women's novice, and it's a duel. So this is the UC Irvine B crew. I believe they entered 2 novice 8s, and the women's side of the league does not have a second novice 8 event yet. So 2 novice 8s versus the UGA Georgia Bulldogs out of Athens in lane 4. Georgia looks like they're up just enough to have a strong commanding lead. But viewers at home, if you are watching a regatta for the first time, there's a lot going on. There's a lot to figure out. This is what most collegiate racing looks like. It is a duel. Sometimes 3 boats across, sometimes 4, but it's a pretty small and I'll say intimate setting in which it's you versus one other crew, one or enough safety launches to follow the boats down, but probably one with your coaches back there who are keeping a time and making sure that no one is colliding, interfering with each other's course. And the margins are the margins. There's some events that they don't even take times. All that is like, okay, how many boat lengths did one crew beat the other ones by? At this point in the sport, where we want to get as best ranking and polling as we can out of crews before they reach their national championship, we will take a really clear amount of time. But really commanding lead from the Bulldogs here. Great work by the UC Irvine Anteaters, who are rowing up in a category.
Yeah, if you're either one of these crews, then you're going to be looking to, even if the margin is starting to become quite large, an advantage to Georgia. You know, in either one of these crews, you're just going to come out here to look to execute the best race plan possible, right? Going as fast as you possibly can, you know, excluding any sort of conditions or outside influences should be the goal here, especially for this Novice 8 program, who I would have to assume, being their first year of eligibility or first year of collegiate rowing, a lot of these girls will be looking to return next year with their varsity programs. So just coming out here to gain some valuable racing experience, looking to try and execute their race plans to perfection one last time before they pack it up for the end of the season. So it's great to see these crews coming out to try and do just that.
Yeah, and a decently strong crosswind is picking up. I think you can start to see it on the river as well. It's blowing our tent around, so it's definitely having an effect on the crews here. So especially at the novice level, you're going to start to see some oars getting affected as they look to square down for an entry into the water, maybe getting blustered around, and that square wiggles off, or that oar moves a little bit out of time than you expected it to. So a little bit to contend with here. There's a good breeze blown across just around this 1,500 meter mark. I think the lagoon area at the 1,400 meters to go. I'm sorry, 1,600 meters in. Point is also going to throw a bit of a haymaker at these crews. UCI is handling it very well, rowing really strong into the wind. I think all these athletes are happy that it's a crosswind and not a headwind sitting on their back.
And here's a great shot of that Georgia Bulldog crew trying to negotiate the wind. You can see on your screens now, you know, where that lagoon kind of opens up and lets the wind kind of pick up onto the race course there. You can see the water moving much faster towards where the Georgia boat is compared to that UCI boat yet to hit the wind. So another learning experience for all of these novice women looking to gain some more experience rowing in perhaps some more challenging conditions. As a rower, you have to be very adaptable to very dramatic changing conditions, and this is exactly the sort of condition.
So this is
that you
not
can learn.
normal. This looks like the wind is really throwing a huge curveball at these crews, who are both at different points of this, having to row almost on a diagonal in their lane, right? Not a lot of other things interfering, but this wind is pushing so hard that the coxswains are correcting to the point where they're overcorrecting before they see, hey, I'm still in my lane, I'm good. So that's got to be frustrating for those coxswains who it looks like are mostly back on. Yeah, the UCI coxswain is in their lane still, hugging the buoys a little bit, but there's a lot just to change, and it's should be more like you're trying to change lanes in a car to make these small side-by-side points. But if the wind is getting in the way and not helping you to see that you're having an effect on your point, you want to get it done. You don't want to wait. So it might be a point of urgency that steers you around a little bit more. But the Georgia Bulldogs charging through the line.
And they're going to be able to take the win here in the C final, the women's novice 8s. And another update for everybody waiting for the grand final, the men's quad. I can see them rowing down the course now, not being timed. So again, an equipment malfunction for one of the boats has caused a delay, and it looks like they're just sending them down again in this quad. So will be that race will be postponed to a later hour, unfortunately. So bear with us as we await the new start time, but we can't confirm that the men's quad grand final will not be happening anytime soon with these quads rowing down the course. So
it's too bad.
That is too bad. I was looking. This is one
weekend.
Race. This is probably the race that I'm most anticipated for personally, with the Florida Gators being very competitive in this event, and a lot of my closest friends contesting this one. So bummed out to see I have to wait and be nervous for a lot longer than I initially anticipated. But again, going back to the Nave, great to see those two boats cross the line in those challenging conditions. And here's a shot from the drone here of those men's quads, just taking it easy, heading down the course to await their fates for the next few hours. So unfortunate to see one of those boats having an equipment malfunction.
Yeah, so it's going to be a bit of a minute before we get the light novice 4 started, because this Texas crew is getting help from safety boat trailing close beside them since they have no steering.
Yeah, so a little bit of a break in the racing here as we see these quads taking it easy. A display of sculling at the highest quality here at the ACRA National Championships. So for any junior rowers looking to take some notes on some sculling technique, I would definitely point to any one of these quads being some of the fastest at the club collegiate level. Looks like in this little mini race, Middlebury is looking to be the ones who are want to cross the line first. Although it's obviously they're definitely not for classification or any sort of glory. They're just taking it in towards the docks, and we'll.
No, it's more of a gentleman's race. My little story here while we kill some time is I started rowing at the collegiate level only, and it was very intense. It's something you took seriously. You didn't waste any opportunities, and about 2-3 years in, I only understood it as this thing where you really need to be gritting your teeth and really, I'll say, stressed out about it. And it wasn't until I rowed Summer Club out of Philadelphia with a bunch of guys from the Penn program, a couple other club guys that I just raced with at ACRA, or we're going to race with at ACRA, and small boats, learning to row the single, rowing the quad, rowing the double, the pair, and having fun. And getting on the course at Club Nationals back when it was at Camden, and crews were lining up to race to get to a final. I think we're in the 4, coxless 4, and all the crews making jokes at the start line before they lock into their stake boats. I was like, is that allowed? Huh. I never knew that we could all just have some fun while we do it, right? And there's a line. You don't want to have so much fun that other crews are going to be like, oh, they're not focused. You can walk away from them. But, one time we were just talking about, maybe we go down the course to the gentleman's 18, see who can win the race without bringing their stroke rate up and above.
I saw, as you were talking there, the Florida quad came across the line, maybe like a seat ahead of the UVA. Obviously, they were rowing at like an 18, and then the bow pair started celebrating.
Nice,
Jackson
like that.
Rowden and Will Hilton, those two
stand up in the
jokesters. just giving some fist bumps and started yelling over at the UVA quad. So some jokesters in that boat for sure. We call them the triple coxed single, actually, because Thomas Spellman's is about 6 inches taller than the rest of than his boatmates. So a little bit of an inside joke there for that Florida quad. So great to see them having a little bit of fun with this break in the racing.
So I see crews on the course, so I imagine it's going to be lightweight.
Yes, this is the men's lightweight novice 4 grand final.
Varsity. Yep, novice 4 grand final. So they raced for lanes yesterday. This one's going to be hotly contested. It's like one of 2 or 3 lightweight events remaining. ACRA didn't have a huge lightweight moment, nothing outside of 4s. But yeah, these are guys who, if they're on a bigger program, didn't make one of the first 3 8s, and then maybe they're 4, maybe they're 5, maybe they chopped up into an open and a light 4 before they moved to paired doubles or quads. And some guys, it's just their top 4 novice, and they all happen to be light. So as we see them on the course pretty soon, you'll see UConn, UMass, Purdue, Michigan, and Minnesota. So a little split of Midwest and New England out there on the course duking it out.
So yeah, this is the second of the grand finals at stake, being contested and scheduled to be the third, but because of the quad mishap, it was now pushed up to the second. We've already had one grand final in the mixed adaptive single, but
You're
now
right.
The next grand final is the men's lightweight novice 4 with more than 2 boats contesting. So we got a race in our hands.
This is the second event of the weekend, and medals are on the line. I believe it should be
national championship title as well.
All 3 medals, bronze, silver, and gold, on the line. It looks like that Purdue crew out in the lead right now, with UMass close behind, Michigan close behind, Minnesota, and UConn a little bit off the pace. We know Michigan's plan. We know that they're going to wait until that last 600 meters, which they're creeping up on, to make a move, and I think they have Purdue in a spot where they're not too worried about trying to get up and off of them.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see how these lightweights negotiate these tough conditions here. I don't know if you can hear on our microphones that the wind has just been gusting our tent all over the place. So the wind is definitely picked up. This is the highest the wind has been for sure all weekend, as there's a great shot of the top 3 boats duking it out for the medals. Purdue in control of that national championship place, but UMass and Michigan having something to say for it as well.
Yeah, and they're going to, I don't know how much Massachusetts knows about Michigan's race plan, but they're not going to let them go if they have anything to say about it. They know that their compadres in the Open for Novice 4 lost out on an A final this morning by less than tenths of a second, hundredths of a second. So I think they're here to push that out. They're not going to let anyone take an inch, certainly not a mile. These are the mighty lighties from all these programs coming through, handling.
And novices as well.
Yeah, that's great. So a lot of young athletes in the sport coming through. So they're in the last 500. It is make or break, medals on the line, a gold medal out there for first crew to take home to their trailer.
And as you said, UMass right there just put in a decisive move to try and get ahead of that Michigan boat currently in third place. Purdue not yet able to break open water over UMass, so we'll see if UMass has anything to say about Purdue leading this race so far.
And that Michigan move, it's starting to happen. It's starting to climb up, but I don't know if it's taken much more than a seat yet. We'll see what happens when the buoys change colors, right?
There they go.
Kind of different than a traffic light. When these buoys turn red, it means go. Purdue is in it, swinging it really strong here. These guys are pretty dense for lightweight novice. I think Varsity is long, tall guy. UMass could handle the chop a little bit better, or scraping a little bit against it, but there's enough push and send on the shell that they're moving. I believe that is still holding second place.
Yeah, I can tell you that these gusts are really, really hard to negotiate for any rowers that will be competing here this weekend, much less lightweight novices in a 4. So I can tell you that the conditions are definitely challenging these crews, but looks like none of them are dealing with them so far, as Purdue is going to win the national championship by open water. Purdue lightweight novice 4 wins the national championship.
UMass taking the silver, Michigan taking the bronze in the event. Congratulations to all those crews. We'll see in just a moment if Minnesota or UConn is going to take that 4th, 5th spot.
And sub-7, despite the challenging conditions, very, very strong performance by that Purdue, the newly crowned national champions. Congratulations to them. UConn will take the 4th place spot ahead of Minnesota, and that's going to wrap up the A final of the men's lightweight novice 4. Congratulations to our medalists for taking home some hardware.
That is our first team boat event to medal this weekend. Congratulations to all those athletes for a year of hard work. Glad you got to earn some hardware to go with it. I think you'll hold on to that forever.
Absolutely.
Following
We'll
this,
be looking forward to see how their rowing careers play out with their respective teams, as they have a few more years of eligibility. So hopefully we'll be seeing them in the future as well. Moving straight along to the next event, it is the men's 2nd Varsity 8 Semifinal. In Lane 1, we have UC Irvine. Lane 2, Grand Valley. Lane 3, UNC. Lane 4, Ohio State. Lane 5, Northwestern. And Lane 6, Virginia Tech. And right back up to you on the drone there. On your screens is the men's 2v8 well underway now. And it looks like Grand Valley, UNC are your 2 early contenders out in front.
Yep, so from the left to the right side of your screen, you're going to see, I believe, Virginia Tech, Northwestern, Ohio State, UNC men, Grand Valley, and UC Irvine. So I think that would mean UNC men are holding on and pushing with Grand Valley for that first spot in the C final. So this one is not a medal event, right? It is a C level, A and B preceding it, but these guys nonetheless want to take the top spot. UNC not quite level. It's hard to see with that darker shell on now dark water, but I believe they are just a seat behind, maybe half the stern bow deck, and they are charging, they're fighting, and I think the rest of this race is going to be bow ball for bow ball. UNC with a really distinct stroke, really twisting and settling into their front end to get the most out of the length of these really long, lanky guys. Good work by that stern four to sit up and press that shell along. Now they're going stroke for stroke as if they're a mirror image, as if they're training together. But no, they need to assert one bow instead of the other. A little bit behind the pace is that Ohio State crew, who is still in close sight of UNC. I think they're going to try and push themselves up a little closer to that scene up in the first 2 spots. Northwestern a little bit further behind them. UC Irvine a little bit further behind, and out in the wide lane, Virginia Tech holding the back of the pack. So they're coming through, looking by our eyesight. Christian, what are you seeing?
UNC starting to make a charge here in this third 500. It was bow ball to bow ball, but now UNC taking a seat over Grand Valley. Again, places 13 through 18 on the line. Points and pride on the line here for these crews, battling it out as the gusts start to pick up again. UNC continuing to move out as they cross into the final 500. Still not set in stone yet, but UNC with the momentum at the moment.
And actually, so all 3 of these crews up in the lead. So UNC and the Grand Valley crews up in the lead. But Ohio State, all crews are sailing on top of this, not choppy water, but blustery water in the wind. UNC is just a couple seats up ahead of Grand Valley. Coach Austin Work and his crew, these guys are really grinding it out to try and assert themselves to the top of the C final. Going into the last 400 meters here. Good. Yeah, it's been crossed for a good amount of it. Tail starting to pick up and push these times along with them. That also
look
showed
how tight
in the
that
light
is.
4. There we go. And it is not quite to the
Here
red
comes
buoys.
Grand Valley back now in the final 500, and there the
Nothing.
red buoys go.
It's beside Andrew R.N.D. Lubbers, named on the boat. I believe also the name of the Lubbers Cup, namesake. So a big deal in the Midwest region. And it is going to be a grind. These guys have been a world on their own. They're coming up in the last 250 meters. Red means go. Bowman's looking out at the crew next to him. Should be looking at the oar ahead of him.
It's going to be so tight here. Less than 200 meters to go now.
It's
UNC
just
had
gonna be
pushed
the
out
bow
an
deck.
advantage by a seat or 2, but that advantage is starting to decrease as Grand Valley taking it up. UNC trying to respond. It looks like they're holding well, but it is so tight. You can never tell until those boats really cross the line here. It's going to be tight down to the line. And here we go, the finish line camera. It is UNC hanging on.
And Grand Valley tightly contested, taking that second place spot. I believe Ohio State will hold on to that third place spot, 607. Tailwind, moving around, working with them. That's going to be UCI and Northwestern duking it out for the 4-5 spot.
Very, very strong rowing there.
Northwestern, UCI dropped off the pace and Virginia charged back up. So Northwestern to Virginia Tech, and looking for UCI to charge through the line. Didn't quite have the gas to get it up and going.
And there goes UCI. Congratulations to those C-finals, 13th through 18th now settled here in the men's second varsity 8 here at the 2025 ACRA National Championships. So there are the results unofficially. 4/10 of a second, 4.5 tenths of a second. UNC ahead of Grand Valley. So congratulations, well rowed, gentlemen. Very, very mature racing to keep their composure despite mounting pressure from that Grand Valley, mounting and constant pressure from that Grand Valley 8. So very, very well rowed from all of these crews. As we move on to the next grand final listed on the docket, it is the women's lightweight varsity 4 grand final. 3 crews on the course coming at you, Charlie.
Yeah, it's we're gonna have Michigan State, Long Beach State, and Georgia Tech here in the lightweight varsity 4 grand final. It's I think they did a race for lanes, or did they?
Yeah.
Second novice 8?
No. The varsity women's lightweight 4. They should have had a first race, and now this will be the second race.
Yes,
they
did a race for lanes.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
I was 2
absolutely.
events ahead.
So everyone also here gets at least 2 races a chance to stitch something together.
Right,
over
yeah,
the
you're not
course of
traveling all the way
regatta,
down to the...
just to race once and then have something happen.
Yeah, to do one race and that be the whole thing. Although the quads have had 2 things happen on their way to search for a medal in the A final. We have had our first team boat medal go out to Purdue, winning gold in the lightweight novice 4, with second from UMass, third from Michigan in that event. That was a 5 crew race. Is that still medals for first through third?
First through third.
Great.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, we're not stingy here about that. So, they do get there. I think if it's a 3-boat race, I'm not sure that the third crew gets a medal.
And an update for those of you waiting on the men's quad grand final due to equipment malfunction. That race had to be postponed, and those crews had to be sent back in. But rescheduled now to 5:31 scheduled start. So that's going to be the last race of the day after the men's 3v8.
They're going to be able to borrow a quad from another program. There was not a Skeg, just random quad lying around for them to use.
Yeah, so just an update for those of you waiting on the men's quad grand final. 5:31 is the new scheduled time. But back to this race, very, very tight between the top 2 crews.
And that would be, I believe, Georgia Tech.
Michigan
Michigan State and Long Beach State.
Yeah.
And then Georgia Tech a little bit back to the right there. Technically a national championship. Fewer and fewer lightweight programs on the men's and the women's side.
Correct.
Fewer and fewer lightweight entries on the men's and lower side. On the women's side, this means 130-pound max.
Yes.
They only have to weigh in once at this regatta. At the international level, they have to weigh in daily.
Yeah, and the
2
boat has to be the
hours-
right weight.
Yeah, 2 hours before, within 2 hours to the start. So you really can't sit there and suck down unhealthily and then come back. You just don't have enough time to rehabilitate that. One of the reasons that lightweight rowing has gone away in the United States anyway, or starting to, is that it no longer is really an effective category at the junior level.
It's been wiped away since 2019.
Yeah, so there was used to be a lot of lightweight rowing and even flyweight rowing at the junior level. The medical corps and the referees came and said, hey, we have some concerns about what we're seeing at regattas. I ended up working on that committee representing some of the college coaches, and our point was that we just want kids healthy, and we'd heard too many stories of kids who shouldn't be trying to race that. We also were able to find pretty good data that showed that by and large it didn't make a whole lot of difference in speed
Right.
at that age point. That a lot of the kids in some of the best programs were just barely over the lightweight weight anyway, because they were 15 and 16 years old and they just hadn't grown, but we didn't want them worrying or developing complexes about weight. And interestingly, the issue was framed in terms of boys lightweights and competition and getting into some very elite programs that still have lightweight men's programs. But some of the issues we were seeing were with young women body imagery. Not that those are not also affecting the men, don't get me wrong, but it's just a different stew that was there. But here we have some lightweight varsity Grand Four with 3 entries.
Yeah, this is a powerful
you know,
crew from Michigan State trying to hold on to a really great small boat program in Long Beach State who have open water on Michigan State. Both crews have open water on Georgia Tech, the nearby crew. So good step and swing into this tailwind, into the slight cross. It's going to open up a little bit around the lagoon. Nothing that's going to slow down their crew so much, but it is going to throw in just a little bit of a curveball for them in terms of their technique, which just needs to be as crisp as possible.
Like a tailwind. It sort of pushes them along, and they like that. It doesn't slow them down as much. While rowing into a headwind, they don't necessarily always have the same amount of mass swinging in the boat to cut.
I mean, rowing in a headwind, sometimes it just feels like you give it everything, and you just sit and you hit this brick wall behind you. It's like, what's the point?
While the bigger, beefier crews, more solid crews physically can lever into that. So some really nice rowing going on there. If lightweight rowing were to go away here, these women would still absolutely have a place to row. They would just be able to come in as boats in the.
It would just be in Varsity 4, second Varsity 4, stuff like that, quads. But it's great to have them here fighting for a medal. Michigan State's been really great all the way through in all the 8s, 4s, and other shells they've had here this weekend in Tennessee. But Long Beach looks like they have a pretty commanding spot. Very, very unique and distinct stroke style that all 4 athletes here are totally committed to, rowing together. Good pickup on the front end there.
Yep, and some nice height in that boat too. They're sitting up well. Cores are obviously strong and have been trained properly so that they can push away against that. And the blades are staying in the water nicely all the way.
Yeah, and that's what I was going
to
to say. Sometimes with lightweight crews, it's hard to get them to get that full compression, that lean forward to pick up, press the front end super hard. Instead, a lot of times, like, oh, let's spin it just a little bit harder at the back end when everything's moving together. But they have good setup and compression.
Mechanics,
so the legs can move the boat before the whole body does add in to accelerate. Michigan State also really solid mechanics, just a little bit more.
A little more hang in that Long Beach, in that beach boat.
Yeah, just a little bit more wobble as they finish and start the recovery on their way up. Not so much that they're checking the boat back and forth, but just a little bit less run out from the shell. Here's Long Beach holding it through 7:53. I'm sure they're thrilled. Have an under 8-minute race, and good race too. The Spartans from Michigan State out of East Lansing coming through just on the other side of an 8-minute time. Followed
pretty
by
nice race for those 2 crews.
Great
there.
work. Oh, just on the underside of the 8-minute time, followed through by Georgia Tech.
And
congratulations to
all
crews.
Tech, they had a little bit of challenge holding the blade in for 3 or 4 strokes further back, and that created that. In the end, created that margin.
Great work to all those crews. This coming up now is the next lightweight varsity 4. This is also a grand final, and it is deep. It is 7 crews across, so it is certainly.
I'm seeing 6 here on the.
Thank you. I can't count.
Version.
Certainly gold through bronze medals in this event.
Lane 1, we have Georgia. Lane 2, Fordham. Lane 3, Michigan. Lane 4, Georgia Tech. Again, Lane 5, Michigan State. Again, as they had in the women. Lane 6, Bowdoin. So 2 of the programs with women's. No Long Beach crew in here, but 2 of those 3 women's boats also showing up a men's race here. It looks right now like Michigan and Georgia Tech battling it out. Maybe Michigan out in front here. Michigan men here. This is some 4V, 5V guys. 4V guys, again, only selected because they happen to be at the lightweight area. No one's asked to lose weight, or we don't. People don't come down from 180 pounds to race at 160. So Michigan out in front right now. I'm sorry. That would be Georgia Tech and Michigan fighting. Georgia Tech in the yellow boat, Michigan in the white boat. And I do think Michigan is.
Michigan State is also up in there fighting to take over Georgia Tech's spot in the second place.
Absolutely. So Michigan about 2 or 3 seats up over Georgia Tech, and Michigan State making a nice push there on Georgia Tech. Lot of pride in both of those programs, Michigan and Georgia Tech, about this lightweight 4. Consistently raced this event a number of times. Michigan here taking a move and Georgia Tech answering right away, and that's going to keep those two in the hunt for gold and silver. I don't think Michigan State's going to be able to move back into
I don't think
that.
they're going to move back up into the second place spot. I think they just need to make sure they look across to the lanes, or at least the bowman looks across to the lanes way over to make sure Fordham doesn't come up and take anything away from them in the last 500
Fordham
here.
would have to put quite a sprint in at this point. With
I've seen them
300
put some
meters.
quite sprints in
Have
before, so
seen them do it.
let's
now,
not leave
if
the Rams
anything,
out.
It looks like Georgia Tech is sprinting up a little bit, getting up a seat on Michigan, and looking very nice and strong through the water, very powerful. Michigan now answering, a little crab. That does not help the case at all. So it looks like it's going to be Georgia Tech winning this sprint and winning this event to take gold. Michigan hanging in there for silver. That little bobble there cost 2 seats,
Yeah.
and that's all it takes.
Good pick up and send here from this Georgia Tech crew.
And once you get out in front like that, you just are able to sort of relax a little bit. You can see the Georgia Tech's shoulders go down in a good way. Also so Georgia Tech comes across there. Michigan bow to stern behind in silver. I'm sure there's a little disappointment there. Michigan State comes in third. 6:38 for Georgia Tech, stroked by Prakash. And then Michigan 6:41. Michigan State probably another 3 seconds behind them when we see a time.
Fordham following through after that. Bowdoin following through after that. And then we'll see Georgia coming up.
So
in
gold,
that last
silver, and
spot.
bronze, Georgia Tech, Michigan, and Michigan State. Fordham coming in fourth, again 3 seconds behind. So 3 seconds, 3 seconds, 3 seconds, 3 seconds. And then Bowdoin a little bit further back at 6:55. Finally, is that Fordham coming across?
That is
Georgia, sorry.
University of Georgia coming through. So, following this, we go up to 8 oars and 8 oars only. It's going to be the second Novice 8B final and then Grand Final, the men's third Varsity 8B final, and then Grand Final, and then the quad A final that will round out the end of day 2 of the ACRA National Championship before we move on to solely finals tomorrow.
Now, hot off the presses, we do have Brian Volpenheim giving out the medals today. So
that is a true honor.
That is
what an
cool.
incredible opportunity that these athletes have, and thank you so much, Brian, for sticking around. You were inducted into the Hall of Fame today. We really appreciate
He's a great
you.
guy. He's a nice guy. Sit around and talk to him for a little bit. He'll
Talk
do
to
it.
him.
Absolutely.
And he's a coach right now of college athletes, so he has nothing maybe not nothing he loves more, but he loves working with college athletes and rowers of this
and he's
age.
very, very good at it.
He is.
actually.
We are looking at a dual race here between Michigan State and UC Irvine.
And
Michigan
the
State.
Second Novice 8B
Second
final.
Novice 8, man. I've been really impressed with all these Michigan State crews. Don't tell my Michigan alum fiance about that, but really impressive rows out of all of these Michigan State crews. These guys are up. They're long. Honestly, same stroke style as their men's V8 that had a great row through earlier today.
So this is a 2F boat, and they're going to go through the 1500 at about 4:45, 4:50. So that's some tailwind effect.
It's a healthy
right there.
tail.
It's a healthy tailwind. Very nice motion there. There are some big boys in that boat. Nice long arms. You know, most of them maybe probably new to the sport. That bow pair a little bit smaller, but it's the 2F. I was a 2F guy, so you know I was right in the middle of the
Started
boat.
my fall as a 2F guy, yeah. And hey, you get bigger, you get stronger, and you get longer. I need a long stroke and a long tailwind. So these guys are charging through. They passed us by, passed the eye test. It's great. UCI Anteaters also looking really solid through the stroke. Big yellow blades showing up, dropping right into the water. But I think Michigan crew in this duel is just going to keep up and
So
these
do
lengths
you
ahead
know
of
who
them.
else was a 2F guy at Michigan?
Tell me.
Tom Pezic.
Oh, yeah, Olympian, right?
Tom Pezic is Olympian in the pair, longtime national team member. Really lasted longer on the national team than many of them, and Michigan's third Olympian. And he raced in the Novice 4 at the IRA his freshman year.
Very cool.
Not making the varsity the freshman 8. So he was a 2F guy, and he went from there to be one of the more consistent rowers on the national team in recent years in terms of spending time on the team and just becoming sort of an elder statesman of the guys on the
Yeah.
national team.
Really great send and sail from these guys. Sorry, kick something there. In this great shell, looks really well rigged for them. 6-man, letting the tongue hang out, letting the jaw slack open. Doesn't matter so long as the lungs are working, the legs are working, the oars in the water with everyone else.
Dehydrated
There
as
he
they
goes
go
through the
finish.
line. Irvine also feeling fine, wrapping up their weekend at the ACRA National Championship. Congratulations to all these crews.
A great race. There were 8 crews in that event, which means we have a full final.
Full
here,
final.
And people had to race to get into
I got
it,
names
right?
spilling off the sheet here.
So we're going to have Washington State in lane 1, Minnesota in 2, Orange Coast in 3, and we've seen some really
them.
good rowing out of Orange Coast today. Michigan in 4, Purdue in 5, and UCLA in 6. Again, so you're just seeing these large programs here: Washington State, UCLA, Purdue, Michigan, Minnesota. These are programs that are going to be built on depth, and so they've created a situation where they have guys 9 through 16, and then beyond that in sort of a freshman 4 or a lightweight 4. The goal at Michigan, I think, is to start the year with 6 to 7/8 and finish it with 3/8 on
Short,
the novices. And then if 2/8 of that or 8.5 of that come back and stick through the varsity, it's going to be a successful class. Also means that a lot of these guys in the 2F are walk-ons. A lot of them have just learned to row this year. This is a testament to the teaching that we see. That race is off right now, probably just about reaching the breakage point there, 25 seconds in. And again, lane 1, Washington State, lane 2, Minnesota, lane 3, Orange Coast, lane 4, Michigan, lane 5, Purdue, and lane 6, UCLA. It looks like Michigan in lane 4 out in front a little bit. Early.
Yes.
And Orange Coast right up there, but also out in lane 6, UCLA. And let's not count out Minnesota in lane 2, putting a push on there as well. This Michigan 2V, I know, has had some good starting speed. Looks like the coxswain is having to deal a little bit with the wind and now is straightened back out.
It was affecting some of the other novice 8s earlier, and it was second novice 8 in the women, where there was just a lot of oversteering that had to happen because they would try and steer. The wind would keep them off the course they wanted to go, then they'd oversteer, and then they'd fix it, and they would be, now we're holding on this line that I don't want either. So these crews are a little bit more controlled, and maybe it helps just to have more boats around you. You'd be like, I don't have very big margins to steer around
and as we
and
come
from.
into the 500, we still have overlap from 1 to 6.
Yeah, which is incredible.
I think the 6th place crew is just barely open water behind Michigan, who's the 1st place crew right now. Michigan putting a nice move here at about 700, 800 meters, as we know they like to do, and try and get clear and get out in front of doing that. I tell you, though, UCLA over in lane 6 is still hanging. One of the rules of racing that I teach my crews, and I know you do too, Eddie, is never sit on a bob ball. If you get up there and you have the opportunity to break open water, you need to break open water. And that this is happening, 700 meters in, as Michigan gets ready to take a lift and move, where it's going to require Orange Coast to keep digging in, require UCLA to keep digging in,
and Minnesota's holding on
in there too.
They got their Golden Gopher claws dug into Orange Coast's back. They are not letting them off easy.
So one of the things that can actually happen there is the Michigan coxswain is having to correct a little course there, but they've clearly taken their move there and breaking open. Is that maybe, or you've sort of lured Orange Coast into going a little bit faster than they might want to, and that means that they are now vulnerable perhaps a little bit to Minnesota, who's in there. That UCLA crew is still hanging very nicely.
I think they're
going to
bring the outside heat, and I think they're going to shock Orange Coast. I know Orange Coast has some sprints to give, but just hanging on, not letting Michigan get much more open water than they've already established. Yeah, look at that. I know the angles are a little bit different. I'd say OCC's deck is like it's not a
So
seat
what
yet.
you're seeing happen right now is Michigan getting open water.
Yeah, because they're
They
doing their
just got that
second move
break,
of the race.
And when you do that, there's this sort of sense, that the
But yeah, good
coxswain
zoom
is
in.
called bow ball or something like that, and you've moved, but this other race is firming up right behind them.
UCLA is just barely trailing OCC through the buoys right now,
Well,
falling
those two
back
have
just a
raced
little
each
bit
other all
over and over and
spring,
over
San
again.
Diego Crew Classic and on, so you know that there's a good rivalry going between these two
Minnesota
programs.
is about half a length down on OCC. Good look from these big guys from UCLA in the second Novice 8. They're going to make some really great
big
varsity
guys
rowers
in the
next
Minnesota
year.
boat.
Yeah.
So Michigan needs to keep moving. They can't settle.
No,
right
they can't.
now.
They can't sit on
They've
this.
gotten that open, but they have to maintain it.
It
with
doesn't
this race
help
coming
that there's
up
been
behind
3
them.
points where we've seen the coxswain not exactly on the straightest course possible, not veering around, not adding meters on, but that's 3 times where we've had to correct something. It's not the
Just a little bit of extra power on one side of
Yeah.
the boat, and it's a little bit off balance. Todd Gokin, their coach, knows that a little bit.
UCLA,
But
just
UCLA putting a
barely
move and
getting
coming back
through
up.
the buoys ahead of OCC now, and I think they're trying
Coxon
to
needs
start to open that up.
the
But now
Michigan
Purdue
open water, and Purdue coming back
is
in.
walking up on Minnesota and walking up on OCC. I know OCC has a sprint to throw out there, so I get that.
The only crew out of it, Washington State.
Yeah.
The
but
only crew definitely in it is Michigan.
OCC
and everything
might
else
be
is
taking
sort of
that
open.
foul ball back from UCLA. It's hard to say from 3 lanes away, but really great racing from those West Coast crews and Midwest crews.
Yeah, keep in
Absolutely.
mind the Orange Coast boats all throughout the day have had some really remarkable sprints. Just looking at the results from Weir this past year, this Orange Coast boat was actually 10 seconds faster than this very same UCLA boat in this event. So
Well,
kind of
UCLA is sitting there going, let us have it, baby.
Right,
let us have it. We're going
but
to show
don't
you.
count out Orange Coast yet. We've seen their boats have some monster sprints. So
Absolutely.
I would have to expect the same out of this one. So don't count them out yet. They're going to be battling with UCLA. And look at
That's Minnesota.
Minnesota walking up now.
Is clawing back into
Here comes
it.
the sprint from Orange Coast as they just hit the red
yeah.
buoys. UCLA under threat now as Minnesota and Orange Coast starting to charge now.
Absolutely. So again, UCLA. Well, we were far behind them. Let's go with them and look
Yeah,
where we are.
and
Let's keep
the
going.
thing is, they haven't cranked the stroke rate up super high. I think that's going to play in their favor. I know they're
moving
wooden
back
off.
now. They're
but
moving back. UCLA is
yeah,
on,
they
on
haven't
Orange Coast.
turned the screw and turned up the intensity. So Michigan is
Michigan
about
is gonna
to
take
come
the
to the
gold.
line. 6:03 in the second Novice 8. Hang that high, and it is still is it
Orange
OCC
Coast,
and
Orange
UCLA?
Coast and UCLA, and I think Minnesota just barely out.
Oh, and then Purdue taking that 5th
603
spot.
for a 2F, 603.
Yeah, I can hang
You know?
my hat on that one. Washington State through the line, well rode.
6084, 6086.
Incredible! Oh my
so
gosh.
0.2 of a second there between Orange Coast and UCLA. I always want to call them UCLA, but they're not. And
No,
then a
they aren't.
6095, which
Yeah,
is
so
less than a second.
Less than a
off
second.
of
Great
that.
work by Minnesota men clawing their way back into it. 6:12 from the Purdue crew. Wow, what a great grand final. So that's medals for Michigan. That's medals for Orange Coast and UCLA.
An interesting sort of implication here for points trophy, although the second novice boat does not score a huge amount of points. But Purdue won the points trophy last year,
And now they
Michigan
missed the
had
points
never
on that.
lost.
Yeah.
Right. And so every time that Michigan can beat Purdue and have other crews come between them and Purdue is good for Michigan's campaign for the points trophy tomorrow. Of course, the Michigan Varsity 8 is not in the final. Purdue's is.
Yes.
But we're going to see another race here today in the third Varsity 8 in the A final where. Oh no, there's no Purdue in that third Varsity 8. Oh, they are. They're in the B final, so they're already out of the points.
Right.
So if Michigan can win there against Bucknell and Virginia and Minnesota, Notre Dame and Delaware, who we'll be seeing if they can pull off that race, then they're sort of banking some smaller, lower boat, quote unquote, points here, which helps.
Yeah, before
them
the
do
before the
that
show
before
tomorrow.
the big show tomorrow. So we will see next the third Varsity 8B final in Lane 2, Grand Valley, Lane 3, Rutgers, Lane 4, Purdue, Lane 5, UNC. And if we're talking third varsity eights, that means that you have over 24 rowers on your varsity side and 3 at least coxswains. That's a nice size for a training group all winter. Nice size for mixed boats in the fall, pushing in you pick'ems or something like that,
Right.
where they
a
draft,
little
where the rowers
bit
draft a lineup for like a Saturday row or something like
we're
that.
a little bit ahead of schedule here. So this next race for the third varsity 8B final is actually not supposed to go off for another 8 minutes. I don't think the refs are going to start them so far ahead of time. We've talked about that a couple times today, that it's actually not in keeping with the best interest of the athletes to start races so far ahead, because they launch with 40 minutes and their own plan, and they have things they need to get
pretty
through.
well about what they want to do.
10 minutes before their race, they should be ready to queue up into the block, so that 5 minutes they're getting ready, 2 minutes to go, they're lined in, locked in, and after that 2-minute mark, it's okay to start the race a little bit early if all crews agree to say they're ready.
There's some pretty good coxswains at this 3V level in these big programs, and they're not going to get pushed around as much as, say,
no, I don't mean to say
high
that.
school
Yeah,
coxswain who doesn't know that. So if they still have warm up to do, they'll insist on it.
yeah. So
and
I
that
think
could even include a start in their lane if they wanted to, although people haven't been doing that yet.
no, they haven't done that yet today. But I think we are probably going to see a start around that 5:18 mark. So a couple minutes. I think about
If you need to go
7
take a
minutes to
break,
go.
do a
Yep.
stretch.
You need to refill your
Beverage
energy
of
drink.
choice. Energy drink.
I guess you don't need an energy drink. This is so exciting, exhilarating. Your adrenaline's already probably up. So,
Absolutely.
and this is the third to last race of our day. It'll be the B final for the third varsity 8 of the men's side, and the grand final of the third varsity 8 finally, hopefully racing, knock on wood, that men's varsity 4 quad. Michigan State, we are yet to find out which shell they'll be pulling out for the quad. It's not them who lost the skeg. Actually, so it would be Texas rowing someone else's quad, because they lost a skeg this time around.
Well, we can see the quads going up to the start here for there are a couple of them already out on the water, and they're scheduled for 5:30. So they may have already told them that they have a different time. Because if I were 18 minutes out of my start, I'd be doing more than pick drill by pairs right now, which is what they're doing. But there are no coxswains in a quad. So that means
And you
that
can only
the
trust
rowers
rowers so much.
themselves have to do what they do. Go blue, go blue.
You can only trust rowers so much.
You can only trust rowers so much.
Sorry,
And
have
if
a
the
coxswain.
coxswains mess up, you're allowed to yell at them. I'm not sure you're allowed to yell at the
So it
rowers
looks like they
racing.
have started this race early, right? I see a bunch of crews with 8 oars on the water.
Oh, they are. So they must have
Interesting.
had the permission of all the crews.
Yeah, it's 4 crews in the event, and I think, hey, let's get on with it. We're all here ready to race. So from the left to the right side of your screen, you're going to see that will be UNC men, Purdue, Rutgers, and Grand Valley. So good representation from almost all the regions here.
Looks
and
like
that would be
Rutgers out in front
Rutgers out of
here.
New Brunswick up early in the race.
They're already 2 minutes in, so they've had time to settle into their base and move. And again, we said a lot of these races are going to happen or not happen in base speed.
Right.
It's only when we've seen it really close that the sprints, those extra bells and whistles, really make a difference. We've seen a few crews sprint back through and in and do something spectacular in a final. And if we're going to see it, we're going to see it here. But look at this gorgeous rowing here out of this Rutgers 3V. If they have a tailwind, which we think they do, it gets harder to sort of find the front end.
Yeah,
a little bit.
yeah.
If it gets to be too much, what you want to do is adjust the length of the oar out on the water, if you can do it, or adjust the
There's
gearing
nothing getting in
of
the
it.
way of their boat running out. It's just really that initial step and squeeze of the stroke. It might feel like you're slipping. It might feel like you're trying to get your traction, but it's a little muddy, a little snow out. Great look from this UNC crew who is challenging Purdue, pushing them all the way up. This is what their their second Novice 8 did that as well. No, what was it? What event was that? Just a second ago.
Yeah,
Saw that. Second Novice 8?
Yeah.
Yes, in the A final. Did that just a minute ago, and they were grinding it out in a really fantastic.
So Rutgers sitting here, again, not quite breaking open water, which you really want to do. And at this point, they're through the 1,000, so they're in the third 500. And It just sort of looks like Purdue is sitting there racing UNC and using that to move back into Rutgers, which they're doing very nicely. They're actually taking about a seat every 2 or 3 strokes.
Yeah, and it was UNC in the second Varsity 8C finals that they're doing this too. So this crew, they love to hang on, and they're not shaken by any crew being a little bit ahead of them. They know they have the gear to shift up into and walk up on any crew.
But right now, this is Purdue pressing
Really,
back up
really good
into
pickup
Rutgers.
here.
We're going to see how Rutgers responds, but they are dropping UNC out of that race then, Grand Valley trailing a little bit. So as they go by, it's just an exciting race. Here's Purdue surging quite nicely into Purdue. Purdue's had enough of a lead to absorb it, but it looks like Purdue has just found another gear.
Yeah,
here
they're
with
just
500 meters to go, and they're moving
They're
pretty
clawing
effectively
their way
there.
up and into this race. I don't think UNC's dropped off. I think
They
they're trying
haven't
to
been left
hold.
behind. They're
No,
trying to hold.
they still have a stern deck, or okay, a little bit less than I could see from my point of view. But their stern deck's overlapping with the bow deck of Purdue, other way around the bow
bowman
deck.
can still hear those two boats
Yeah.
next to him, and he's able to tell the crew, "Hey, we're there. We're moving. We're moving." You know, you don't want crews to talk much in a race, but I've never minded a bowman or a two-man sort of saying,
If
"Hey,
it
we're there.
is
Let's go."
pertinent to what's going
'Cause
on,
the guys trust him. You don't always trust the coxswain to lie or not lie to you, but also they're close enough out there that you can do that. And it looks like now
This
Purdue
is tight.
Purdue is just getting in front of Rutgers about a seat now from above, and you can see UNC still hooked into that.
Talking
very clearly now, Purdue ahead of Rutgers.
Talking about that, the trends amongst different teams. You know, Purdue has had. We've seen that move from Purdue boats throughout the day. That 600 meters to go around there, they just put it on a massive charge that is so hard to defend, like we've seen. But again, Rutgers not out of this quite yet. Purdue only with about a 2-seat lead at the moment, but that lead, it continues to grow. We'll see if they'll be able to hold on as they're well into the red buoys now, looking to secure 7th overall in the 3V here at the 2025 ACRA National Championships as they come across the line now.
You see UNC moving back up, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, Purdue takes the win, 7th overall, followed by Rutgers, followed by UNC. Great racing from all three of those 8s. Grand Valley is going to round out the pack here, taking 8th overall. So congratulations, depth being shown and the quality being shown by all of these programs.
Again, what we think I saw was that Rutgers didn't quite, again, get that open water that we saw happen in the second Novice 8 final from Michigan, and it allowed an entry there. But when you're up like that, you have to be aware of what the other crew is doing, and you have to respond when they make that. Because once you start the barrel rolling down the hill, you know, there are a lot of coaches who use an expression about, you know, rowing downhill in the second half of the race, that, you know, you've climbed it in the first 1,000 and then you're rowing downhill in the second, you know, so like it becomes easier because you're just gearing up and gearing up and gearing up to go. And that was clearly, this is gorgeously prepared crew there from Purdue to be able to be composed and bring that back in, and a gorgeously coached crew from Rutgers to go out and lay that down. You know, and in the end, they're one little bit under 1.5 seconds apart there. So a really good race with UNC hanging in there. Grand Valley, different class of speed from the other 3. So we'll move now to another medal event, the grand final of the men's 3rd Varsity 8. We've seen there have been 10 3Vs, and the top 6 are here in this. Again, don't know if they're off yet. We don't see anything coming down. You know, 17, they're supposed to start at 5:25. That's 6 minutes from now. So it looks though like they have crews locked in,
taking their time,
which is 5 minutes before the start. So that's when they're supposed to be in the start area and locked on 2 minutes. They're not pointed though. There's still some crews adjusting there. So they're in their starting process. Again, that great silence, and one crew still to back on. Everything's fine. They just have to be backed on by 2 minutes, and I think that's Notre Dame. They also feed them in with first crew, so Delaware would have been the first crew to come in, followed by Virginia, then Bucknell, then Michigan, so that they're not trying to cross past each other as they get into this area. So you can see here Notre Dame backing onto the starting platform, being caught. And as we talked earlier, if you were here, now that it's in the eights, you can see that the tongues on those fingers are all the way back behind the main dock here, right? So this is not a singles race where they were all the way out earlier this morning. That's one of the really nice features of this course, is that you can get a very well aligned lineup. So if you saw there on the left there, as you were looking at it, it was Delaware, Virginia next to them, Bucknell next to them, Michigan in the middle, with sharing the middle with Bucknell, Minnesota in lane 2, Notre Dame in 1. Michigan, Bucknell have had a lot of racing this season, and should be another good race. Clearly, Dan's crews are hitting their stride here. The Michigan crews have been doing well today. The 1V may be a little disappointing for the guys, but they're going to come back and race hard tomorrow in the B final. Again, looking for points and also wanting to go out good with a lot of seniors in that boat here, including one guy heading off to the Greek national team.
Here
and
we
off.
go. Third varsity 8, a little bit of spread out and away from your lines. This is a packed house, and these guys are racing to see who gets to go to the medal stand, go to the podium, and whether they know it or not, get a medal handed to them by an Olympian and one of the best
absolutely
former club rowers, Brian
so
Wolpenheim.
Michigan in that white boat sprinting out early with Minnesota right next to them, Notre Dame in the green boat on the left. But Michigan just in the first 30 seconds. I mean, so this is nothing. But they have that boat has a very good start sequence.
Some Michigan crews don't. This one definitely does. I know they're going to execute the body of the race just as well. But yeah, Minnesota and Notre Dame, big Midwest area, all hanging on together. I mean, Minnesota hasn't given them much more than a few inches on the bow deck, and I think Notre Dame is fading a little bit off of those two crews, but nothing more than 3 seats off of Minnesota,
Absolutely.
5 seats off of Michigan, and who's that in the middle? That is Bucknell, still hanging on with everybody. So bronze is everything is far from decided, but we got a bit of a side.
It's great that we can see this on top, because you're going to see them shift down into their base rate now,
right?
And you're going to see what happens with that speed. You're going to see, we don't know how long different crews are going to stay high. Some crews want to stay high until they have a certain number of seats. Some it's very prescribed how many strokes they're going to take high and how they're going to get into their base. And as we're getting into that base, we are seeing the chevron assert itself. Michigan out in front, but only by
Bucknell
3 seats.
Is Bucknell up and in.
Bucknell pressing, and they do that very, very well. That's a very nicely established base, and then also Minnesota there. Bucknell knowing that they can't just let Michigan go. If they let Michigan go at this point, they're going to have way too much to do. And Bucknell is a gritty crew here.
That was a great shift down to base for Bucknell, really hitting the stride and executing it well. We'll see if that momentum is going to be able to. It looks like they're still walking down Michigan.
Higher. Well, they're still 2 or 3 beats above Michigan right now, and they may be staying high to get up there. At a certain point, you get some diminishing returns on that, right? Because Michigan has a move that they're going to throw, but these Bucknell crews are gritty, they're crafty,
and
they have a nice chip on their shoulder about being a small school.
You say that they're still high. They did clearly drop off of their high strokes coming out of the first 500, and it was cool to see the length that they established pulled them or really kind of catapulted them away from that UVA
both of those crews are at the same rating.
Bucknell doing a little
Michigan
extra steering,
even a beat higher. Bucknell getting handled by that, but they've pushed back to basically even.
And I love this. I love this shot up and above. Michigan has this super distinct stroke, not one that's only front end heavy, but one where once the legs press down, you pull the handle through. There's not a huge amount of layback. It's not excessive. Whereas you can see those Bucknell oars pulling all the way in to the body, almost to the point where everything is locked back there before they send back out and away. and they're trading buoys every time we pass through it. Is it Michigan through first? Is it Bucknell through first? I think Michigan is just barely eking out that tip of the bow ball ahead, but the margins as they stand right now, coming after
This is
the
one of
1K.
the closest race of the day so far. Bucknell putting a move, though. Bucknell getting a seat, and it may actually sort of be enough. Michigan's got to actually respond now. Coming into 3:38, they're getting ready to take their second move, and we'll see what they can do, and they are responding right now.
I think coming into this third 500, really the difference has been the coxswain steering right now. Both crews having to negotiate a little bit of steering. I think just the nip and tuck nature of this race is down to the coxswain steering. If one coxswain is on the rudder and the other boat isn't, then that boat is moving.
Bucknell
so Bucknell taking a
just
seat.
has a little spring in their rowing right now and is moving out on Michigan, really taking their move here. Michigan not answering the way that they need to. Michigan has 14 coxswains on the program. So this is a 4-year senior, Ananya, in that boat. She knows what she's doing, but that is a great move right there from Bucknell. We're going to see if Michigan can answer or not. Those two are out in front. Michigan trying to, but they're also bringing Minnesota with them.
I think it's trying to separate themselves from Virginia and eke out their first medal of the weekend. But
Bucknell starting to get a few small ripple cuts there. They're dragging the blade a little bit. If Michigan sees that, they can go and move. We can see still, though, from here, Bucknell up, 3 seats up, but it was 5. So Michigan coming back in, and Bucknell having some
ripple
challenges with the water now.
With the wash, they're getting a little bit stuck on that Hudson, not sitting up quite high enough out of the water. Maybe the mullet's weighing them down. We're going to see
clearly starting a sprint there.
Yeah, and they're up, kicking on it, sending it away, holding those legs down long enough to really push the hands back out and away, and then letting that boat run back behind them. So
all three of both of those programs, these 3 Varsity 8s, they get out there and they beat up on each other
absolutely
all the time. So
beautiful shot right here. We're not going to know the margins since they're out past our eyes
Michigan.
until we
I
see
don't think it's
that
enough.
side-by-side crew.
They're still behind, but that's just gorgeous sprint technique right there. Still in just into the red buoys now, so I think that Michigan's really going to have something here if they're going to come and take Bucknell. But they're making a move.
Here they go across the line. Bucknell is going to win the national champion
by 2 seats.
Two seats in the third Varsity 8. Coxswain steering and execution. The difference there for Bucknell as Michigan across the line. Minnesota going to get the bronze.
5:55 and 5:56 on
in the 3v8. We'll see what the weather.
3v8's under 6 minutes.
We'll see what the weather looks like tomorrow.
If you're out there's no wind here at all. There's no tailwind on this.
This is a raw
course.
This
is just what ACRA rowing can do right now.
Just like Carnegie Lake a few weeks ago.
The finger up in the air and number 1.
Congratulations to the Bison there.
To Bucknell, way to go in the Bisons. It's a very healthy rivalry between that huge smiles from Bucknell, knowing that they just put on a great move there at about 600 meters to go. It was just you could see they were just flying, picked the boat up and pushing it.
And
so
congratulations
to Michigan on a great race there. Minnesota hanging in.
Congratulations to Minnesota for that first medal of the weekend for them. Great work. Virginia in at 6:03, Delaware in at 6:07, Notre Dame in at 6:09. So Virginia and Delaware surging back to be a part of the crew in the conversation. So that's our last 8 of the day, but not our last 8-oared event of the day. We finally have the men's quad grand final coming up, hopefully with 8 oars in every shell and 1 skeg in every single shell. We will see if every crew can maintain these racing conditions before the 2K line. I kid, they've been through a lot of rescheduling in their event. I'm sure they're just hungry to race, not apprehensive, in a clear mindset.
So the other thing that will be happening today at the end of the day, one of the nice things about being a league, being a conference with a national championship is we do have all region teams and regional coaches that have been named, and that will be at 6 o'clock here, folks coming back and being recognized. And if you would like to see the list, you can find it on row2k.com. All things rowing, filling in the whole rowing world from Ed at Row 2K, who has been off. He's got a very, very difficult weekend here for his website. So you can see a couple of guys from on the Michigan team, etc. Purdue has 4 guys from the Midwest, Notre Dame 3, Michigan 2, Grand Valley has 1, then the Mid-Atlantic region, Virginia 4 guys, Bucknell a couple of guys, Rutgers 3 guys, GW 1. All of these recognized as leaders of their team, both athletically and academically.
And we
Have it. The quad race, the one we've all been waiting for, especially some of you Florida gays out there are waiting for, is on. It is on the course, and everybody is steering straight. So I hope to say this is the final race of the day. All the crews in this, let me pull back. Great, we got Bucknell on the left side of your screen, Michigan State, Virginia, Florida, Middlebury, and Texas in lane 6. I believe that is Texas out in the lead right now with Florida close behind, and Michigan State nearby as well. Good looking opening strokes from these crews. They're about 500 meters in, and that is actually, that is still Florida up in the lead of that race, with Middlebury actually out in the lead of the race. Florida close on their tail, Texas a little bit behind them, and third place is indistinguishable right now. So really good look from this Middlebury crew so far. We've seen these guys actually row down the course a couple times now on the practice, right, as they've come back in from the start line. But this is going into about 600, 700 meters into the race.
That Virginia quad, if I remember correctly, in the heats was explosive off the start and really out front. So sort of wonder what's going on there, because they're sitting right now in 5th, maybe even 6th. Not what we're used to seeing out of the Virginia crews so far this weekend.
No, but I think they have a lot to give, a lot to pick up with on the end. Big M there, different type of block end for Middlebury, who are really just stepping and squeezing this along. This looks like some of their top 4 guys here. Big
small
guys.
New England schools, a quad makes a lot of sense.
Makes
for
a
them.
lot of sense. Big guy in that 3 seat, who I'm sure is picking it up and leveraging that boat
and
back
again,
to bow.
you can see another heart rate monitor.
The whoop.
The whoop, whooping down there. There's so much more training data available to people right now. And
good look from the Florida Gators here, who are not off the pace yet. They still have overlap.
Catches,
still have the overlap.
Nicely.
Good amount of overlap on that Middlebury crew. Very direct to the water. Really, really solid slip and slide into the water there. Virginia falling back a little bit. That is the crew from Michigan State looking to assert themselves into 3rd place right now.
Texas is
slipping away
off the lift, off that. So Virginia's sitting in 5th, maybe moving into 4th. I certainly wouldn't count them out and be unable to regroup themselves here. Again, this is a medal event. Virginia now you can see starting to move up. They've dug themselves a hole, but there you can see they're just not that far off of the Middlebury crew out in front there. So Virginia slowly moving up like a shark, which is the type of boat that they have.
Florida also making their way up on the Middlebury crew. I think their bow ball is almost in line with the 2 seat. Not quite. Bowman's not looking out. He's still pretty much internally focused on his race. That is with him. Probably more focused that the crews over on his port side do not come in and up on their margin. Virginia is hanging in.
Making a little move here.
Yeah, there
we've
they
lost Christian to the side
to
of the shore where he can yell as he wants
Everything he can do besides hop in the water and row the boat with them.
Virginia almost having gotten through Michigan State, and I think they have the speed and the water, the composure to do it. And that shows a certain amount of grit, again, to sort of do that. Looking here
Good
like
push.
Florida is moving at least up even with Middlebury. And
See
we'll
if
see who does
Middlebury
that.
can respond. Let's see if Florida can make this more than just a move and instead can make this a lift.
I think
up
if there's
and
anything
in.
there that I'm seeing, Florida's blade work is just
It's so
stronger and
clean
more
off the
direct.
front end.
Middlebury looks stronger to me, so it's who's going to out-erg versus out-technique down the course.
And the
but
conditions require you to really be precise in this. We've seen crews just miss out a little bit from a little skip here and there of oars on the water. Bowman of Middlebury looking out at what's ahead of him. Florida starting to squeeze up and ahead. It is now, this is a very remarkable move. We now have Bowman up and ahead of the Middlebury bow ball. And, Florida is trying to hold that. Middlebury's trying to surge back through. We're in the red buoys. We're going to run out of real estate pretty soon. Let's
Virginia
see who can hold
not
out.
quite having
Not
enough
quite.
to get up there into third.
Michigan State
And they're
Spartans
running out of some water.
holding
but
on to
they've
that
had
third
a
place, long and strong. Florida charging up,
hitting
trying
a
to get
sprint
their
now.
national championship.
Middlebury
hopes
is not going away.
not going away, but we're coming out of buoys. I think they have half of that 125 meters left to go to make it work. They are making a sprint and making a statement. They are going to finish this off maybe with a little bit almost of open water. They are through the line. Middlebury is through the line. Michigan State is
Florida winning in a 6:22.
in there for the bronze. 6:22, good time for a.
Yeah,
There's no wind
Middlebury
here, so
6:24.
there's no wind, so that's a flat time. Let's see what that compares to national
MSU
trials. That's there.
6:27.
Great work by the guys from Florida.
Absolutely a little spent, but that effort that they had to come back and make that move work. And Virginia 6:31.
Great work, Virginia, and Texas is going to be back through the line. Bucknell through the line as well. Great work rounding out our, I believe, third or fourth grand final of the afternoon. Some medals, or fifth with the adaptive single in there as well.
And we have a very happy Christian Yu sitting here watching his guys who he's helped coach a little bit, right?
Right.
Yeah, a little bit.
Just a little bit. Excited for their national championship in the quad. The guys clearly also excited. And this finishes our rowing for today. Tomorrow we will have all finals.
All finals all day. A finals, B finals, medals to give out throughout the day. So we're expecting a decent start to the morning. I expect we'll have some volunteers out here early once more to clear some debris so we don't have any misadventure or interference or any stoppage to the day.
The Middlebury crew showing the referee that they're okay. That's
Yes.
what that
Yeah,
was.
right, because the refs are looking
The
and the
guys
guys
lying down in the boat.
collapse
They're
in
going,
the
no,
boat.
he's fine. He's
and
fine.
they're like, do you need me to go get an ambulance? No, they're fine. They're just catching their breath. They're exhausted and they deserve to be. So that wraps up our
Thank you for joining
day.
us for day 2. We will see you again tomorrow at day 3. The draw and the schedule will be posted on herenow.com. Also available through a link in row2k.com on their results page, so you can find your way. Also with the link to this live stream, so you can find your way back to us. And as we see these gorgeous drone shots of the Tennessee Valley, excuse me, and the river. Signing off here, we are
Christian Yu.
coach of the national or assistant helping coach of the national champion men's
Boy,
quad
stay
from
hot.
Gator Boy. There you go.
Okay, Eddie Moog here.
And Charlie Sullivan. Thanks for joining us. Seeing all of the referees coming back in and finishing the day. If you're around, stay around, and let's also celebrate the All-American selections from each region and the coaches for the region.